Hello, this video is a little different because this is a compilation of every clan video I have made for Vampire the Masquerade with 2 little additions. I am artsy in all things that I do, I can't help it. And I think for a nice total experience, especially for new people coming in trying to learn all this lore, there are 2 videos I added just to make it easier. Right at the beginning, you'll see the Caine video. My video going over his history and his lore. Everything else is in order of release of every clan video. Makes it a fun journey of 2 years of this channel's development and how I've changed making videos and how I've changed in general my presentation. Kind of fun. An extra fun look back because I've gotten to 20K recently and that's crazy. I didn't expect that. And then near the end, right before the Salubri video, I have my video on Saulot because I do think that is necessary, so ignore the part in the video where I say to do homework. You already did it, good job. But first and foremost, do you like dice? Do you need some dice in your life? Well, you should talk to the Baron of Dice. I have been sponsored by Baron of Dice, a dice company that I really enjoy. Not even just because they're sponsoring this video being cool and offering a discount code GLUE15 at checkout for RPG dice, but also because it is continuing a channel tradition where I only shill products and services I have used before and enjoy. Funny story, they sent me an email. I looked at it, that sounds familiar. I have some of their dice already. One sec, let me go grab one. I got these 6 Tzimisce dice I've used when I used to play like actual table Warhammer games. And I also have vampire dice, the thing they first approached me with. I bought my dice from Baron of Dice a long time ago. But you'll see a cameo of one of those dice because my cat liked to steal them because they're really fun to chase around the house. But Baron of Dice sent me a bit of a gift package, 2 of which I personally requested. The rest I just told them to surprise me, which they did. So let's take a look. I haven't seen these yet. First, vampire dice. Really good set. I mean, I've used them before. They're significantly better than using D10s because they got the cool symbols on them. Then I requested Iron Sultanate dice for eventually if I get to play Trench Crusade. Obviously, I gotta rep the best faction in the game. Then another one I requested. I love these dice, these are sick. The Evil Eye dice. I get little eyes of Saruman and they're liquid core too, so there's a little ball in there that rolls around. I get 2 rolls for the price of 1. That's sick. Like, unironically, this is just fun to shake around. It's great. We got, honestly, a really high quality dice cup. Feels good, it's got heft to it. It doesn't come across super well in me just recording myself holding it. Like, man, how good it feels to hold this and kind of use this. And then lastly, a premium dice set, an exclusive dice set. Holy, the Lich, I've found it's called. I adore the coloration of this. It is like custom made. It like feels good to use. Like this set is super sick. I'm gonna have to use this one. Yeah, I also have a discount code. Like I said, GLUE15 at checkout for RPG dice. It literally only lasts 7 days from when this video is posted, so get on it. They're great customer service. Their products are good. I've never had an issue with Baron of Dice. So this is a recommendation I would say even if they didn't give me free stuff. And like, thank you so much, Baron of Dice. Let's get back to the compilation. One of the most important characters in all around Vampire the Masquerade lore is Caine, the Dark Father, the Dark Prince, the first vampire, a lot of nicknames that kind of go down that similar track record. But for how important he is, we also genuinely don't know a lot about him. While there might be books that directly answer that question and plenty of lore videos, a lot of them are mainly sourced from like one thing, the Book of Nod, which, while yeah, true, it's a pretty big deal being the vampire Bible essentially and laying out the large vampire creation myth, it also is just one source. There are many different interpretations of Caine and his story, and for a guy this important, covering all those bases I think is merited. This is the thing I like the most about Vampire the Masquerade and World of Darkness. I really like the conflicting nature of information in this world, where a character that long ago, with basically no primary sources left on his existence, leaves him to be this mythological figure that I think really plays into all of these characters in this fun setting. But real quick, before I get into the specific interpretations of him, because there are a couple, I'm gonna cover my bases and quickly give you an overview of Caine's story in the World of Darkness and how vampires came to be. Mainly, this original part's going to be from the Book of Nod. Like I said, that's the main vampire creation myth, so that's where a lot of the information comes from. But when I'm going over the interpretations, I'll circle back and all that. So the world happens in accordance with the Genesis from the Bible. Adam and Eve kicked out of the Garden of Eden, and then later they have Cain and Abel, their sons. Now, when Abel and Cain are given their sacrifices to God, God likes Abel's a lot better. because it's a goat and it's meat and not like fruit and veggies and shit. God, being on that all meat diet, said no, he doesn't want it. So Caine, for whatever reason, murders his brother. God curses him to eternally walk the earth as a fugitive to the land, to where on his wandering he found Lilith, who is the first woman. Eve wasn't the first woman, it was Lilith. She was Adam's first wife. She took pity on him, took him in. They also had a thing a little later, but Lilith taught Caine all these cool magical rituals and dark secrets. And then Caine drank her blood, to where under this ritual, he was then approached by 3 angels who offered him forgiveness. And he, for whatever reason, said nah, he doesn't want to deal with it. They cursed him, making him into the current vampire, like all around, you know, weak to sunlight, needs to drink blood, all that stuff. And then it's from this that his blood is passed down through generations up to modern nights where we have like 16th generation vampires. Each time the blood of Caine getting more and more diluted as the generations go on. So then after this, he goes and founds the first city of Enoch, where he rules as its dark king, creating a vampire society. He goes on, makes the 2nd generation of vampires, who then they go on to make the 3rd generation of vampires, the antediluvians, as in before the flood, because that's a big thing with this story. So Caine created a thriving city, so thriving other neighboring cities were constantly attacking it because of all the resources they had. So eventually God wasn't a big fan of this. As it's been interpreted by some of the characters, including Caine himself, God didn't like this very clear spit in the face of his judgment, because he cursed these people to be monsters, and now here they are living in a proper society. So the deluge happened, or the Great Flood as we know it. The whole thing with Noah's Ark in the Bible, nah, that wasn't a like planet mulligan. It was actually to kill the vampires. To where Caine was alive because he straight up fucking left before the deluge happened, and all the vampires had to deal with the flooding. To where once the waters like washed away and dried up, he was gone. He put himself into self-exile, just disappeared. Other vampires would go try to find him, but no dice. The lucky few that would find him, he turned away. He eventually did come back. For the final time, the final appearance of Caine was he returned after the antediluvians in the 2nd city that they founded killed all of the 2nd generation vampires, his childer. He was fucking pissed about this and cursed them all. Gave them complete curses to pass down their bloodline, which are your clan banes when you're playing in the game, except for a few who weren't around to get cursed by Caine. Like the Banu, Haqim, and the Tremere, they were not Caine cursed. And that's a thing that's also really important to nail about Caine. This dude is fucking terrifying because he has the power to curse your entire bloodline. I think that should be stated very well. Now, to put this into context for you tabletop players who might not know much about the actual rules and stuff for Vampire, there gets to a point with Vampire Generations where it becomes impossible to stat them. The strongest vampire, as in like the youngest generation there's a stat block for, is, from my research, please bear with me, correct me if I'm wrong, is this guy with a name I don't want to pronounce because I'm very bad at pronouncing any other language than English. Even then it's a struggle. This guy's like 4th generation, and oh my god. Because past 4th generation, their stat block essentially is just the word yes. Now, picture that with the antediluvian, the step above this guy, and then amplify that by however fucking many points as Caine. It's like double yes, or triple yes. He's terrifying. He's immense power to the point where he could probably be seen as a god himself. Which, speaking of god, this brings us into the interpretations of Caine. Now, his story obviously happened such a long time ago. All there really is these interpretations from other sources. So a lot of kindred have their different ideas of who he is. In fact, there's a different interpretation set based on if you're talking about the Dark Ages and medieval era of vampires, or modern knights, like our current day. In the Dark Ages, Caine was viewed as a godhead, a singularity with like 3 things. I used to be religious, and I don't fully understand the concept of the Godhead in Christianity, I'll be completely real, but it works like that for those who do. To where in modern knights, there's a different interpretation of Caine, which sees him as one of 3 different, I guess, general personalities and character types. These being the Dark King, the Fisher King, or the Great King of Blood and Darkness. So first up, the Dark King. This is what we see in the Book of Nod and largely in Nodist religions, and is the main ideology of the Sabbat. The Dark King shows Caine as a god figure, a wrathful, evil figure that imposes judgment on all of his subjects. A Dark King who will come back in Gehenna, the end of days, the vampire apocalypse, bringing all the Sabbat, the sword of Caine, to wield as he takes everything over and creates a new rule of vampire supremacy. Of course, there's a little bit more reasonable concepts with this. You can be a Nodist scholar and think about Nodism without going full Sabbat terrorism, but that's primarily the main method with this. And then the Fisher King, which sees Caine as a more remorseful figure. This reframing of the Book of Nod comes from the Ereses fragments. I hope I'm saying that right. This book, by the way, this shit rules. I read this whole thing. It's fucking awesome. Find a copy, find a PDF, find something, just read it. So this is a reframing of the Book of Nod, as in, it's mainly theorized to be written by Caine himself. Like the original copy that the Book of Nod, which is also apparently written by Caine, was based off of, as like a derivative. So this one sees Caine as a very sympathetic figure. In this version, he gives God an offering of his best of the crops, the absolute finest, and God turns him down and instead is super down for this goat blood that Abel just produced. When trying to figure out what he's doing wrong, he was then told that, you know, God cursed Adam to till the earth and not reap the bounties of the garden after his transgression. So why would he want to receive that? Caine's like, that's a fair point. And so seeing all this, honestly, pretty understandably assumed, God just wants blood. That's what he cares about. So he kills Abel as a sacrifice, as a gift to God, and then is declared the first murderer and is chastised and sent out for it. He's not super happy about this, and then when he does encounter the angels, he essentially has built his lot in life. He's taking his punishment. It is in that situation of, I'm the way God made me. God made me this way, and he designed me like this, so I can't really accept this. To where then he was cursed. And now, in modern nights, it is said, with the Fisher King interpretation, that he forever wanders the earth, trying to find a method to escape his vampiric curse. Wherever he is now, never slumbering, just around us, wherever he could be. This omnipotent, powerful creature just kind of vibing in our general area. And then lastly, the Great King of Blood and Darkness. This is an interesting pick because this comes from a source book from Demon the Fallen, and this is from a book known as The Days of Fire, or the Dies Fere. I'm also shit with Latin, so this is a book. Now it's really interesting that I have to say this sentence, where we're going to have to take the word of Satan himself, because it's apparently written by him. So this is the origin story of demons in the world. The falling angels, like all of that, the war in heaven, the whole thing is here. And from their perspective, Caine, when he gives the offering of Abel, God rejects, like the gift, says no. Then the fallen angels are like, yo, if they're not claiming that, I got dibs. So then they take the gift and ascend in power to declare themselves gods and demons. So Caine is the creator of demons, as like we know them in the world of darkness. And then Lucifer then later says that Caine takes on the mantle of the Great King of Blood and Darkness and rules. With this art, paints a picture, and this is very sick. This is another cool book. But this one is a little less more on like the god side and more of a vampiric tyrant ruling in an age of blood. Very Dracula, Vlad the Impaler style. Don't tell him I said that. Most vampires in the world of darkness would take that as a giant insult. But all of this leads to the question, which interpretation is the truth? Like, we have these three very different in some aspects. Either Caine is a force of evil in like tyranny, or is a genuinely like kind of depressed guy, cursed with immortality, who has to walk the earth, and living that long in your own head, that's fucking rough. So I guess which one is canon? Well, that's the thing with World of Darkness, and I think that people need to keep this in their mind. Because the World of Darkness is a tabletop game, and like it's a role-playing game, it is going to be based on your chronicle, whatever you're running, whatever game you're in. Because World of Darkness, the true one, is whatever you make. like what your version of the World of Darkness is. Like, for example, for me, the thing I get out of this and the chronicle vibes I'm making is I'm a big fan of the slow decline and the slow apocalypse. Things that are just dwindling slowly and slowly and slowly, but never ending, until it gets to a point where everything just stops. Everything dies out, it's gone. The vampires who are being driven more and more and more into the dark as humans build more and more ways in the modern nights to breach the masquerade they've spent so much time crafting. Werewolves who are slowly losing the fight against the worm as the earth gets more and more polluted and corrupted. Mages who are losing the fight against the technocracy and building a consensus of logic and reason, kind of pushing them more to the wayside for their own magic and their like practices. That's my World of Darkness. So because of that, I lean a lot more into the Fisher King interpretation. I like the idea of Caine as this very powerful figure, cursed with living forever, cursed with being the most powerful person on earth, cursed with just being alone in his own head like that. There's nobody that Caine can relate to. There's no one he can be true friends with because he's on a whole different level of being. That's my version of him. And there is one more thing I have to say, because this is my channel. And there's one thing that holds true on this YouTube account is that I don't just deliver opinions. All my opinions are fucking facts. You wanna know why? Because in Bloodlines, Caine is the cab driver in that game, which means he's still around, and you know what he's not doing in a cab? Being a dark tyrant and a god. He's just hanging out, making this kindred in LA make the right choices. Or making, if you play as a Malkavian, make Malkav, the antediluvian, live in your head, scream incoherently of how terrified he is. So I'm fucking right. Booyah. You know what? I'm getting sick and tired of it. Kindred society, too chaotic. In a world where the Camarilla has a new prince every week for whatever fucking city they're in, the Anarchs making do with their pretty lax set of laws and rules in the fact that a lot of times is non-existent, or in the Sabbat are quickly running through their supply of car bombs. What do we do? What do we have? We need someone to bring order and justice. And that would be the responsibility of Clan Banu Haqim. At least that's their, on paper, wants and goals. As Clan Banu Haqim is the clan of assassins, mercenaries, and by their nickname, the judges, as they see that they are the ones who are fit to judge kindred society, because no one else will. No one else can hold these uber powerful vampires to any form of justice or punishment for the shitty actions they get up to. Now, this also isn't just like a fancy name and a funny little title put on just a bunch of serial killers. No, they are an order of assassins. They have rules and things they follow. And a quick analogy I can make here is they're kind of like the Assassin's Order in Assassin's Creed. But if they were run competently, I'm not gonna sit here and rant about Assassin's Creed, but the main thing, at least members of the Banu Haqim will actually follow the fucking rules and follow the order and don't have a stupid motto that's meant to be like wrong. You shouldn't have a motto for your order, nothing is true, everything's permitted, where the point of the motto is that it's not true. Okay, I'm not, it's stupid. But anyways, Clan Banu Haqim are mercenaries for hire, assassins, and they disperse justice and murder. A lot of murder. They're very good at murder. And they do it for a high price. And these ideals stem back to their antediluvian way back in the day during the age of Caine in the first city, where their antediluvian, Haqim. Now there are conflicting stories on how Haqim turned into a vampire. Either he was a dope ass hunter and a really good warrior that traveled the land learning languages completely on his own, including the language of the dead, which impressed a lot of people, including one of Caine's childer, which turned him and boom, now he's a vampire. And then the alternative is, this is one that's told by some members of the Banu Haqim, is that he was serving under a king and queen in the first city. They were pretty shitty and vampiric, to where he rose up, killed them, and drank their blood for some reason and became a vampire. So either he got turned or he got turned by choice. But Haqim served his role pretty well. His main role, defenses. He defended the city against a lot of people who tried to besiege Enoch. And oh boy, mainly because Enoch was very rich, very prosperous, and a lot of neighboring cities didn't have that luxury and really wanted a piece of the pie. But eventually, God sent the flood and Enoch was destroyed. Haqim straight up just left. He was not involved in the plot with the other antediluvians to kill their sires. He just kind of dipped. To where eventually he came back to the second city, which the second city is the city that the antediluvians set up after, Enoch was washed away. Haqim showed up and found a city full of bickering vampire politics, kindred just going wild on the populace, just doing whatever they want with the mortals, spawning so many children and who would then go on and also be shitty, having major god complex, politics started happening. Newer typical vampire stuff, the stuff you get up to in your chronicles was happening here. Haqim saw all this and thought it was cringe. He's like, this is fucking stupid. I don't want to be involved. I hate this. And that's his key defining point, neutrality. This man doesn't want to deal with it. He just wants to do his own thing, defend the city, be a warrior. It's all he cares about. And then all these people are trying to pull him into politics. To where eventually, it kind of got to a point where a giant civil war was going to happen, and the other antediluvians, hat in hand, came to him begging to enforce something, because as they all saw it, they can't trust anyone else of their siblings. Everyone was vying for power, backstabbing constantly, except for Haqim. He's the only guy who's essentially a third party. So they begged him, please just give us something. To where he established the judges, which in his clan were then able to disperse justice to those acting kindred who were just really fucking around at being awful people. He was able to kill them, which imposed some really early law and order in the vampire world. And more importantly, this allowed him and the judges to protect the mortals of the city, which is actually a pretty big tenet and deal for the Banu Haqim. They really want to protect the mortals who can't really do anything to fight back. Again, this isn't to say they're great people, because they're still fucking vampires, so they're monsters, but it's something. Now, I'm not going to sit here and regale you with the entire history of Clan Banu Haqim and everything about Haqim. The only thing that really matters with him is that eventually he went to torpor and is still asleep or dead. No one really knows. But what do you actually get if you play one of the Banu Haqim? Well, first up, your disciplines. You have access to your 3, which is going to be blood sorcery, which is kind of what it sounds like. It's blood sorcery. You can manipulate blood, largely your blood, and in some very cool cases, other people's blood, to the point where it seems like you're using straight up magic. It isn't really magic because that's a different system, and vampires cannot use that form of magic. You also get celerity being super speed, but in the idea of not just physical, also mental. You can think faster and move faster. And then obfuscate, vampiric stealth, where you can go invisible or really hide your own intentions. This is really set up to make them the perfect assassins. This is just in 5th edition. In the 20th anniversary edition, blood sorcery is replaced with quietus, which is essentially blood sorcery, but with your own special Banu Haqim stuff. Actually, my favorite, I'm a little sad some of these didn't carry over, because my absolute favorite spell is Dagon's Breath, which has the really fun power of drowning somebody in their own blood because you put their blood in their lungs, so they just quietly drown. Fucking terrifying, holy shit. And then your compulsion. In a situation where you make a bestial failure or your compulsion riles up, the Banu Haqim have the compulsion of judgment. If they see somebody breaking their personal convictions, the thing that they hold themselves to, what they declare that their beliefs in morality is, they see someone break that, they want to drink them very badly. It is a little rough because sometimes people doing this are vampires, where they really just want to sit and drink you dry for daring to break a law. So they can do this to vampires and commit the act of diablerie, which is drinking a vampire dry and taking their soul, which is a pretty big deal. It makes you powerful, but this is essentially kindred cannibalism, and it's very frowned upon. And yeah, their current clan bane is that of blood addiction, because once they start drinking that vampire blood, it's really hard to stop. They have to fight their beast inside of them to stop drinking a vampire. But also, I did say current. In older editions, their bane has changed. So way back in the day, like the second city, they were fighting a group known as the Bali. The Bali are satanic vampires. They worship demons. And they actually are a thing. They're statted out. They're like a thing in 20th. They're fucking weird, I'm not gonna lie. As you can see, full unironic demon worshippers, so, you know. They put a curse on the warriors of Clan Banu Haqim to make them bloodthirsty. Now, I do mean this in the case of they're vampires. So this is literal bloodthirsty. So it was a little rough. So rough that thankfully they were neutral. They did their own thing. They lived in the mountains in the Middle East. But when eventually they made more contact with kindred society, especially during the Crusades and the Renaissance, like 1500s, they got in contact with the Camarilla. The Camarilla didn't like this. So they conscripted Clan Tremere to curse them with a different curse. They gave them a curse that drinking kindred blood physically hurt them to the point where they could take some serious damage by drinking vampire blood. Obviously they weren't a fucking fan of this because this also sucked, which leads to a pretty big rivalry between Banu Haqim and Tremere. And then until recently, it has been lifted. The one who lifted it is actually the child of Haqim himself, Urshulgi, who is fucking terrifying. If this is official art, like Jesus Christ. So this guy, 4th generation vampire, he woke up from torpor, which for those that don't know, I mean, torpor is a real thing. It's an actual thing in our real world. But for vampires, this can be done in 2 ways. Either they get so wounded from blood loss or hunger that they just go into a essentially battery preserved state and go into a coma for their body to recover. Or an older vampire decides, you know what? I want to fast forward. This decade's boring. This century, snooze fest. Let me see what the 2000s look like. And they just go to sleep. Urshulgi woke up, saw this curse, and lifted it with his own blood sorcery. And now they have blood addiction, what I said earlier, because all of those years of not being able to taste kindred blood has really, really waned on them. And also with his awakening, he is so fucking important. I cannot stress this because he's the cause of a giant schism in the clan. Now, when he woke up in like the 1900s, like 1990, he saw that a bunch of his clan members were religious now. In fact, a large chunk of them, around like half, were actually Muslim. Mainly because, like, obviously they're in the Middle East. A lot of them are from that population. When you get turned to a vampire, you don't give up those convictions. You can still be religious in a vampire. You know, it's a thing. He was upset only because they were worshiping someone else instead of Haqim. They were valuing someone else's ideals, someone else's morality, and not revering Haqim because false idol. So he was pretty fucking pissed about this. So he told all of the Islamic vampires in Banu Haqim to give up their faith or die. A lot of them chose the latter option and ran away, which actually, this is where the schism happens. Because either you are a true Clan Banu Haqim, a loyalist to Urshulgi, where you revere Haqim and his 5 laws, which gives some pretty wide things. Other than that, they practice more frowned upon blood sorcery, stuff that was outlawed when the clan was largely Islamic, and they also dabble in just a little bit of diablerie, just a little bit as a treat. And then there's the schism ones, who largely, a lot of them are still religious. In fact, a lot of them went to the Middle East, like farther down, and actually joined up with the sect that is a bunch of Islamic vampires. I found this out. This is just fun. This is just a group. Shame that they're being harassed by the Camarilla now because the beckoning has drawn everybody to the Middle East, but oh boy. And this is where your individual vampire comes in. The kindred you are playing. You get to make this decision. Both of these, like, depending on where you are in the schism, you can still be involved in so many other chronicles. Especially because, like, the Banu Haqim are still assassins. You can just fucking pay them. So is your kindred specifically involved with the Camarilla because you're getting paid to do so? Or your sire is being paid to send you along? Is this a monetary investment being made? Or are you just stuck in Camarilla or Anarch territory because you don't really have anywhere else to go? Your general clan kicked your sire, you out of there. So now you gotta work with somebody. You can't be alone in this world. These knights are dangerous, so you gotta make some allegiances. But yeah, wraps it up. First vampire video. I will be making more. We'll see if I make like characters. I fully don't know what I'm gonna cover in World of Darkness, but I plan to cover as much as I want to, and as much as I think is interesting, which is most of this universe. But anyways, yeah, if you like this, like, comment, subscribe, that stuff, join my membership, and see ya. Clan Ministry, otherwise known as the Followers of Set, a previous name for them. These kindred, or Setites, as they're also called, these are your devilish sinful corruptor vampires. Sure, this guy might have all the right tools you need, maybe some proper intel, some resource you got to get your hands on. But do you really want to shake hands with the devil? Do you want to make that deal and possibly have a price that you cannot fulfill? Not if you want to stay human. In all honesty, clan ministry can be summed up just like this, literally just this.
Shadow, it's me, the devil. I'm here to convince you to do sin.
They take this whole sin and corruption thing on a religious level because clan ministry, their big thing is corruption, subverting people's convictions and beliefs, breaking down those walls and trying to convince you, hey, that's sin? Not actually a sin, bro. Keep doing it. Go wilder, actually. And here's the material you need to do it. That's their whole shtick. And the reason for this is actually very interesting. Clan ministry is a religious clan. They are a fucking church. They used to be the followers of Set. That was an older name. After a rebrand, which I'll get into later, the followers of Set worship a god that kind of values this whole sinning and corrupting thing. They believe that you can split a person into two parts, the soul and the body. Your soul is this eternal, beautiful, divine thing, free-flowing and perfect. And then meanwhile, your body is corruptible. It's stuck on earth. It's not beautiful. It's kind of gross, kind of shitty. Now your soul yearns to be free. It is a beautiful thing and it wants to get out of this disgusting flesh prison it is currently held in. Because you, living out here in the meat world, have all these things weighing down on you. Things pulling you and forcing you to stay on Earth. Clan ministry believes in breaking those down because those things are keeping you from achieving your true potential. The only way to break away from these systems are by directly breaking the things that hold us down, which is things like your habits that you currently use, any major belief systems, be they governmental or religion. Religion likes to put all these labels onto things, what you can and can't do. In fact, there's a quote that's said a lot when it comes to clan ministry's belief. If your body in the world is a prison, then gods must be its jailers. And so, by exalting sin, you break away those ties, and only then can you achieve physical and spiritual enlightenment, be truly free. Now, I hope you can tell from this is fucking crazy. This is awful. Listen, I respect it. I respect the hustle. I can see the reasons. On paper, yeah, sure, freeing yourself from these ties that bind you to Earth, fair enough, I guess. But these guys, like, the shit they do is bad. So clan ministry, because of this belief system, are involved in some of the worst shady industries and straight up crime. Shit like weapon dealing, drug pushing, pornography, Games Workshop, many more horrible companies. And one of the reasons they have this is because their compulsion, the beast, pushes them to corrupt things. They really want to just push you to take that next step, to do something that goes against your beliefs. Like when it comes to the tabletop, it's specifically trying to push either an NPC or a player to break one of their convictions that they hold, try to get some stains on their humanity tracker. And then because of this kind of shittier nature, they don't like being exposed to the light. These kind of gross evil acts don't want to be exposed. So light kind of affects them. On one hand, this can be affected by sunlight. They take extra damage. They burn a lot quicker in direct sunlight. And then on the other hand, if you just shine a bright light into a minister's face, they will recoil. My heart goes out to any clan ministry players who have had like that stereotypical police interrogation scene with the big overhead light. That must have been a struggle. So why are they like this? What caused them to be like this? Well, this kind of goes back to their antediluvian, or not, or maybe he wasn't. A dude named Set, as in Set from the followers of Set. Also, as in Set, the Egyptian god Set. That guy. So this character has a lot of shit going on, a lot. I'm not gonna get into it in this video because otherwise it'd be stupid long. I plan to make a video on him alone because there's so much information here. That mainly because there are so many different stories based on his origin and the origin of clan ministry or followers of Set. Okay, so there are 3 possible things for him, 3 possible origins for him and his clan. I will paint them in broad strokes, and when I eventually make a video, I will actually go into them a lot more in depth. So stay tuned, subscribe and do that shit. The first one, the story of Set is literally the Egyptian story of Osiris, like Ra and Horus, the story of Ra stepping down, and he was gonna nominate Osiris as being the next leader of the gods. Set was a little mad, made the coffin, chopped up Osiris. Isis used his dick in somehow and made Horus, and then boom, they fought, kicked his ass, and now Horus is involved. Like that Egyptian mythology, like that story we've all heard. And it literally happened, like for real, in this telling of Set's origin. And then after this, Ra cursed him for going through all of this, cursing him with being a vampire. And specifically, due to Ra being the sun god, cursed him to never be able to go in the sun again. Which then he went out and he gained 12 disciples that he wandered around with. These disciples he turned into vampires as Childer, who then were punished by Ra for siding with Set, and all 12 immediately turned their back on him, begging for any form of forgiveness. Set, declaring his vengeance that will be gained one day, went off and disappeared to never be seen again. Now there are a couple things with this telling I want to point out. First, in this retelling, Set is the first vampire. He is the origin point. Caine, not in this fucking story. And those 12 disciples, despite being a little bit of a Jesus figure, those 12 disciples are very implied, as in pretty overtly said, to be the founders of the 12 other clans in Vampire. This is a pretty heavy rewrite of the origin of vampires in vampire lore, directly going against the origin we get in the Book of Nod, which also paints the reason why Set and his followers are kind of really against the other clans. The second one goes a little like this. So Set is instead a warrior, a great powerful warrior, working with like Osiris, and he's serving under Ra. Specifically, his job is to fight Apep, the chaos serpent, the serpent that will devour the sun one day, and the apocalypse will happen. He is the best warrior, he's the coolest guy, and he keeps bragging about how cool he is. And Osiris thinks he's a nerd, so he decides to pull a little funny prank. He poisons Set, so when the next time he has to go fight Apep, he starts stumbling and staggering, where Osiris goes in for a funny little kill steal and gets absolutely dumpstered and knocked unconscious, to where Set is on there, drugged, just laying on the ground, as Apep just bites him and infuses him with venom purely from the underworld, like cursing him as he's death-marked now, making him a vampire. So now he has to walk the night. He has to feed on humans, and he cannot be under the sun because he is this creature that is basically dead, infused with the underworld's energies, but not actually there. And then the third one. Third one's a little interesting. So in this one, Set isn't even a god. He's a group of these really cool, powerful dudes in Egypt, to where then he notices these strange entities called the Strangers that are trying to manifest in reality. So where he leaves and goes to try to find out what they are, to where he finds a weird city that if you want to enter, you have to be unmade. And the leader of this city is known as the Defiant One. And this Defiant One talks about how he was cursed to be this creature because he refused forgiveness, because he knew if he did, it would bring the end of the world. To where Set takes pity on him and asks to take off this burden to help him, to where Apep, the chaos serpent, bites him and curses him and unmakes him in this method. To where now Set fights against these entities coming into reality, but for some reason, he has to be hated by everyone. So his followers do their best to be shitty and evil, so then everybody hates Set. This third one's fucking wild, okay? So the whole thing with the Strangers, I don't know. I couldn't find much detail on it. But also, obviously, very obviously Enoch in the First City, to where I think the interesting part of this, and the thing I like about vampire lore and the World of Darkness, is like you can see the through line for a lot of these, right? The first one is just a retelling of the myth. It's literally just the original myth with vampires added in at the end. But then the other two, you see the through line. Like, it's always bitten by something, bitten by a snake that's then cursing him, as in the embrace. and then brought on as this like dark creature. So it feels like it's genuinely a really warped retelling of being embraced by a vampire, which makes me a little lean more to these two others stories. I don't know. The first one I'm not totally buying, that Set is an actual god in the first vampire. I don't fully buy it. I buy the other two. And in fact, it's actually a debate on who embraced Set in the first place. There's a lot of theories, one of them being the antediluvian for the Gangrels, but who knows. But another thing with this through line with the snake is the disciplines. The disciplines you get if you play as a clan ministry. You get obfuscate, vampiric stealth, be it your intentions, your physical form, or even your identity. Because on one hand, you might use this in a method of sneaking into a place you shouldn't, or you could take on another face and another name and infiltrate some group that you kind of want to pull to yours. And then another one you get is presence. Presence being the control of emotions. Make people love you and adore you or fear you completely. And then the last one, this is Serpentis in every other edition and Protean in Vampire 5, because Vampire 5 uses amalgam abilities instead of having all the really cool unique stuff from the other editions. I like V5. I think the core system's very cool. I don't like how they handle disciplines, I'm gonna be honest. But the main thing is Protean is transformation, shapeshifting, taking on animal forms. And the Setites use this specifically to take on more reptilian forms. More things that are native to Egypt. While Gangrel used this to, turn into wolves and such, instead they go for snakes. Venomous teeth to bite people, eyes of the snake, or in particular, they could even go into crocodiles. So then we get to the modern knights. So there's a key question here. Why did the followers of Set change their name to Ministry? Well, this is a main method of rebranding their image, changing it up a little bit to fit more into vampiric society. So this isn't every part of the clan. In Egypt, they still call themselves the followers of Set, and they're a little more dogmatic and fundamentalist to the original religion. It's shifted a little bit in others. They've always been kind of isolationist, and honestly for a good fucking reason, because the fact they're in Egypt means that they have to deal with a couple of other supernatural creatures. In fact, one thing they gotta deal with are werecats, known as Basets. If you're Werewolf the Apocalypse, Gaia made some other creatures based on where they could be in the world, Wolves aren't native to every spot on Earth. They fight them, and then the other one, the mummies. Because mummies are real in World of Darkness. Mummies are very powerful undead creatures because a lot of them come from Osiris and Horus. So you have these three types of entities who are all like, yo, if I see a fucking Setite, it is on sight, I'm killing them. So they got a lot to deal with. But on the other hand, not just fully getting into normal society, they also had a bit of a religion shift. They changed some of their beliefs. So the new name of Ministry also accompanies the idea that a lot of them now have of Set lives inside of them. In fact, Set actually awoke in 300 BCE, and he was just yelling in Egypt and Africa. And everyone around heard it. All of his clan members heard his voice, singing through their blood. And so they feel like they can hear him communicate through their veins and reverberate in their own blood, to where some even go so far as to meditate, just quietly trying to listen for any of his new teachings and new sayings. And so with that name, every clan member is kind of like their own ministry, because now their god lives inside of them. Which also leads to a really fun thing of every clan ministry member usually has their own secret heretical version of their religion, because you have this personal God inside of you talking to you. You're gonna make your own interpretations because God said so. So usually they keep this mega secret because the more fundamentalist might get a little upset on the deviation. But on the other hand, if you're really persuasive enough and you're really charismatic, you can convince other Setites to join your version of the religion. Or you could convince other kindred. Because that's actually a thing. You don't have to be born into the clan. You can be brought in as a kindred of another clan. And all of this too, they were trying to really re-enter the society because a lot of shit kept happening. So one big deal is the fact that the Gehenna War is going on in the Middle East. The Beckoning is calling all the elders to go fight in this war. And they also previously did have an invitation to join the Camarilla, and they ignored it. They just didn't attend the meeting, which Camarilla was not happy about. But they tried to get in. They tried to set up a meeting. They were rejected. They were told they cannot join the Camarilla Society. Not fully their fault, maybe. They set up a nice little like third party joint at a hotel, and then somebody set up a bomb in the hotel and blew it up. And we don't know who did it, but there's theories like Banu Haqim, that clan did it because they also tried to rejoin the Camarilla at the same time, and they had the most to gain from the Camarilla saying no to the Setites. Or the Toreador, which they might have a little bit of beef with. Or the Setites themselves might have done it because after being rejected by the Camarilla, the Anarchs welcomed the ministry with open arms. A bad move. A bad move. Don't trust these guys ever. I think they're cool. I think they're very neat. I love them. There's so many cool character concepts. But don't trust the dudes whose entire religion is corrupting people and being sinful. I don't know, man. Keep them on a fucking leash. Just keep away. I don't want to deal with it. Which then brings us to, I guess, the important question. Where does this put you as a new member of clan ministry in the world of darkness? Well, there's a lot of avenues I think you can take a character like this. Maybe your character is part of just some local clique that you've built up together. Maybe your character is some sort of like youth pastor. Yeah, sure, other people tell you you're at risk, but what's the harm? Maybe you're even like a guidance counselor, or you're leading some sort of like addiction counseling group. And you start to say like, maybe it's not that big of a deal. Maybe you're the leader of a megachurch. You're something, you're part of a group. You're leading people to kind of twist their morality and their framework. Now here's the important question. How true to this belief are you? Because on one hand, you might truly be this all-corrupting devil figure, won't you shake my hand, crossroads demon. But on the other, are you getting high on your own supply? You might act like you're separate from all this. You're separate from indulging. This sinful thing, it's something you tell the others to do. You don't actually do it. You're in control. You're in complete control of the things you do. Those vices you do, it's not as bad as everyone else. And the real question is any of that true? Are you as corruptible as everyone else around you? Are you enlightened? Or are you just looking for another dose? And that's clan ministry. That's the kind of stories you can tell with this clan. I think they're very neat. They're definitely on the top for me. But yeah, stay tuned to other videos. I'm gonna cover Set himself later and go through some other clans. So if you like this, like, comment, subscribe, do that stuff, join my membership, and see ya. Malkavians are an interesting clan, to say the least, and easily my favorite. I don't imagine that's a rare opinion when it comes to vampire. Malkavians are a pretty popular bunch. As such, they have some really interesting lore, fun history, both in and outside of game, and fantastic portrayals in the things they appear in. Anything that is like Malkavian adjacent, if you want a great time, go read the Malkavian clan book. It's fantastic and really hard to parse because it's written in character by a Malkavian. Or go play Vampire Bloodlines and play it as a Malkavian for peak roleplay. And also I'm saying this as a guy who's currently playing a Malkavian in a vampire game I'm in. My good old vampire Ted, who has very, very specific schizophrenia in that he believes that inanimate objects, if they follow his really weird set of guidelines, are sentient and speak to him. So all of his Malkavian insight comes from objects in his environment speaking to him. I am basically role-playing Disco Elysium in my tabletop game. But Malkavians have a storied history, like I mentioned. Mainly, I'm gonna sit outside of game just for a second in their history, as Malkavians have one of the most altered lore when it comes to vampire. So at first, they really started as more fae in origin, as in they had a lot more elements to like the realm of the changelings and like changeling the dreaming. And so they had a lot of that fae influence, leading to a lot of them being like pranksters. Specifically, a very big thing they like doing is pranking people to try to change their state of mind and their perception of the world. Kind of alter someone's reality in a little bit. This got altered because turns out having this style of character built what is kind of this weird comic relief in a very depressing horror setting, and having goofy Deadpool or Harley Quinn style character. That it actually leads to a term called fishmalk, which I found out about. I think this is really interesting. Based on this picture from the Dark Ages sourcebook, which is basically these type of Malkavians would be the lol so random, run in a room, start screaming, slap someone with a fish, and run away also screaming, hence the name fishmalk. And then if you can't tell in this picture, he's holding a fish. And so they changed it. And they changed it to something, I guess, a little too far on the other side, as instead they went really hard into the people with mental illness are all dangerous kind of mentality. This also got changed. So currently, as Malkavians reside in World of Darkness, I think they're a genuinely good representation of what they're trying to do. I don't think they're very shitty. I think that they've done better than the previous editions have done. I think you could play it very sensible. Of course, your Malkavian, if you actually play one, is going to be determined on your own sensibilities and your own roleplay skills, because it is very easy to roleplay a Malkavian as a gross representation of mental illness, but that's for people who actually do RPG analysis roleplay shit. This is about lore. I'm here to teach you about vampire lore. So to their actual lore, and it is in character. It's fucking weird. It doesn't make sense, and it's self-contradictory. So I will try to break it down as much as I can without deviating into literally every possible permutation of it. So first, they're antediluvian, a dude known as Malkav. Maybe. It is unknown if this is his real name. Things actually refer to him as different. He has a lot of variations, and other than that, little references that they do not wish to speak his real name. And as well, it wasn't even just like the normal antediluvian style of relationship when it comes to like the clan's creator and all of their childhood. They revered him as some sort of like angel figure, which specifically how they speak about him is as like a deity figure, like an angel come down to save them. It's very interesting. And when it comes to his actual origins, like who was Malkav, it's again self-contradictory. Some said he came from the heavens, others saying that he's the brother of Saulot, the dude that got killed by the Tremere, like Diablerized, to ascend them to vampirism. And also Saulot noted cool guy, like actually decent fella. And as well, the brother of Set, as in the follower of Set. Yeah, that guy. And if this is to be believed, and if this is accurate, it means that everything I talked about in the clan ministry video isn't true. So that's fun, you know? Or also, he could be the brother of Arakel, the Toreador antediluvian. We don't know. Or it could be a guy we haven't even seen yet, in the fact that there is a character known as Malachi who is currently imprisoned in the Shadowlands, as in the afterlife, purgatory. Malachi is probably, maybe, his twin brother. We do know that Malachi exists because good old Beckett has actually found evidence of his existence, his entombment, and also the fact that a bunch of Malkavians are really, really dedicated to trying to bring Malachi back. Just feverish, talking about it's what Malkav wants. This is a very bad thing, because Malachi, in all accounts, was significantly more unhinged than Malkav ever was. And I feel like that should put some perspective when there's a dude who is considered more crazy than the creator of the Crazy Clan. Probably not a good idea to let him go. And to get even more contradictory and weird, how did the Clan Bane even happen? So the Clan Bane is the fact that every Malkavian has some sort of mental disorder and mental affliction. This can be sourced from many different things. Either you, when in your human life, had some sort of, I guess, predilection towards something, maybe a family history of some sort of disorder. Maybe you even had something in your mortal life, or it comes from the feelings that you were having at the moment of your embrace, which can be, you know, either pretty positive, pretty terrified, depending on the approach. Now, all the Banes for the clans, at least with some exceptions, are sourced from a curse from Caine himself. When Caine discovered that the antediluvians, third generation vampires, killed their sires, the second generation, and Caine's direct child there, he was pretty pissed, so he gave them all curse befitting their existence. This one has many different stories. as it could have been a curse like that. Or alternatively, when this was actually happening, he drank a second generation vampire dry, and the absolute potency of the blood broke his mind completely, just shattered it, which is actually a thing. Drinking higher generational blood than you are is a very dangerous thing. And so much that if you were trying to drink Caine, you would die immediately with how potent his blood is. Or the fact that Malkav, ever the soothsayer, as his entire existence in vampire society at that point was being kind of a fortune teller soothsayer type. He would give out his sights of the future, which is a very staple Malkavian job and role to have. They all have this sense of premonitions, which when it comes to their compulsion, which is very rapid fire, hunger-based delusions and premonitions, which may or may not be true, who knows. But Malkav, as a goof, would sometimes tell his brothers and sisters the wrong info and just make shit up. And he is responsible for the very tense political situation that the Second City had. The shit that Haqim, as in Clan Banu Haqim, had to deal with when he was imposing law and order, if you remember that video. And so as punishment, it is told that Lilith came up to him and whispered a phrase into Malkav's ear. A secret so absolutely ridiculous, it shattered his mind. Though this bane isn't actually treated as a bad thing, it is reported, and everyone reveres it this way in Clan Malkavian, this shattering of his mental state actually made his visions better and was generally seen as a positive at the time. That is up to you for your current Malkavian if they agree with that sentiment. All right, so I also got to touch on a pretty important detail for Malkav, his final death, and also kind of the Malkavian Madness Network. So Malkav, long ass time ago, he died. And maybe, again, maybe, either he died or he's currently in torpor somewhere in Jerusalem. I think I prefer the first version, to be honest. But Malkav, when he died, spilling all of his blood, all of his children came up and just started gorging themselves on the fallen blood, not with just the specification to drink him for the power, but to shelter him from the sunlight. And if some people are to be believed, it worked, because now the fact that this blood sheltered for a very specific reason was taken in, now this thing known as the Malkavian Madness Network kind of started, which is a psychic link between everybody of the Malkavian bloodline, so they can psychically be in contact with each other. This isn't like a cell phone, you can't like call up your buddy the next city over. This is used for mainly, if you're strong enough, you can channel a large enough burst to call a bunch of Malkavians, either in your general city, or if you're really strong, all over the world. Or it can kind of be used as a warning, as I will hopefully make a video on it later when it comes to some funnier, lower clans and bloodlines and all that. But there is actually an entity that lives in the Madness Network in kind of a Freddy Krueger style deal that will come at you in the network and then come into real life and kill you. And so then everyone on the network hears the horrified screaming of the person being murdered by this entity, and every Malkavian goes into hiding. But Malkavian Madness Network also is another aspect of their premonitions, since a lot of times they can just get the raw mental garbage of other Malkavians, which can be legitimate information on a skill they may or may not know about, or random gibberish from a crazy guy. You get a bit of both. This Madness Network, what actually is it? I personally believe in the theory that the Malkavian Madness Network is Malkav. His brain spread across every vampire of Clan Malkavian. And there's some evidence for this, mainly in the game Bloodlines. If you watch my Caine video, you'll see this. In Bloodlines, at the end of the game, if you're playing as Malkavian, you talk to Caine. He's the cab driver in the game the whole time. And a main thing when you're talking to Caine is the Malkavian business that starts up in this cab is your character starts incoherently screaming in terror because all the antediluvians are horrified of Caine, since Caine wants to kill all of them. So Yeah, that's like the only real explanation for that. I prefer this. I think it's a really cool version of his death. I think it's a much better and more interesting, I guess, event when it comes to Malkav. Keep him interesting, keep him unique, because that's the clan Malkavian way. That, it also builds a really interesting mentality when it comes to Sabbat. The Sabbat Malkavians, since they'd want Caine to wake up, they didn't really want these antediluvians to be powerful enough. Their method of dealing with this and waging war against the Camarilla is by making as many Malkavians as they can willy-nilly, because they believe the more Malkavians that exist, the more that Malkav's mind has to be spread to the point where eventually it will be useless, and he is basically inert, which I think is a very cool concept. That is a dope method of warfare, Jesus. And also your powers when it comes to Malkavians, where you'll have your obvious 3 disciplines that you'll have access to. In Vampire 5, you have Auspex, which is vampiric perception, sight, seeing the unseen and the things that are hidden. You also have Obfuscate, which is vampiric stealth, be it pure invisibility and like shadows, or hiding your own intentions and your identity. And Dominate, which is, mentally controlling somebody, forcing them to do certain things and controlling their mind. In older editions, they had a unique discipline. Instead of Dominate, they had Dementation, which is the ability to channel their madness into other people, either by forcing premonitions and insight in a person, or just making them snap, making them go insane. This is a power that is quite terrifying to every other vampire in the Camarilla, and Dementation has actually come both in and out of the lore, as in vampires have worked to get rid of the discipline, be it outside influences or Malkavians themselves, in an event known as the Great Prank, whereas their funny little prank, they did some weird blood magic and got rid of Dementation. But currently, Dementation's kind of back in the fact that it is now an amalgam power, and I have issues with how V5 does disciplines, but it's not for this. And then it just comes down to, what do Malkavians do in normal society? Like, what's their role in Vampire? Now, this is a difficult question due to the unpredictable and pretty weird nature of Malkavians. And the main deal is they are a Camarilla allied faction. In fact, they were one of the main founding factions when it comes to the Camarilla. Though, they don't really rise to like major prominence in the hierarchy. Mainly, like, there's very few, as in like a couple exceptions to this rule, not really been any Malkavian princes. Because it's really hard for a prince. Either you have a Malkavian who has zero wish or care for political gain, just does his own thing, and also the other version where it's like a Tom Bombadil-esque deal, where a guy rises up to power and then forgets and doesn't care, just goes skipping off into the woods somewhere. Like, your prince can just wander off, and that's not a good thing. However, instead, they kind of take on the role of a pretty powerful primogen in the Camarilla court, mainly being large advisors and soothsayers to princes, which these princes do value the Malkavians a lot, sometimes even using them as like bragging rights. I'm like, check out my dope-ass Malkavian. I can understand his prophecies a little better than yours. And yeah, it kind of just delves down to what sort of Malkavian do you want to play? What, I guess, mental disorder do you want to role play out in game? Hopefully with care and tact. Or at least, what kind of vibe do you want? There's a lot of methods you can take a Malkavian. I'm playing a Malkavian who's pretty openly embracing his, I guess, foresight abilities and his madness, in the fact that he just completely believes his delusions, like 100%, and acts like they're completely normal, which is very fun for the party. Or you can be a Malkavian who is very self-aware, since all this is very reported on and detailed in like actual game lore of ETM. They know all of this. They can gain this information about their disciplines and the madness and how all that works. So you could be a Malkavian running away from this. Do you shun the visions, or do you embrace them? Do you wish to cure yourself of the madness, or are you just kind of dealing with the lot you've been given? Or are you going full hog and spreading it with Dementation as much as you can? It's up to you, however your Malkavian suits society in the game you're in, and hopefully not in a way that breaches the Masquerade. But yeah, that's gonna wrap this up. If you like this, like, comment, subscribe, do that stuff, join membership, and see ya. Clan Ravnos is yet again another clan in Vampire the Masquerade that I have to put on my list of absolute favorites. Their entire vibe, their lore, the whole aspect of freedom, embracing your immortality, and rushing headfirst without a plan and looking stylish while doing it. I adore it. These are the type of characters I play whenever I go to tabletop, in my ongoing, perpetual goal to forever imitate the funny pizza man from Devil May Cry. I am a giant fan of Clan Ravnos, and as such, I'm gonna be like them and not really tiptoe around this intro thing. I'm just gonna get right to the point like they would. Though, there's one thing I need to mention when it comes to Clan Ravnos, and it's, they have a bit of a history when it comes to their development. So, as we all know, White Wolf and Roll to Darkness is a bit of an older game. It's been run for a while. And as such, sometimes they do some gross things, I'll put it that way. And the fact that the Ravnos are very clearly inspired by the Roma. And as such, when you base an entire clan off of a very specific minority group, some gross stuff can get in there in a couple ways. Mainly in gross stereotypes that are then perpetrated, like where they had a complete compulsion to commit crimes. That's a little gross, I'm not gonna lie. And the other aspect, I don't think I'm totally cool with the idea of publishing a rule book that sources an entire minority group as an entity of supernatural creatures. That feels a little weird, not gonna lie. But ever since in Vampire, I will say that the Ravnos are treated a lot better. They're better representation for what they are. So right now it's cool. I gotta say, you can complain all day about Vampire 5th edition. God knows I will. I have some problems with 5th edition. But on the other hand, there are some changes that are actually nice. And when it comes to not stereotyping an entire group of people, I'm pretty cool with that. But Clan Ravnos themselves, like done with the preamble, again, I adore them, and Clan Ravnos is known for many different things. They're known as drifters, nomads, tricksters, daredevil, the clan with the hottest canonical characters. Don't at me. But Clan Ravnos also has a thing I adore, much like the Malkavians, is the fact that if they are to be believed, their entire shit throws a massive wrench into all the vampire lore, and I adore that. Another issue with this is the fact that Clan Ravnos are a group of storytellers and tricksters. So a lot of times their word can't be completely trusted, not just saying that the entire clan are liars. In the fact that them being storytellers, a lot of times the core meaning of the story isn't the truth in it or like the actual events. They're not going for historicity. They're going for specifically like the morals and the lessons you can gain from it. So that's what takes priority here. And there are three possible interpretations and stories that are passed down around their specific antediluvian. This guy, who is also known by many different names, mainly Ravnos or Zapathura, which is a pretty dope name, not gonna lie. But I'm gonna quickly go through these three stories, not like I did in my ministry video. I'm gonna have to cut this down. There's a lot of things to talk about when it comes to Ravnos. So of these three stories, the first one we got is the one that he goes by Ravnos, and specifically his story is that he was traveling with a bunch of Romani people that were traveling outside of Enoch and just, going around. And specifically, it was actually a group who were hanging out with werewolves, as in Werewolf the Apocalypse werewolves. And like not everyone in there, including Ravnos, he wasn't a werewolf. In fact, he was just like a person descendant from the werewolves that was just allied with them. It's a whole thing. So one day in their travels, they came across a man who went by the name of Caine, but they spelled it different because their language was different. And when they met Caine, it was pretty obvious, like pretty open, that this dude was a vampire, as in the werewolves made on no uncertain terms. You can hang out with us, it's chill, but if you drink somebody, we're ripping you apart. And Caine was like, all right, sure. So we traveled along with him, until one day a pack of roving vampires murdered Ravnos' pops, who's the leader of their little group. So Ravnos, really sad about this, asked Caine if you could do something. Can you fix my dad? Can you give him eternal life? Caine's like, nah, that doesn't how it work, bud. Can't do that for you. So then Ravnos instead took the gift himself and was embraced by Caine, To where the werewolves were really, really pissed about this. They were not happy. They got both ran off immediately. And to where here Ravnos also became like Caine's favorite childer. And this is nuts because this is also saying that Ravnos is a second generation. That's wild, you know, that throws a wrench into things. But his life would soon come to its final end later as he started hanging out with the primogenitor of the Gangrel, who for you, those of you who know VTM lore, she is not to be trusted. Not at all. They started a thing, they started fucking, because they both were outcasts from their society until she decided that she was gonna make a power play. And she sacrificed Ravnos to the leaders of the second city, who were not really happy with Ravnos and the fact that he kept committing all these like little crimes and stealing people from the city to turn into vampires of his clan. And so Caine was mighty pissed, and so he gave her the curse that was become the Gangrel curse. And yeah, he dies there in that story, which is wild. And then next is the story of Zapathura, which is completely different. So this is all in the method of grand poetry, like Indian grand poetry. In this tale, the gods created these beings to protect humanity and all the mortals, to which they got corrupted by demons and started just eating people. They got a lot of fun out of it. The gods were mighty pissed, cursed them, and then decided, well, let's restart, and created a new being. It's kind of like the old ones they had, the old monsters, except they tamed them a bit by giving them specifically 3 curses. This should be sounding a little familiar. And this first entity was Zapathura, who was, the first vampire. Another story where the primogenitor of the clan was also the first. To where he then made a bunch of childer, and they went around killing all of those old protectors that turned evil. To where a giant war happened, and then it kind of ended with Zapathura going into torpor and the rest of his clan fucking off and just like abandoning him at the last moment, just save some other guy. So that one's pretty weird. And then the third story is a story of the twins, specifically Inoya and Shurka. Shurka being, well, another name I guess for Ravnos. In this story, they are twins, vampires still. And like twins, they're bickering all the time. It's angry siblings. So one day it starts turning a little violent. So they decide, you know what, let's build an army. Both of us, we build our own individual army and we kill each other. End this right now. Inoya going more brute force, getting the strongest soldiers, and Shurka getting the cleverest warriors. To where they fought, long story short, shenanigans were had and Shurka won, sending Inoya out of India to go to the west, meet with the other Cainites, and that's how Gangrel joined the main clans, and Ravnos stayed pretty isolated in India. Which I gotta say, this isn't even me just speedrunning through like this story. There actually isn't much details about Ravnos or Shurka in this story. In fact, this kind of feels more like an origin point of why the Gangrel weren't in India. Like, I don't know, it feels more Gangrel focused, not gonna lie. And main question, which one of these stories is real? I don't know, it doesn't matter. That's not really the point. Again, it's not Ravnos' whole thing. The point is the story and what they mean. There's probably kernels of truth in each of these, which is, I don't know. I think it's a cool method. It's the thing I unironically adore about Worlds of Darkness and Vampire, is the fact that these stories change so wildly based on, I guess, the cultural traditions of who's telling it. Everyone has their different methods and reasons and motives for telling the stories they are. The main point is that the Antediluvian is kind of gone. He's just not here anymore. Just kidding, I lied. He came back. So this is a thing known as the Week of Nightmares, where the Antediluvian to Clan Ravnos came back. And it was bad. It was really bad. I know the majority of my audience is 40K. And so the best way I can put this in an analogy that's easy to understand, and I think is mostly accurate, is picture, just in your mind, in current day India, Demon Primarch Angeron crashes down and then just goes to town. I genuinely think there's some similar power scaling when it comes to that. And the Week of Nightmares is an absolutely goofy event that I'm gonna skip over for this video because literally next week I am posting a video on the Week of Nightmares. It is goofy, there's a lot of things going on, and I need to yell about it. It's really fun. The main cut and short of it, Ravnos woke up in India, in his homeland, and he started calling for his clan, sending out psychic beacons, which also connected to anybody that was even loosely associated with the supernatural. Everybody with those ties to the other worlds started having prophetic dreams of Ravnos rampaging, or I guess Zapathura, as he was known throughout this entire event. To which, Clan Ravnos gathered around him and started rolling out. They went on a rampage, to where then the Quasian, who, there's a lot to talk about them here, there's a lot more lore. The most reductive point I can say is that they're Asian vampires. There isn't that much disconnecting them from normal vampires than that, again, being reductive here. Where they started fighting Ravnos to stop him. And this didn't go unnoticed as the mages got involved, who then decided the best way to fix this is to use giant space mirrors to shoot the sun at him, but they had a shield, so it took a bit, to where they set off spirit nukes. Whatever those are, I'll be real, they don't explain what that means. Anyone that was around there fighting, dead. And then eventually the sun rays worked and he died, sending out a giant reverberation throughout his bloodline, sending every single member of Clan Ravnos into a blood frenzy, where they just started gorging themselves on the blood of Zapathura that was laying on the ground, that was still sentient, by the way. It was wriggling around like worms, wild, or just anyone nearby. So then the majority of Clan Ravnos got killed, mainly just being put down in the aftermath by some of the other supernatural powers needing to get rid of this. So yeah, this is a long way of saying that Clan Ravnos is in a pretty sorry state right now, in the fact that there aren't very many of them, because a lot of them died. And it isn't just the low numbers that they have to thank for the weakened nightmares. In fact, their current Clan Bane is directly a result of this. So, like I said, their original Clan Bane, a little gross. This got revised later in Vampire 20th to be, basically, they have a compulsion act for basically anything. They just have a compulsion they have to act out, which mainly, it was very clear pointing out, can also be beneficial. So you can play a kleptomaniac, you could also play someone who is obsessed with helping the needy and the poor. So I guess that's a little something. But the new one they got, if a member of Clan Ravnos ever sleeps in the same spot twice in a row, they have a chance of the sun rays that killed their antediluvian to come out of their blood and make them explode. Certainly a way to force the nomadic lifestyle, I guess. And then their compulsion is also pretty cool. Their compulsion is that they act recklessly and they dive headfirst into something. Act first, think later, profoundly based. I love it. And I think that's the method of Clan Ravnos that I think is the coolest. It's the part of, throughout all of their culture and their personalities, Clan Ravnos believes in living freely and enjoying what you have. Honestly, the vibe I really get from them is the idea of, you're immortal. You gotta live all this time, why not enjoy it? Even one of the better interpretations of the older Bane, like Vampire 20th, not the old Bane, is the fact that they even openly embrace their vices that they partake in. Their obsessions and their compulsions isn't a negative thing, it's just a thing they enjoy doing. So this pure openness to be themselves, I think is really cool. And the idea too of, if I was like an immortal being in some way, I would want to keep that mentality of actually enjoying life. Oh, and okay, last thing, because there literally wasn't a good place to put this in my script. Disciplines, like really quick. They completely changed it in V5. Before that, we have animalism, so you can like hang out with animals. Fortitude, so you can be like vampirically impossible to kill, and then chemistry. So they're cool, unique discipline that would later be absolutely gutted in V5, but it's illusions. Then in V5, they get animalism again, obfuscate for stealth, and presence, so they like mesmerize you in your presence. Why can't you play with any of the toys I buy her with that same amount of like vigor? But yeah, that's it. Bye. Have fun. Do you know what's important in any tabletop game? Wizards. Now, personally, I would consider myself not a big fan of wizards, as I'm not a turbo nerd. Well, I would say that normally, except the fact that I like wizards and shit like Pathfinder. In reality, mages are cool, just if they're not in Dungeons and Dragons, because you know, I like good games. But anyways, that's where we get things like Clan Tremere, because even if you're playing a game with vampires, you gotta have wizards. Just because we're in Vampire, they're goth. We have immensely goth wizards who study their spell tomes with a nice vintage blood chalice. And also, if you don't like the niche of vampire wizards with blood magic, maybe you want a little, I don't know, vampire Scientology? They all operate in a vampire multi-level marketing scheme. A bit weirder of a vampire niche if you want to fill it, but that's Clan Tremere, which is also, if I'm going to be completely honest, one of my absolute favorite clans in this game. I adore them. Thank you to my channel members for making these videos possible, and a special shout out to Christian Voorhees for subscribing at the highest level. This level of support truly helps the channel, so this is greatly appreciated. Now, one thing you might have noticed if you've watched my other vampire clan videos is when I'm talking about like the old ass ancient vampire civilizations, I'm talking like the first and second cities, the time of Caine and before the biblical flood. I don't mention Clan Tremere very much. That's for a very good reason, as Clan Tremere is a very recent addition to, the whole clan system and vampire culture. That's because I'm talking they were a thing in like the year 1000 CE. They are new because they kind of forced themselves into this goofy old thing called vampirism. Originally, Clan Tremere were wizards. I mean, like mages of the game Mage the Ascension. They were part of the Order of Hermes, and they decided to start experimenting with some other avenues of the supernatural when their methods of immortality weren't working anymore. They had these methods to make immortality potions, and they were like, damn, they ain't hitting right. They're just not working. They started investigating. Specifically, a man with the most evil sounding name, Goratrix, decided to start really digging. How did he do this? Well, it's simple. Kidnap a bunch of the Tzimisce vampires, the ones who think torturing is a perfectly good pastime, and torture them back and start investigating ways of immortality. Of course, he did this in secret and eventually came up with a pretty cool ritual. Their magic isn't working, and he found, finally, a way to undo all this and give them eternal life. So he set up a ritual between him and his 6 other friends. Very notably, the leader of their house, the man himself, Tremere, took part in this ritual, where they took this vampire of Clan Tzimisce and basically all forced themselves to become embraced and became vampires. Now, Goratrix thought this would be a pretty good deal, as he thought he could become a vampire with his buddies with 0 downsides. As we know, that's stupid. That's not how this works at all. He had all the downsides of vampirism, including the fact that his avatar, a very important thing for Mage the Ascension, I will get to it later. I'll talk about that later. I'll put in a pin in that. His avatar disconnected. All of their avatars gone. They're not mages anymore. They're just vampires. He also didn't tell the other guys about this. He didn't tell them they were going to become vampires, because that's the smart thing to do. Tremere is the only reason that Goratrix didn't get murdered by the other dudes that day. It's also up in the air if he even told Tremere this was the plot. I don't know, man. This dude seems like a fucking loose cannon. But they had to make their bed now. They were vampires, and also they had the Tzimisce on their back, who really didn't like what they were doing. They also had the wizards on their back, because now a chunk of the Order of Hermes saw that, wow, these dudes turned into vampires. Fuck them, let's go kill them. Obviously, they're in a pretty rough boat. They entered the world of vampires with 0 understanding of what the vampire world was like. So, what is a man to do? Difficult situations. Well, Tremere, the head of the house, started reading about this goofy old thing known as diablerie. Simply, works like this. You have your blood generation, you drink a vampire of a higher generation, you kind of take their spot. And, more potent your blood, the stronger you are, the higher you get up to Caine. Easy money. So he keeps hearing all these stories of the antediluvians. Well, obviously he wants to get that cool. But, where are the antediluvians at? It's the year 1000 CE. Where are they at? They're all like gone in the flood, so he tracks them down. Here's the question. You're perfectly logical, smart mages that you are. So you need to track down an antediluvian. So what do? And you're also a bunch of mages that no one trusts. No one likes you. You're a bunch of newcomers. You're usurpers. You're a bunch of weird warlocks that everyone doesn't trust because you just kind of forced yourself into the scene. You're a bunch of posers. So obviously, you go find the antediluvian that literally everybody likes. Saulot. the antediluvian for the Salubri. Maybe. There's actually conflicting sources on whether or not the whole thing of Saulot being adored and a decent dude is true or vampire propaganda, or we'll see. It's really complicated and a really interesting question though. Cover at some point. But Tremere tracked down the tomb of the sleeping Saulot and drank him. Whether or not Saulot was actually willing for this is another interesting question that I'll cover when I eventually talk about Saulot, because again, there's a lot more details on this than I thought there were. But Tremere drank him. It's like, damn, blood hit different. I'm gonna take a nap, and went to torpor immediately. This left Clan Tremere in a really weird state. Tremere is in torpor. He's in basically a coma. Their leader is gone. They have their pyramid structure. Another thing I'm gonna put a pin into, I will talk at later. This is very important when it comes to the Tremere. The other dudes I talked about, like those 6 other guys, they form what is known as like the pyramid structure. They're leading in his stead, as like Tremere's at the top and it all descends downward, as like a pyramid does, you know. The whole drinking of Saulot, pretty big deal, obviously. No one's happy about this. Specifically, his clan, the Salubri. They're pissed as they start talking about the Tremere, a bunch of Diablerists and a bunch of murderers, and we can't trust them. Well, simply put, the Tremere had enough people in the right positions. They were court mages, they were advisors, just a couple people. They were still a new clan, not fully trusted, but you have a few clever people in the right ear. And then simply all they had to do was just say, nuh-uh, and I know you are, but what am I? I wish I was kidding. They roughly said that. They just flipped it on the Salubris and said, nah, you guys did it. And then the other vampires were like, damn, good point, Tremeres. And which is what leads to the Salubri being hunted down and like basically all wiped out. There's like a handful left. It is also what leads to Clan Tremere now having decent amount of power, as eventually they would rise up to become a very, very notable clan when it came to the Convention of Thorns with the formation of the Camarilla. As when it comes to like the top dogs in the Camarilla is the Toreador, the Ventrue, and the Tremere. It is those 3. However, on the other hand, the Tremere are like banned a lot. They're all the time banned from big cities. Like a pretty prominent example is Seattle. A city I like hail from, kinda. The one part of Vampire Bloodlines that I'm excited about is the fact it's in Seattle. But like, they only recently got access to Seattle because Alec Cross said they could come back. But like, yeah, they just get banned all the time because no one fucking likes them, still. And the only reason they were even like acknowledged during the Convention of Thorns is because all those shitheads who did the ritual back in the day are dead, or like close enough to it and like not present anymore that doesn't even matter. So like, because they're not around, the people don't care what they're getting up to, so like whatever. Like the Tremere are fine. Now let's talk about those disciplines that Clan Tremere gets. Now let's knock the 2 really easy basic ones off, the less interesting bits. So you are gonna get Auspex, which is, supernatural perception, which mainly you're gonna be using this to like see the unseen, and then Dominate, so you can supernaturally take people's minds over and make them do whatever you want. Now the interesting bit, blood magic, thaumaturgy, and anything that's not Vampire 5th edition, and blood sorcery in V5. Remember what I talked about when it came to the avatars and the fact that they are mages from Mage the Ascension? So I gotta touch on that briefly. So like, understandably, what is the difference? Like, they have magic still, but they also have the same kind of magic as like the Banu Haqim, who also use like thaumaturgy, just they have different spells basically. Okay, so the idea of like an avatar, the thing we got cut off from. In Mage, reality is fake and your avatar is a thing that is basically your access to your power. Once you awaken to the idea that like reality's fake, your avatar is literally a separate personality, but also a portion of your soul. It's like its own driving force in your life that pushes you to ascension. And another way of putting it, I guess, is in Mage, you have like true magic, which is basically reality bending. You can just do whatever you want. The magic in that game is kind of just the word yes. But on the other hand, you also accrue something called paradox. You do something that reality doesn't like, you can throw fireballs, but if people see you do it, you're like, people can't do that. That ain't real. So reality sends spirits that try to correct it as like reality police, paradox. It's interesting, it's weird. Now, much to the annoyance of mages, things like vampires don't have to worry about that. But, you know, blood magic isn't as powerful. Now, that's not to say blood sorcery isn't scary. They can do some cool stuff. You know, some example powers is things like drink you from far away. Or if they really want to, with a little bit of prep, they can just boil your blood. Just start boiling it. And even the Banu Haqim magic is pretty scary. And then also if you go into anything that isn't V5, you get some absolutely goofy powers, as there's so many paths you can go down and like get increased spells. And now your compulsion and bane. So, all right, real quick, your compulsion. Perfectionism. You're a wizard. Of course you're gonna be a weird little perfectionist. This is fitting for Tremere. This is just how it be. Now your bane. This is where it gets, okay. So, you know that thing I was talking about when it comes to the pyramid? I'm gonna talk about it here. So the pyramid is literally a pyramid scheme, starting at the top where you get, you know, Tremere and going all the way down. How it's set up is you got chantries in each domain. You serve up to the regent. Regent is the highest dude at the peak inside of the domain, serving underneath it in all its own little tiers. Now you might start as a new neophyte joining in the city. You live inside the chantry. Every single one of the Tremere live inside this place. Now, it's all sorted in these little mini tiers with their own little like subgroups with all their own little weird magic names, all with pretentious ass like wizard shit, all with backstabby politics inside of it, playing the game to try to get the slightest bit of promotion, doing whatever they can for like the person right above them so they can ascend up a tier, get a little more powerful. As that's literally the game. You are ascending in Scientology, but vampire Scientology, as you go up the corporate step ladder. That's the Tremere way. But oh no, it gets worse, because what holds the pyramid together? The blood bond. Now, the blood bond, if you're a vampire and you drink another vampire's blood, you are physically and supernaturally indebted to them as like a thrall. So like, say you're blood bonded to somebody and they order you to do something, you have to do it. You are actually compelled, and you have to physically compel yourself, spending like willpower to not. It is hard. It is also, if you're blood bonded, difficult to even leave the fucking city that the person you're blood bonded to lives in. Now, originally, their bane was that you would start blood bonded, and it was easier to get blood bonded because of your internal system. This was originally this case until 2008 happened, because in Vienna, where the main chantry was with all those like big top dog members of the pyramid, the Second Inquisition came and killed them. When they murdered, the pyramid collapsed because all those blood bonds came absolutely tumbling down, and the pyramid collapsed to where the current bane is that Clan Tremere cannot blood bind at all. It is shut off from them, which is pretty bad, because what do you do when you have a horrifically authoritarian organizational structure with the method of using your organization shut off from you? It's pretty bad. It's pretty rough. By the way, all this is kept secret, so they don't want to talk about it to the other clans, because how do you open this discussion? It's pretty rough. But yeah, this is that's Clan Tremere in a nutshell. There's more little details hidden about. There's more to talk about. I didn't even get into like the gargoyles and the other random tidbits, but they're great. There's a lot more to like love about them. Like I said, they're one of my favorites. But yeah, that's gonna wrap it up. If you like this, like, comment, subscribe, join my membership, and see ya. When you first think of a vampire, what's the first thing that pops into your head? Is it bats, crosses, blood-sucking predators who stalk the street at night? Or it might be the rare few of you out there that think of the vampire's mortal enemy, the werewolf. And there might even be the rarer few of you who first heard of this game, Vampire the Masquerade, and wanted, man, this game seems kind of cool, but what if I could play as the werewolf itself? and then were promptly disappointed that there were no werewolves in Vampire. Well, there are werewolves, actually, in World of Darkness, but, you know, it's besides the point. Not really wolves that infect people with the bite, more like nature spirits created by Earth itself to fight pollution. It's a whole thing. It's pretty fun. You want to play as an eco-terrorist? Go play Werewolf the Apocalypse. If you want to try to teeter that line and get a little close to it, that's where we get to talk about Clan Gangrel, who are the more bestial vampires, and the vampires that break the mold, which is what makes them very interesting, and a clan that I would also argue is one of the more popular, which is also the reason they are probably the most requested clan I have had. Honestly, a lot of people have asked me to make this video. They're also the first clan I can say, very promptly, they're not my favorite, though they do have my favorite character in Vampire the Masquerade. So that's something. But first and foremost, before I get into everything here, I do want to give an embarrassingly late shout out to Sky Bradley and Henry Langdon over on Storyteller's Vault, because they actually sent me a free copy of their third-party clan book Gangrel PDF. Like, it's very good. It's very well done. If you want more content for Gangrel, which, to be completely honest, they've not been treated the greatest for reasons I'm going to go into in this. Their lore isn't super well detailed, and if you just want more toys to play with inside of your chronicle, honestly, this is the book for you. You got some new disciplines, bloodlines, lore sheets, whole lot of fun goodies here. A personal favorite is the thing that's seen you. I really do like this thing. It's absolutely fantastic. I love the vibe. This isn't like sponsored or anything, by the way. I just read through this thing and I enjoyed it and thought, like, this doesn't break anything. I think you could actually add this to your chronicle just as flavor and extra additions for fun. So I do recommend picking it up. Thank you to all my channel members for making these videos possible. But Clan Gangrel themselves. Now, the main thing that really sets them apart as a clan is the fact that they, unlike every other kindred in Modern Knights, and I guess throughout all their history, are way more comfortable in the more rural, outside environments, away from civilization and away from the bustling city. Now, this is very, very different for one key reason. The natural habitat and the natural stalking ground of a vampire is the city where humans are, because that's what they hunt. That's their main prey. Gangrel is more in tune with nature. This is something that a lot of the other kindred find deeply weird, find them uncouth in their culture, which their culture is also a little violent, to put it very lightly, as Gangrel, when they come across each other, do like to tussle. They like to not put things in words. They start throwing blows just to put things into perspective. You meet a guy, the best way you can learn about him is a good old shonen anime shit where you fight and then become best friends afterwards. That's the method they do. Gangrel is the clan that, if you want to be more in tune with the wild side, and specifically animals, shape-shifting. If you want to become a vampire that turns into like a wolf and shapeshifts into like bats and stuff, this is the actual thing to play. But Clan Gangrel is actually one of the founding clans that got their start in the first city, which is where we can start the actual story of Clan Gangrel, where they got their start from the antediluvian, Anoia. And I'm gonna be completely honest, she sucks, completely. Not a great person from the stories I've seen, but that's kind of the bar set for every single named vampire character. But there's another extra layer on top of this. She's super complicated because there are, just going through like the main wiki page and the books and everything, there are like 5 main stories of her backstory. Because for one key reason when it comes to Gangrel, they just don't really care about their origin. So I'm gonna have to very quickly go through the 5 possible origins for Anoia. So of these 5 possible stories, the first one is referred to as the story of the Beast. Now, the Beast was Anoia, was raised by wolves and abandoned as a child. Now, it's really important because I'm talking about vampires. When I say child, I mean child without the E, because it's very integral. Now, she was raised by wolves, very, very bestial, and all of that. You know, being raised by wolves does that. At some point, she did actually get to the first city and then become a vampire. But then she was betrayed by the clan Ravnos, antediluvian, which something that they would dispute. I'll get into that later because there's a lot of baggage when it comes to clan Ravnos, like a whole lot. If you want extra context for this, go watch my clan Ravnos video. This is another complicated part because there are some parts that say this happened before, some parts that say that happened after. Either way, there's parts of this tale that says that Anoia took a mate from her wolf pack. Gross. And this is where the first werewolves got their start, because she had kids, they were wolf people, and now werewolves are a thing. We frankly know this is not true. This is completely untrue. Also, this is sourced from Nodus text. This is like a vampire Bible. I don't know where they got this shit from. And then I guess also in some retellings, Anoia is either male or female, depending on the telling. Clan Toreador refers to Anoia as a man, who then goes to Sunmer, to then found Clan Gangrel. We go to the second story, the Tiger Queen, which Anoia and Ravana, the antediluvian for Clan Ravnos, where instead they go westward to Central Asia. This is where we get more of their sibling rivalry. She set up in Sunmer, but they had a sibling falling out and really tried to kill each other. They had a big clan war. But the problem is, Ravnos, they were a bit more cunning, quicker, smarter, and got the victory over them. Because Gangrel, very, very strong, but they do just kind of run forward and try to go a little brute strength with it. Even worse, by some accounts, Ravana called down some form of holy devastation from the sky, whatever that means. They didn't go into detail. Forced Anoia to leave Central Asia and go off somewhere else. The third tale is the tale of the twin gods, where it echoes some of the stuff I talked about, again, in my Clan Ravnos and my Week of Nightmares video, where again, Ravana, also known as Churka in this video, were fighting. However, it builds a little differently on the whole unholy devastation part, where now the Kuei Jin are involved in the fighting. Though I guess, you know what, we should move away from these retellings. Let's just mix it up. The Tale of the Einhar, where instead we get to go to Scandinavia, because in this telling, the Gangrel got their start up north, where in this version, the first vampire was not Caine or anything like that. Instead, the first vampire was a man known as Knarl, who was cursed by Odin himself, a warrior who, in dying, instead of going off to Valhalla, was cursed by Odin to fight with him on the day of Ragnarok. Now, the method of this is different depending on who you talk to, but this does explain the fact that Gangrel actually have a really, really large northern presence, a very, very strong German presence, and very strong Nordic presence. Now, also the method of this, like I said, the method of him becoming a vampire is very interesting, because one of them actually is Odin stabbing his hand with a spear and then force-feeding Knarl like the blood, this divine essence, which honestly, as much as this is just untrue because we know Caine is actually the first vampire, there is a version of this where that could have been Caine. Like, because Caine did fully fuck off from the first city and just travel around the world. That could have been him. But there was like a whole thing, because they did fully use like a lot of mythology from around the world. And there is also a very prominent vampire that was in Scandinavia that took the name Odin the Allfather. And he's currently still kicking up there, just in Torpor. Like, fun fact, it's very cool. Then lastly, this last one, the Tale of the Traitor, where this is told where Anoia, it was made alongside Zapasathura, again, Ravnos, by the gods. This is very like Indian epic poem. She rebelled once she learned of the origin and was cursed to live among all the beasts. And she was then also cursed to find no safe haven. The very typical vampire curse, and the same curse that Caine was given by the angels of God. It's also noted that the Gangrel were also cursed because they started a feud against Ravnos, like the clan, because Clan Ravnos was really loved by the gods themselves, because they showed strength and resolve, and they felt full purposefulness. And meanwhile, Clan Gangrel was stinky and cringe and stupid. And if I'm not making this very clear, it really feels like this telling is very, very Ravnos coded, and really, really like, fuck you, Gangrel, we hate you. It's like the literary equivalent of I've depicted you as the soy Wojak. But throughout all this, there's a lot of through lines that I'm certain you could have already seen. Anoia is someone who is not treated the best, but also doesn't deserve to be treated the greatest. There's an element of the story in Ravnos' tale where Ravnos saw Anoia be exiled from the first city. There are two versions of the specific tale of Anoia being exiled. Either Ravnos was responsible for the exiling and he betrayed her trust, or, according to Clan Ravnos, he saw Anoia be exiled, he took pity on her, and then took her in, she betrayed him, and left him out to die. So there are two versions of that. It really depends who you trust. And throughout all that too, it's a lot of other elements where Clan Gangrel is scattered and sets up in some main key areas. Scandinavia, Sunmer, outside of the first city. Went out into the wildlands, living among the beasts, all those elements are there. Because that is where Clan Gangrel really likes to be. Also, separate from the other clans, not as treated, not as in a strong position. Because that's really where they were, not in a favorable political position. In the wildlands, taking part, working around the ideas of pagan religions, where civilization would prosper and the other vampires would take advantage of politics and using human civilization to their advantage. All the Gangrels would be more in the woods, in the outskirts of civilization, living their lives. A little upset at the development as the woods kind of shrunk on their territory. But one of the reasons a lot of the stories are so scattered is largely for one key reason, and it's the fact that Clan Gangrel promptly does not care about their own myth and their own story. A lot of those stories and tales I told you promptly were not written down and told and studied by Clan Gangrel. Other people did that. Like the first one, that was like Toreador, some of the others by Tremere, by Ravnos, that was not by them. They don't care to write it down. I doubt a lot of them can read. That's slander, and I'm sorry. Because Clan Gangrel lives a lot in the moment. They care about the day-to-day, and they care about strength, and they care about survival. Because honestly, that's what matters. It's that element I really do respect. But they would carry on their way of life, even as the forests and their landscape would shrink, taking advantage of, like I said, those pagan religions and superstitious humans, because they would interact with politics in the way of almost a lot of the characters would supplant in as some form of supernatural entity that people would revere and be scared of, and be treated of like gods almost, like that Odin guy was mentioning, to where people would give themselves to be drank from, or other forms of this. That's kind of how they would interact. And this would become a lot harder to work with as humanity and history went on, especially around the Renaissance times. A really interesting point, if you like the development of Vampire timeline, is the Dark Ages timeline. That point, just go read the source book around then. Even though they were separate, they also were there at the Convention of Thorns and did help create the Camarilla. They were involved. This wouldn't last super long. They helped make the Camarilla. They were involved. They were a Camarilla-aligned faction. However, they then would eventually leave in 1999 2000. This is for a decent amount of reasons. There's a mix. I found multiple reasons. One of the key ones is because of a dude named Xavier, who pulled the clan out for reasons I saw debated online for being stupid. I haven't read the clan novels, so I can't judge on how smart of a decision it is, but he fought an antediluvian, was like, yo, shit, guys, antediluvians, they're real. Went to the Camarilla, and they were like, the antediluvians aren't real. And he's like, dog, I saw one. And they're like, it's not real, dude. Sorry. Which, I mean, it's the Camarilla's official position that the antediluvians aren't real, because if they admit that, then their government is fake, and they would have to admit that. So, you know, it's a whole thing. So nowadays, Clan Gangrel is actually with the Anarch movement. They're an Anarch-aligned clan. Though the most important thing about Clan Gangrel, part a lot of people care about, what vampire powers are you going to play with here? When it comes to your disciplines, you have access to animalism, which is your control and influence of animals. This allows you to do things like talk to animals or bond with an animal to where they can become your familiar. You also have fortitude, which is vampiric toughness. Methods to make yourself tougher and get around your own weaknesses. But the main driving force when it comes to Gangrel, the real important one, is Protean. Protean is the ability to shapeshift yourself and take on traits of, mainly for them, animal traits. This is the stuff that lets you grow a big beast claw, grow a maw of animal teeth instead of just your two dinky little vampire fangs. Really shapeshift. And then we have your clan Bane and Compulsion, which has actually gone through a change. Not even just through like the edition change, but just it actually had to get patched early on because it was a little rough. The clan Bane itself used to be a lot worse. So specifically, it's very important to mention, Clan Gangrel is very in tune with their beast. The beast itself is the vampiric predator that is inside every kindred. The thing that constantly is pushing for you to go deeper and go farther and become like the true predator, the monster that you are. Often referred to as almost like a demonic force inside of you. And the Bane and the Compulsion is it acting out in some way. The Gangrel Bane is whenever you frenzy, you will take on an animalistic trait of some form. Now, this lasts a single night. This can be any form of trait. Either you gain thicker fur, like your hair turns very thick like a pelt. Your teeth becomes different. You get like cat or dog eyes. I don't know, your ears become pointy, something like that. This used to be permanent. It then changed a couple editions into like the old game to be a nightly thing. Then when you woke up, it would be gone. Mainly because it's honestly not very difficult to frenzy and like break early on. So you'd come up to the table with your first character, you're like level 1, and your character would frenzy, and or at least just break and do something vampiric. And boom, your character's just been altered completely, like right away. And that's not cool, like to do to your table. Like it's not fun, because now your character identity is kind of borked. So it's a good change. And then your clan Compulsion is really just return to monkey a little bit, where you become a lot more bestial. Speech is harder. You want to revert a lot more to animal instinct, because why talk when you could just smack someone real hard? It just makes a lot more sense. Just those animalistic nature instincts instead want to take over. And then lastly, it's very quick. I'm not going to go very much in detail because I normally don't, but I would just be sad if I didn't make a tiny little reference. There are a couple of Gangrel bloodlines that I think are really, really cool. The two main ones I want to mention are the Aramens, who are essentially Gangrel Valkyries. It is an all-woman bloodline, Scandinavian, who are literally just full-on Valkyries, and they are sick. They, instead of like animalism, they have spiritus, and they commune with spirits. It's very, very cool. And the other one I want to mention is Mariners, because this one is great. I really love the through line of this because it makes so much fucking sense. Now, you're a vampire. You don't need a lot of your biological functions anymore because you are a corpse. One of them is you actually don't need to breathe anymore. Like your lungs don't do anything. You don't need to breathe. So there's nothing stopping you from living underwater. A chunk of Clan Gangrel realized this and then also realized that they can shapeshift into animals. So they're like, what if we became fish people, lived underwater? The sun's not a problem because if we're deep enough, the sun doesn't matter. So we can kind of just do whatever the fuck we want. And then we can just pop out as fish monsters and eat people and no one will know we're vampires. And they're fucking geniuses. That is the smartest fucking thing I've ever heard. So every time there is a attributed sea monster attack, it is a Mariner Gangrel. Fucking giga-brained. I love them. And yeah, that is honestly Clan Gangrel. They're fun. They're not exactly my cup of tea. The only one that I will say is fucking Beckett from Vampire Bloodlines. I love this man. Truly, deeply, he's the greatest ever. So he's like the best, and he carries the clan in my eyes. But other than that, yeah, they're fun. But yeah, if you like this, I don't know, like, comment, subscribe, do that stuff. join membership, and see ya. Clan Lasombra, a clan that has it all. Dark magic, spooky vibe, evil intentions, boats, what's not to love? And finally, if you've watched a bunch of my clan videos, this is the last clan that I will start by saying it is one of my favorites. Something I say often, but it's because most of my videos are on the things I really love and enjoy. My favorite clans being Malkavian, Lasombra, Banu, Haqim, Ravnos, and Tremere in that order. Granted, the difference between a lot of them is very slim. It's just what flavor of S tier do I enjoy. Lasombra is just genuinely cool for two main reasons. They are very spooky and have some very dark, interesting powers, and they're delightfully evil bastards. Oh my god, a lot of them, ridiculous. So they're going to be fun to talk about. A special thank you to all my channel members who made all these videos possible, and a huge shout out to Robbie Beckmeyer for supporting at the highest level. This increased level of support is greatly appreciated. Clan Lasombra is a very secretive clan, and there's not a major amount of details on their history, other than the fact that right now Lasombra is known as a Sabbat-aligned vampire clan. Mainly, the best way to view this is Lasombra is basically the Ventrue of the Sabbat. Their main vibe is very dark, evil things, and also being assholes. They are incredibly arrogant assholes and believe that they should be on top of anything. They're very dominant in all things they do. But the part that I find really, really funny is how really simple and kind of shrouded their history is, because they were there in Enoch way back in the day, but they don't really get a lot of headlights. It's fitting. It's very fitting that that is the method, largely because their antediluvian is just so simple. He's just so easy to talk about, unlike, Set, Ravnos, every other antediluvian, to be honest, because he only has one origin story. His name is also a pretty major thing, because Lasombra may or may not be his real name, mainly because this is a Roman name they gave him way later, just anglicizing his actual name. The other names that we have is Lasombra, Proto-Indo-European name meaning profiting from knowledge. He's also known to other people as Laza Amri Baras, meaning god of the river of darkness. Or sometimes he's known as Lucian, which that one is very, very spotty. It's referring to him, but that's definitely not his name, or it's referring to a completely different guy. It is important to say, a lot of this isn't addition change fuckery, which is the source of many, many things in this game. This is actually intentional from what it seems. The point is that we're not really meant to care where he comes from, which the best way to touch on that is literally just his origin and how he got turned into a vampire. Sit down and settle in for my very expansive, long-winded tale. One day, a cringe loser got turned into a vampire. That's literally it. I'm not kidding, by the way. That is literally how it's referred to in Lasombra text. If I'm going to directly quote a Clan Lasombra historian, it is, perhaps he was a man of power. I suspect, rather, he was a pathetic failure embraced for a trivial reason. That's how they view him, which I don't disbelieve this. This is a very simple tale, and something I imagine that probably happened often, except Lasombra was one of the few that actually raised himself into power and some sort of prominence. I don't imagine a lot of the vampires that were way back in the day were exercising much constraint. They didn't have a reason to, just thought it'd be funny if they embraced him. We actually don't even know who embraced him. A lot of it's just mysterious. All we really know is that he was there in Enoch. He took part in that revolution that killed all the second generation vampires. It's assumed, as Clan Ventrue kind of says, their main rivals in this world, they say that it's because a Ventrue was on top of the pecking order, therefore Lasombra took part in killing all the other second generation kindred, because they were really upset at there being a Ventrue in charge. What is Clan Lasombra's response? Leaving them unread. They don't care. As well, the only other thing about Lasombra that's known at this period is that he was really, really into the underworld and the powers one can attain by using it. That fascination would have some lasting ramifications for his clan. We also know that Lasombra didn't sire many childer. Mainly, he was really, really focused on the idea that if he was going to turn somebody, they have to be worthy, and they have to kind of want it. The actual main expansion of his clan was right after Caine kicked everyone out of the second city, when he enacted his revenge for all their killing, he went over to the Maasai people, which is like a real ethnic group that's out over in Kenya and Tanzania. He went to this tribe and he wanted to come up with a method of making a very, very cool and worthy child. So he told the Maasai tribe to bring him a child. And the stories that the Maasai tribe tells, the one that we actually pull a lot of this from, is that they say a pale spirit came one day. I imagine Lasombra wearing a bedsheet, poking 2 holes in for the eyes. That's probably what he did. And he took one of the children that was offered to him, and he used this child to try to raise a perfect leader for the clan. This was legitimately an experiment that failed. For some reason, this kid did not properly do what he wanted. He was not a good leader, so he decided to kill half of the Maasai clan, just I guess as punishment. But after he did this, another person came, the friend of this original kid named Antai. He came over and completely pledged his loyalty, right away. He wanted to serve Lasombra and he wanted to become a vampire. Lasombra reacted to this by being really creeped out. Because the thing about this kid is that he was intense and way too loyal for no reason. Lasombra tried to get him out of this. He said, "All right, kid, I'll turn you to a vampire. However, you must kill the other half of your tribe," killing all of them. Antai immediately turned around and was going to go do it. No hesitation. Lasombra, again, creeped out by this. He's like, no, stop. You can become a vampire. And he turned him. Antai, being a still existing character in Vampire the Masquerade, now under a different name, he's essentially the most loyal member of the clan to Lasombra. And Lasombra spent this time thinking, man, I might have messed this up. I don't really like how into me he is. But they eventually would go to the Mediterranean Sea and took over a pirate group. This is where I mentioned that Lasombra was kind of really into boats. He was also into water and boats, and he just really liked that. So they took up a sailing life. And this pirate group basically made the Mediterranean completely their territory. They would go around, demand tribute, and raid people. For those of you who have studied history, you might have heard of the Sea Peoples, something that was pretty integral in the Bronze Age, and the Bronze Age collapse, and making a pretty empty spot in history. It's very interesting, actually, by looking into it. Clan Lasombra was the Sea People. That was his doing, so a fun little fact, I guess. But eventually they would settle down in Sicily and became super embroiled in the Catholic Church. Just right nestled in there, because that was a pretty good place of power. And if you want influence, that's a place to go. Clan Lasombra, the way they like to operate is from the shadows as a puppet master. There's a lot more power you get as the secret beneficiary controlling everything secretly. But them being nestled in Italy means they cross the paths of one particular man, Gratiano de Veronese. Now, this guy is an absolute bastard. He sucks ass. He's done a lot of horrible things. Just a little preview. Gratiano is essentially the reason the Anarchs and the Sabbat exist. Something he's kind of proud of. But originally, Gratiano was just a very prominent nobleman of a family. He was very cunning, very ruthless, and just would do anything for more power. He did a lot of schemes that fucked over people, but got him right on top. He was proud of this. But one day, one of his schemes kinda bit him in the ass. Some power move he tried to play with Germany and the Roman Empire. Did not work. He was immediately put in prison and was going to await execution. However, Lasombra had been watching him this whole time. In fact, Lasombra himself actually orchestrated the arrest by the Holy Roman Empire. And so, when Gratiano was sitting in his cell, one day a shadowy man appeared and literally walked through the wall like a ghost. And he gave him an offer. You can either rot here in this cell and then probably die, or I can turn you into something more powerful. I can turn you into a vampire. Because like I said, Lasombra liked to put all the cards on the table. He did not like the idea of turning somebody against their will. He found that disgraceful. Gratiano right away was not into this. He was not into this random powerful stranger who appeared in his cell, and also was still thinking nah, I can talk my way out of this. I can get out of this execution. However, the part that appealed to him was the idea of gaining power in such a simple way. He could just be turned into a vampire. That sounded pretty cool. So that he accepted. And he became essentially the right-hand man of Lasombra, because he immediately came up with a scheme to kill Lasombra and take over. That's the kind of guy he is. However, he realized that he should try to play that humble servant, someone who's super, super loyal. And eventually, to cut a very long story short, because I could make an entire video covering this story of the Anarch revolts in 1413. That was him. He led that charge. So in actually 1413, he led an assault with the Banu Haqim, the Assamites at the time. He led an assault on Lasombra's main lair, who Lasombra was in torpor. He went over and killed him. Now, it is also unclear if Gratiano committed diablerie on Lasombra. We don't know. There's no eyewitnesses to affirm this. But right when he did that, he immediately denied taking like the mantle of the clan. He didn't want to lead it. He just kicked out all of the loyalist members and made them the current antitribu. And he then let all the Lasombra that were still around him to make their own decision on what they want to do with their life. Very Anarch of him. And in modern nights, like I mentioned, Clan Lasombra is very tied in with the Sabbat, being like the key leader figures of the Sabbat. And a lot like I mentioned, they like to lead everything from the shadows, they are puppet masters, they're very charismatic people. Mainly because this lays into like their compulsion, they just have to be dominant in any situation. That idea of like being a puppet master is honestly because it prevents people from sitting above them in any way. The idea that a Clan Lasombra member would be ordered around is crazy. As well, they are awful people, usually. They're usually pretty awful. Obviously, this is a tabletop role-playing game. You can make a Lasombra any way you want. They're part of the Sabbat, mainly, and, you know, that's a vampire supremacist cult. They like to really hold themselves in high regard over people, especially ghouls. They don't treat humans very well. Even more, the actual like concept of ruthlessness that they have also extends to the clan members, because this is a clan that kind of embraces the idea of diablerie, not as like a compulsion to commit it like the Banu Haqim, but instead the idea that if you fight another clan member and then kill them, you know, just you should diablerize them. That's just gaining more power. And they don't commit this as a crime because to Lasombra, if you got diablerized, you deserved it. That just implies that they wasted their time embracing you in the first place. You are clearly weak. Which, I guess speaking of, the last thing I really need to cover is their actual bane, compulsion, and disciplines, which leads into something bigger. The thing I've left out for many of you who know Clan Lasombra. For their actual bane and compulsion, I already talked about their compulsion. It's the idea of ruthlessness. Whenever their beast is triggered, they just need to be powerful. They need to be dominant. Their bane, however, is the idea of distorted image. Essentially, it is really, really hard to capture and reflect the image of a Lasombra kindred. This is because part of their being is actually currently in the underworld, like in the abyss. I will get into this a little later, but this is very important. Because of this, they don't appear right in reflections. They don't appear right in pictures and video. This actually used to be just the classic vampire bane of like, you don't have a reflection anymore. But right now it is very, very distorted. I actually really enjoy how it was taken in V5. So like, say for example, you are breaking into a base of some kind. They have CCTV. The Lasombra like is all staticky and weird in like artifacting. It just doesn't pick up. This is an issue though, because you have to really be careful when you're around things like this, because that is a possible masquerade breach. Then for their disciplines, they have dominate to mentally control people, potence to make yourself stronger physically, in all regards of that. And then their unique one, which depends on the edition. It used to be Attenubration. In V5, it is Oblivion. Change I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of that. Attenubration is basically the power to control shadows. It is shadow and darkness magic. Some of the abilities you get are very, very cool. It's very like shadow tendrily and like warping darkness. It's very, very sick. I love this power so much. And like I said, this is because part of their being is in the abyss. The abyss is the area of the underworld God made to hold all the demons. Part of them is just in there, and because of that, their soul is just not complete in the reality of the physical world. The reason for this is not super stated from what I was seeing, so it's my belief that it's because Lasombra was really into this dark evil magic, and because he was super into this, it went down the descendants of his bloodline. It's actually noted that practicing this like discipline in shadow magic is something that will directly damn you further in the eyes of God. Kindred are already not looked great upon by God, so this is like a step down from that. And, you know, in V5, it's Oblivion, because they like to do a streamlining of the disciplines, which gets rid of their unique aspect. Oblivion is just stuff sourced from the underworld, and this is like basically Wraithy Oblivion. That is something they're very tied to. One of the issues I personally have is the fact that now they share a discipline with Hecata, a bunch of necromancers, and because of that, Oblivion has like two main things that it's doing. On one hand, you have actual necromancy, raising and controlling spirits, or like destroying corpses. And on the other hand, you have all like the shadow magic that you can get. Now, I think V5 all around is fine. It is a smaller scale game that you can play, and I actually think like the core rules of Vampire 5th edition are a bit better than a lot of the older editions. I'm a big fan of their humanity and hunger track. I'm actually just prefer a lot of its core systems. I think it's much better designed. In that aspect, they did very well. But the problem that constantly fails is the idea that everything needs to be streamlined character-wise, so your actual character is a little harder to make interesting, unique to your party, especially if people are like sharing disciplines, because all the unique ones are gone, and it's annoying. And so the idea that a Lasombra would like be practicing necromancy is a little dumb, in that they can easily access it. And the other way goes for Hecata, who can now pick up like shadow tendril shit. I see little discourse around with my videos about like V5, V20. This is like the one big benefit you'd get from V20. A lot of the disciplines I think are done like better. Granted, V20 is a bit unbalanced and it gets a little overpowered. But yeah, that's Clan Lasombra. They're super fun, super cool, and I'm really, really into them. I think there's just a lot of cool character stuff you can make. I've made a couple, both in a game I was trying to run, and there's like an alternate character that I would have played was gonna immediately be a Lasombra. I like them so much. But yeah, that's it. That's the video. I will make vampire stuff eventually. It's been a bit. So like, subscribe, do that stuff, and see ya. An important aspect I try to land in my Vampire the Masquerade videos is that idea of morality, maybe the lack thereof when it comes to talking about kindred. Every once in a while, you will talk about a vampire character or a clan that has a predilection for more outwardly altruistic things. One that comes to mind is the concept with Banu Haqim, where they are judges and they punish wrongdoing. Really important in a vampiric society that they need to be kept in check. On the surface, hell yeah, that's really cool. That's really nice of them. On the other hand, they are still vampires. They are still kindred. They are not good people. Now, that's not just like vampiric undead racism there by calling vampires not good people. It's honestly by necessity for those who don't enjoy evil things. There's a great quote, one I bring up pretty often. This is from Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines with Jack. A really cool little dialogue you can get. You ask him about what's his outlook on humans? What does he think about them? What does he think about drinking them? And his response is really cool. His view, and by extension a lot of other vampires, is humans are essentially cattle. They're like cows. You'll eat, you know, a cow. You're not gonna cry, unless you're a very specific person, that a cow died to make your meal. Granted, kindred don't always kill people when they feed, but still, you're not gonna shed a tear over like a person. However, it's very important, this outlook, you're not a psychopath. Much like us, a human, if someone went on a murder spree of cows, we'd be grossed out. We'd be really kind of disturbed. As well, we'd be equally disturbed if someone, say, murdered a cow right in front of us. We would think that's weird behavior and really disturbing. That's similar with vampires. They don't like worship the value of life, but they're also not going to go on a killing spree, and they're going to be like kind of disgusted with you if you just murder someone for no reason. This philosophy gets thrown out the window when we're talking about Clan Tzimisce, who scoff at the idea of morality because you're viewing it on a human lens. They're not human anymore. There's no reason to make up this fake version of how we should live our lives. We can be inhuman. That's the philosophy of Tzimisce, and it's what makes them terrifying. Tzimisce is known as a clan of sadists. They are people who have two main hobbies. They enjoy hospitality and they enjoy torture. That's like their things. They're very disturbing individuals with a lot of interesting history. Quite honestly, I, one day, plan to make much longer videos. I, right now, cannot afford to do so. I don't have the time, and I'm working too much. Tzimisce is a clan that I would revisit if down the line, I don't know, stars align and I can do this full time. Would be crazy. I'd immediately make like an hour-long Tzimisce video because there's so much. There's so much information I can go into. I already have like a couple of videos planned out of the research of this one. It's that much. One of them being their antediluvian, the eldest. We don't actually know his name. He's a very interesting figure who has like contradictory lore and a lot of stuff that comes up in the final nights, the storyline where the world of darkness ends in the apocalypse. He's super integral to Gehenna, and it's really cool. That's not the purview of this, so I will not be talking about that aspect of him. I will have to skim his stuff because he has, again, more interesting things I'd want to talk about in his own video. Much like Saulot, honestly. Which, funny enough, Saulot is also crazy important for Gehenna. I wonder if the complexity is connected. He is viewed pretty interestingly by the Tzimisce, similar to Lasombra. They both view the human past of their antediluvian as pointless to talk about, because he's not human anymore, and humanity doesn't really matter that much, so they don't care. He's also joined the camp of some other really fun antediluvians. He has 2 contradictory backstories. Let's go. First one is the story of Irad the Strong, a 2nd generation vampire in Enoch. He decided one day, using his mastery of the Protean discipline, he wanted to become not evil. So what he did is he, obviously, as you would do, he channeled his Protean abilities to alter his body. He altered it and created a flesh mound ball thing, and he spat it out. That ball of flesh contained all of the evil inside of his body. And then his master plan, he found a mortal, and he told the mortal to eat that flesh. Irad assumed that this mortal would turn evil, containing all of his vampiric evilness, and then Irad would just murder him, because then it's all extinct. He has no more evil left in the world. A master plan, definitely. Surprisingly though, this mortal was very normal after he did this, very chill, and just not affected. So Irad decided, you know what? Just for the hell of it, I'm gonna let this guy live. I want to see what happens. That's not a joke, by the way. That's not me like streamlining this story. He literally, to see what would happen, he decided to let this guy live, and then he embraced him and turned him into a vampire. Crazy thought process that he would think that works if this story is true. Because we also have Yanosh the Lawgiver, another 2nd generation vampire who he wanted to create a child with an E. I always feel weird the idea of saying that. He wanted to embrace a mortal and turn him into a vampire. He found a guy and he was like, dang, this guy's kind of cool. This guy's kind of based. He's really smart, really insightful. I want to turn him into a vampire, but I'm going to do it in an extra special way. He decided to channel all of his goodness into Vitae, and that's what he put into him when he embraced him. Then the eldest rose up as a vampire infused with good blood, I guess. Something he was noted to be more pure than all of his antediluvian brothers. Now, I don't know which story is completely true, which one is fake. Honestly, it sounds like there's just a common element in between both of these. The idea of, I guess, infusing yourself either with evil or goodness. I imagine that there's a actual true third option that's like a melding of the two. But as such, we don't know. One of these two could be his sire. There is a part of me that leans a little bit more to the Yanosh story, because on one hand, the idea of, hey, eat my ball of flesh, it has all my evil in it. What, how did you do that? And then on the other hand, there are some elements of the story that's about conquering your beast and like controlling it, trying to put that into the world. And as we'll talk about, Tzimisce has a pretty strong element of reaching enlightenment. Again, like kind of Salubri and Saulot, just a little bit, but just in a completely different direction. Saulot embodied the idea of becoming more human as a vampire and eliminating your beast like that, conquering it, controlling it. Tzimisce and Lasombra and all that, they're a lot more into beating your beast into submission and accepting the vampiric side. It's two sides of the coin, basically. This is something the elders would go on and do before the flood. He actually went out, found a bunch of demon worshippers, and decided to trade info. He found these demon worshippers and corrected all their information about how demons and hell works, and then he in turn was enlightened, as it's called. It also is important to mention that the group he described is really similar to the Bali. bunch of demon-worshipping vampires in one that's very important to Banu Haqim and their history. I am going to be skimming a chunk of their history because there's a lot of other stuff I want to talk about when it comes to Tzimisce, not just a retelling of their entire clan history. I will mention, obviously, the big fun stuff. Like, for example, after Enoch, they decided to go travel to Transylvania, and they settled there. It turns out Transylvania has a demon in it. Like, underneath the earth, there is a big-ass demon named Copala. This guy, a demon, or I guess technically he is a talon of the worm, an element from Werewolf the Apocalypse. Some sort of being embodying the worm living under Transylvania, which, speaking of Werewolf the Apocalypse, there were werewolves here, guarding it, because the eldest in Clan Tzimisce decided they wanted to do a ritual with Copala. This ritual would free a lot of him into the world, but would bind him in two different ways. He'd be trapped in Transylvania, and he'd be trapped with Tzimisce. So they fought the werewolves, they beat the werewolves, and they completed the ritual. This then made a giant surge in vicissitude, one of their main disciplines. They're like a unique one. And they imparted a lot of knowledge onto Clan Tzimisce about how to do this. So, speaking of, I need to talk about their disciplines. Because I mentioned vicissitude, and this is a large element of their history. Normally I leave disciplines for the end. No, this is like really integral to their identity. Of their disciplines, they have animalism, where they can speak to, control, like bind animals. They have aspects, but this is to help see the unseen and just increase their senses. And then they have vicissitude, their unique discipline. And alternatively, if you're in V5, they have animalism, dominate to mentally control people, and Protean, which is the ability to alter your own person and shapeshift, but they created a special power for vicissitude. I go on often about how I don't like V5's like discipline changes. This one I genuinely think makes Tzimisce worse in V5. I'll get into that. But vicissitude is flesh changing. They have the ability to warp your flesh and body, and their own, depending on however they want to. This is something that plays really, really hard into their core philosophy. Their core identity is embracing vampirism and embracing the fact that they are inhuman monsters. An aspect that they believe makes them more in tune with their vampirism and is like an expression of this idea is the ability to change their own appearance or change other appearances. Because as a vampire, whenever you are bitten, whenever you are embraced, however you look that day, you are hard locked to. It is literally impossible to alter your appearance, even like getting a tattoo. That tattoo is gonna heal over. However, if you are using vicissitude, it is permanent. That is a permanent alteration until it is done like again. So what Tzimisce likes to do is they will often like change their appearance daily, just because they can. It's an expression of their vampiric will and just personhood. I think it's really interesting. On the other hand, they also use this for horrific reasons, because an aspect of Tzimisce that I really enjoy is the fact that they rule specifically through fear. They don't deal with vampiric influence like psychologically, like the Ventrue or whatever. No, there is a direct threat that something is going to happen to you if you don't listen, because all around them is terror. They make flesh golems. They can make bodily weapons out of themselves. They can shape you into a horrific thing. My 40k fans in the audience, Dark Eldar. They are Dark Eldar. It is literally referenced that they will make furniture out of you. And it's also explicitly noted that Tzimisce does not like to use mental trickery or mental domination, which is why I really don't like the fact that they have dominate. I think it's really dumb and goes against the identity of Clan Tzimisce. And there have been a lot of very prominent Clan Tzimisce members throughout history that have shown this off. This idea of enlightenment, this idea of just rulership, it's really cool. A very important character is Drakon, a very terrifying character, but one with a really long ass story. It's so long, I would have to make a video on Drakon. There's also Dracula, by the way. Dracula was a Tzimisce. It's probably expected because I said that, you know, they're from Transylvania, so obviously Dracula was there. Dracula is a real character and not a lot of other kindred like him, because in Vampire the Masquerade lore, he went to Bram Stoker and told him his life story, and now Dracula's really popular. But Clan Tzimisce also has like a couple other concepts that they really embody. Like, for example, torture. This is the work you can do when you laugh at the idea of having a conscience. They, on one hand, are literally a living toolkit for it. They can create any sort of weapons out of their person to hurt you. They can also warp your flesh, because during a torture session, for whatever reason they're doing it, this can be either because they're from the Sabbat, like Tzimisce is aligned with the Sabbat, and on the other hand, the Camarilla will sometimes commission a Clan Tzimisce vampire to try to get info out of a particularly stubborn kindred. Honestly, it's kind of hard not to drop info when a Clan Tzimisce, like a touch, can be like, I think your arm bones would look really good if they were horizontal, and then just change them. On the other hand, they also really like emotional torture or psychological torture. They will utilize the blood bond to fuck with you, like a lot. They will just make you blood bind with someone and then rip it away and constantly just repeat that. They will do this like blood bind trick with people this vampire or whatever like cares about. And then, you know, the vampire at this age, hundreds and hundreds of years old, pain doesn't really mean anything anymore. But what if they were bloodbound to a person they cared about and then that person was tortured? That's the kind of shit they do. It's horrifying. Speaking of horrifying, there is a practice they like to commit. It's called the Revenants. The Revenants are a special form of ghoul. It's like an in-between point of a ghoul and a thin blood. Because what they do is they literally just take a bunch of people, and now, congrats, you're a family. All these people are now ghouled, they will have kids, they will inbreed, eugenics level shit, and then you have a family line of ghouls. People that can literally produce a very weak version of vampiric vitae inside of themselves. It's a self-perpetuating ghoul machine that they created. These people are super fanatical in actually following whoever they're ghouled to. Tzimisce has like a bunch of these families. And these revenants can also produce disciplines. They can use very weak disciplines that they are taught. A part that's also very spooky when it comes to Tzimisce is the fact that they are so damn polite. They are nice. And that's scary to me, personally. I would rather them be big scary monsters that come charge at you than approach you with smiles. Because they believe really, really hard in the concept of hospitality. Someone is welcomed into your home, they're treated like they live there, they're given like proper food, shelter, exchanging of gifts must be like received back, like that kind of shit. That's very big in Tzimisce's clan culture. Funnily enough, the origin of this is because Clan Tzimisce needed a way to solve inter-clan disputes. Because genuinely, they are horrifying, they can do a lot of awful things, and they don't have a conscience about it. They need a way of conflict resolution. So the Clan Tzimisce way early on came up with an idea, creating a method that Tzimisce clan members can meet together, go to someone's house, have a nice brunch or whatever, and they have a equal safe ground that they can talk and actually resolve issues and make sure that Clan Tzimisce does not fall into civil war. This is a very smart thing to do, I'm gonna be so honest. But now this extends to the fact that Tzimisce, when they're portrayed, and I really like this portrayal of them, is actually done in New York by Night by a fantastic actor. I love this guy. He played a really creepy Tzimisce. His portrayal of Tzimisce is like my favorite version of it. It is horrifying, anything they can do, the shit they're down to do, but they do it with a smile. His like tick he does as a Tzimisce, like the little head tilt smile, horrifying. I love it. I love it so much. I don't like actual plays, by the way. This one was solid. I respect the team who does like the Vampire by Night live plays. I might not watch and care for it. I respect it. Yeah, that's Tzimisce. There's a lot more stuff I could talk about. I genuinely do want to talk about like Final Nights in Gehenna when it comes to the Eldest, because it's a really genuinely cool storyline. I just don't have the time, so I'm going to cut it here. So yeah, if you like this, like, comment, subscribe, do that stuff. Major shout out to my channel members, the people that make these videos possible. I'm super appreciative always. And my very top tier channel members. So a huge shout out to Robbie Beckmeyer and Czar Shadow. Absolute legends. But yeah, that's the vampire video. We'll see. I might have some bigger stuff now because I read this. So see ya. Vampire the Masquerade and the World of Darkness as a whole is very good at giving its players some form of archetype that they can do. You've seen something in a movie, you read something in a comic, you can create it. Do you want to play that like classical Dracula, the creepy ass noble? Well, Tzimisce is probably going to be the way to go. You want to play the more modern incarnations of Dracula, the really terrifying nobility vibe? Lasombra, you should check that out. Though I can't say I've seen the archetype of political agitator vampire. That's not super common. I guess to keep the comparisons going, you ever want to play Dracula with a picket sign outside of a courthouse? Well, that's the Brujah, but not really in that fashion. I mean political agitation in the way of like a tire iron to the face, a brick through a window, or a Molotov through a building. These are the front and center bruiser vampires. If you were looking to play a fighter, this is the way to go. And that's the fun vibe of Brujah, and a lot on the surface you just kind of see anarchist biker. But there's a lot more going on, and their history is deceptively deep and a little sad for where they are now. So like I start all of these clan history videos, we're gonna start with the Antediluvian, which of course, a mysterious figure. A mysterious and complicated figure. So like many of the Antediluvians, we have a lot of names to choose from. Two of the names that are brought up is Trolleys and Les. Okay, listen, I'm not a guy who's great at pronunciation already. How the fuck do I say this? I do mean that legitimately for anyone in the comments who knows. This isn't on me. I did look up pronunciation guides. I didn't find much. But we're just gonna call him Brujah because that's a little bit how he's referred to already, and his name doesn't matter. But by all accounts, this dude was kind of a prick. He was kind of on his lonely. He didn't like other people. But there was an exception. He found one person that he decided to embrace and turn into his childer. This person, Trolleys the Younger, and they had like a genuine bond. It's like all those movies where you have that old asshole and then this young whippersnapper comes in and breaks through that exterior. It's a little bit like Up. And just like Up, Trolleys the Younger brutally murdered his sire through the act of diablerie. Okay, so maybe it's not exactly like Up, and maybe I lied when I said Brujah was a complicated figure. That's where his story ends, maybe. Because as the story goes, Trolleys the Younger took over the Antediluvian spot from Brujah. He took on his power. That's how it works with Diablerie. However, there are some possibilities that he didn't get killed there. If we trust the writings of the Arestes fragment, the actual commentator that is working on that, if you want more info on this document I'm talking about, it's a very important source book for Vampire the Masquerade. Go watch my Caine video. In this, the commentator notes he believes that this whole Brujah murder thing was a Ventrue lie. And there's another reason, if we take these people's word for it, I guess. Some people believe that Brujah, when he was getting murdered, he actually time traveled into the future and evaded death. Now this sounds goofy. It is based on like a source book thing. Specifically, it's Gehenna. This is a Gehenna thing. Like for the Gehenna source book, it is a source book for running like the actual end of the world, the vampiric end of the world, and it gives you a bunch of scenarios of what could happen in your game. These run the gambit of Caine comes back, wahoo, or God descends and creates a giant red cloud that engulfs the earth and all the vampires die horribly. However, there is one where Lilith, the first wife, she comes back. She hates Caine, she hates a lot of the vampires. So she goes and gives her judgment. And in this scenario, Lias, that's where this Brujah name came from. So Brujah, he sent himself in the future because there is a discipline, temporis, that he had, and the people of his bloodline, the true Brujah, also have. There are people who believe they're from him and not Trolleys the Younger. He is catapulting through time. He sends himself thousands of years in the future, but to him, it feels like tens of thousands. That sucks. Thank God he's immortal, I guess. But he comes out and he acts as a messenger for Lilith, and he's working on her side because he's a little pressed about what happened. And so this is like that bit of nebulous canon where it's canon if you decide it is. Classic World of Darkness. It's giving you a lot of options for what could be true in your own chronicle. And this kind of hits the reason I like to talk about the Antediluvian stories first and foremost before going into the actual clans, because all of these Antediluvian plots are usually a method of figuring out the vibe of the clan. It's a really good like self-contained story method of doing this. This hits a very specific beat in the Brujah tale. That is the elder versus the younger. That is really how it goes. On a very small level, this can hit with how the Brujah do their embraces. They do not like rules. They do not like being shackled. So having this new vampire tagging along, that's dumb. Also, the Camarilla keep putting all these rules on when and where you can like bite somebody and embrace them. The Brujah believe in doing it whenever they feel like it. As well, they don't like parenting. It's not really parental for these kind of relationships, but whatever. Oftentimes, they embrace somebody on a whim and then give zero support. Like whatever, you figure it out. You figure out the vampire rules. So the Caitiff, which are loosely non-clan aligned vampires, if you trace their bloodlines, you will find a lot of Brujah. It's just how it be. On a much larger historical level, we have the Anarch Revolt. 15th century, the Inquisition was really cracking down on vampires and killing a lot of them. So the elders decided, what if I just threw all my childer in the line of fire? They started just hucking younger vampires directly in the line of fire. They didn't want to die. However, the younger vampires thought this sucked. So they rose up and fought against their elders and took over their own little form of power. Brujah is really front and center of a lot of this. And if we fast forward a long time to modern nights, the Brujah still are the heads of the Anarch Revolt and the Anarch movement. I'm really speeding through the whole Anarch stuff because I want to make a video on the Anarch movement itself. There's a lot of story to go through, like a whole lot. So essentially this like Anarch society rejects Camarilla outright, just do not want to listen to them. And they operate, if I have to get the vibe that I've read through and even played through and listened to through all of the forums where you see Anarchs, it really operates more like a gang. Also leans into the whole dividing line that Brujah society can be really cut into. On one hand, there are what are known as the iconoclasts. These are very idealist Brujah who really hit that vibe of like warrior scholar. They believe in tearing something down and building something else. They have something new that they can replace things with. They believe in creating new things. They really like coming up with these long, intricate ideas for society and how it should operate and how life should be led. The best way to just point at this is the city of Carthage. Carthage used to be a Brujah paradise. It was built by a bunch of them. It was built by like Charlie the Younger. He was there. They built up in Carthage, though some say that this is like actually a blood cult horrible place, but at least without the Brujah tell it, it was amazing. It was exactly what they wanted. It was perfect freedom. The actual like vampire and mortal society lived pretty well together. It's the closest it's ever been handled. However, this is taken down by Ventrue Rome. You know just how the history of Carthage went? Picture that, but with vampires. Hannibal was a Brujah. I always love that. I love the historical figure turned to vampire. But on the other end, after this fall, we can see the idealists. The idealists really just like breaking the thing the iconoclast made, or really anything made. You have a status quo, you have a thing you put in, break it, destroy it. Especially after Carthage being destroyed, it was noted that the Brujah were like angrier and a lot quicker to violence after this moment. Which to be fair, it's a real fall from grace. They have this perfect society, exactly what they wanted, and then it's gone. And they've been trying to rebuild this, but it hasn't been very successful, like at all. Best way to view this is the actual like concept of the Free State of California. There's both the Anarch movement that is all through California, largely led by my boy Nines. If you actually just want to play through and watch the actual history of this, of all of these projects with the Anarchs, you should first play Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, and then LA by Night. LA by Night is set obviously in LA, and it's really hitting these moments. The actual grouping of Brujah as like a government figure didn't work super well, but California is now an Anarch free state. That's something. They had a lot of problems doing that, including the Society of Leopold and the Camarilla. It's a lot. But really, the main issue with Brujah and how they lead their lives is really hit by their bane and compulsion. Their bane is that they are quick to anger. They are passionate, angry people. It is hard for a Brujah to keep their emotions in check. Now, this might mean that there's a part of them that deeply, passionately believes in something, but there's also the part where this is where we get Brujah are quick to violence. They will punch you in the face. They'll make their opinions known either with their words or their fists. Funnily enough, this is another concept in Brujah society. There is what is known as the rants and the raves, but the rants are literally just a group of Brujah arguing and yelling at each other, and the raves are usually hidden political meetings. But it's specifically their compulsion that I think hits the most fascinating part of Brujah, and the part I think is the coolest. The compulsion is they need to rebel. They need to fight something. Like I said, they see a status quo, they want it gone. Now, this can hit in many different ways. I think there's an image that immediately goes into your head when I say they're prone to rebelling. Oftentimes, a Brujah will pick something that they believe is some form of counterculture or different, and there's a part of them that deeply wants to fight with it. This can run the gambit, like protesting climate change stuff. Or alternatively, they could be an eco-terrorist. Joining the werewolves, I guess. And then we also have the other lens, because I think there's two misconceptions when it comes to this element for the Brujah that I've seen. The first is Brujah rebellion is not altruistic. It's really not. They see a belief system and they want to fight against it, because there are a decent subsection of Brujah that believe in pretty horrible stuff. Like there's some neo-Nazi Brujahs. And I also see, this is a bit more of a community thing, I have seen a lot of elements of the Brujah where people are like, man, they're all just like these idealists. They're all these like, you know, college student protester kind of vibe. And to be honest, I think this is because that's more the vibe people are wanting to play. Either it's something that hits close to home, where like they have experience with this, or alternatively, the reason I think, and I think it's not a big deal if I guess this is a rubbing point with the Brujah, I think it's more comfortable to play than the alternative. Because to be completely honest, I'd be a little weirded out if someone joined my table and was a little too good at role-playing a skinhead. I think I would also not be cool with that, like rightly so. But this is the entire point I'm making of the Brujah belief system and their wants of rebellion. I'm putting a lot of words to this. I'd like to show off a person who worded it a lot better and hits a little harder, I think. This is for LA by Night, and it's specifically a point made by Brennan Lee Mulligan's character.
You can't even hear it in your own voice. When you said the Camarilla would come back, you didn't hear it in how you spoke? The hunger? Annabelle, you're like all the activists and rioters and protesters that have ever been. You don't want to catch the car. Oh. You don't want them gone, because it's not about winning to you. Who you are is rebellion. I told you your revolution was successful and you looked heartbroken because you don't want to win, you want to fight. That's your beast.
Absolute perfection. I love this clip. But this really leans into the curse put on Caine, like one of his many. There is a curse put on him that he is unable to till the soil, which essentially is he is unable to really build something. The vampires can't do the same. They can't create things. They have to really like undermine and work off of something that's pre-existing. On a much larger level, this can be seen with God literally destroying the second city with the flood, a outside force completely destroying a thing vampires built. On the other hand, we have in the Brujah, where often a Brujah will create something. They will actually succeed in their rebellion and build something. And then probably a younger Brujah is going to come along and break it too. So that's the thing they hit. It's this endless circle. And I also think it hits the vibe that they want to tell with Vampire 5th Edition and current incarnations of the game, as it leans a lot more into personal horror. And this element, I think, hits that story beat of when is the person you once were gone? Because you as a person, a human being, I hope you have opinions on things. But once you're a vampire and you have those opinions dictated by the beast, and you don't have like all these altruistic reasons, there's something just innate that's pulling you to do something. It's that personal horror of when does the person die and all that's speaking from their mouth is and that's what's fun about the Brujah. But if you like this, like, comment, subscribe, do all that stuff. Big shout out to my channel members who make these videos possible. Huge thank you, and a even bigger shout out to my top tier channel members, Ultra Mega Jesus and Czar Shadow. Both absolute legends. But yeah, that's honestly it. So yeah, the world of vampiric politics can be a very dangerous place. All these vampires have literally nothing else to do with their time but backstab, do some tricky politicking, and just scheme. They're little schemers. That's all they do. But in this world, there's a job that needs to be done. That of the information broker. Because all these vampires are up to some really wild, dirty shit. So who's the one that digs through it and sells it? Well, that's the Nosferatu, and they fit that role to a T. They're the ones you go to when you want to find that hot gossip on this rival vampire you're trying to fight against. The problem is,
they've probably already dug through your own dirty laundry. So crossing them isn't the greatest thing. But for the Nosferatu, the most obvious thing about them, the big characteristic, is that they're ugly. They're all just monstrously ugly. Now, the method this actually hits in mechanical terms for the games does depend on editions. And I will often say I have issues with 5th edition Vampire. The one thing I think they do consistently well with, though, are like some of the core rules and vampiric banes. When they've altered a bane, I think they do it for the better. But where did the Nosferatu get their start? And why do they look like that? Well, we have to go back all the way to the beginning, in the first city, with their antediluvian, Absimiliad, who is a guy. He sucks. I can't put it any other way. He is probably one of the most evil of the antediluvians. I have a very tough time trying to power scale evil between him and the antediluvian for the Tzimisce. Both of them are pretty rough. I also think it goes without saying, if I have to specially note that an antediluvian, that an ancient vampire is evil, I think that says something. But a long time ago, Absimiliad, as the story goes, is one of King David's sons, like King David from the Bible. However, he was a wicked son. And this is an interesting tidbit. Absimiliad is not in the Bible. Like, that's not one of his kids. If anything, I kind of think they yoinked part of the name of Absalom, who is one of the sons and shares at least one trait with Absimiliad, in that they're apparently were both super hot. The difference is that Absalom didn't seem to be a scumbag. The only like sin he committed, just 10 Commandments wise, he did murder his brother, but he murdered his brother because he was a rapist. Based, I'll be honest. Absimiliad though was a hunter and he was really good at it. He was really good at stalking around, hunting things, killing things, a concerning skill set, I'll be honest. But this caught the eye of one of the 2nd generation vampires, one known as Zila, who is apparently also gorgeous, like just beautiful, beautiful vampire. She really liked the traits. Zila liked Absimiliad's vibe and also thought he was a bit hot, so she turned him. However, she made one mistake. She lightly scratched Absimiliad's face. So now he has a light scar. And because now he's a kindred, you can't change your appearance. What you look like at your embrace is what you look like forever. And he was that particular type of hot asshole who is really self-obsessed with how they look. And he would not let this slide because Absimiliad is, again, this is still kind of apocryphal. Old vampire history is very sketchy and kind of unknown. The point is that it's nebulous and we don't exactly know how everything happened, like A to B to C. We just have the broad strokes vibes, and a lot of times it's painted by the different parties at play. And a lot of times by the Toreador, because the Toreador did a lot of history work. But Absimiliad definitely was the guy who caused the 2nd generation vampires to all get murdered. He was the one who led that revolt of the antediluvians. And it is incredibly clear the reason he did this was to get revenge for scarring his face. That is the reason he did a generational genocide. Shortly thereafter, in the 2nd city, Caine returned and was really pissed that all of his children were killed. So he cursed all of the clans that took part. He cursed all the antediluvians. That is where like most of the clan banes come from, with like a hefty handful of exceptions. Specifically for Absimiliad's involvement and like leadership of this, he was cursed to look like the monster he is within. So Caine brought it out by horrifically and painfully mutating Absimiliad to look like a mockery of the human form. So now he's a monster, which yeah, this is where the Nosferatu Bane comes from. And the Bane is rough to deal with because you are disfigured in some way. It isn't just the case of you are ugly. In older editions, this was hammered in a lot harder, but it is specifically ugly in the way that like that cannot be human. A Nosferatu looks like a vampire. They look like a beast wanting to drink your blood. And for just a touch more insult to injury, it's like painful. It hurts to exist for some of them. However, this was altered from a purely mechanical sense in 5th edition in a way I personally prefer, because in older editions, and the one you can definitely see with Bloodlines, like the video game, editing Glueboy here. So I was about to deliver a lot of incorrect information. So the actual clan bane for Nosferatu hasn't altered like that much. It's really, really tiny. Like here's the version for 20th edition, which is also the same as in revised in second. This is essentially all it is. It's a big appearance penalty. However, I do still prefer the 5th edition version. I think mechanically it's a lot more interesting, and a clan bane should be a bane. It should be a real penalty to being a vampire. I like purely mechanically how 5th edition works, and as well, funny enough, the version in Bloodlines where like you're supernaturally horrific in its immediate Masquerade violation isn't a thing in the tabletop game, like at all. Thankfully so. I think that is kind of a dumb bane, because all it's going to do is mean like, oh, you put on a disguise. Congrats, now we don't have to worry about your bane ever again. But back to Absimilian, because he then went out, and due to his work, we now have 2 bloodlines from him. The Nosferatu are just one of them, which they're not his favorite. He doesn't like them. A reason for this is because the Nosferatu clan doesn't actually come from him, despite being, you know, the antediluvian. It comes from one Baba Yaga, as in, yeah, the Baba Yaga. Absimilian went hunting up in like the Russia-Ukraine area, way back in the day, like a long ass time ago. He went up hunting, and it turns out the Baba Yaga was just hanging out there. She was a witch of some form. She had nature magic, like it is noted she felt magically attuned to the world, to nature. She could control animals. I did a little bit of digging, and it really just seems like, with how she's talking and acting, it seems like she's a thaumaturge, like a hedge mage. She does not seem to have true magic, but Absimilian came into her territory to hunt, to do his evil shit. She didn't like this, so she fought. They fought for a good bit, like a back and forth, like multiple times too. She was striking out with the animals, with the plants. Apparently she wielded like the sun in her hands as she was punching him. But eventually he won out because he is an antediluvian. And he also, his power of animalism is just stronger than hers. Now the Baba Yaga is a vampire, where now she is a Nosferatu. She was not a fan of this. She really didn't like him. And I will not go super deep into the Baba Yaga. I had it in my script originally. I just wrote a bunch of stuff out about her. I'm going to make a video on the Baba Yaga. She is so actually sick. She did some hilariously goofy things. She feels like the BBEG of a werewolf campaign. She beefs with the werewolves hard, and it's really interesting. But from her spawned the Nosferatu. That is her bloodline that she made. And she turned away from Absimilian, because literally from the start, she was like, I hate you, I'm going to kill you. She did a lot of, one spoiler, she made a lot of deals with worm spirits, like higher entities of the worm, specifically summoned them to go kill Absimilian. And it is the price of her betrayal that all the Nosferatu are condemned to death, which is where we get to the Nikutu, which are his actual firstborn clan. This is bloodline that are all bloodbound to him. And they are Nosferatu assassins, and they're very good at it, and they're highly loyal. The Baba Yaga eventually met her end through one of these assassins, which is nuts because she's 4th generation. It is that name that terrifies the Nosferatu. They are scared of these guys. The Nikutu are like specters hunting for them, and the other vampires, all the other clans are like, it sounds like superstition. But it's a big reason why the Nosferatu like live in the sewers or in slums, why they're so secluded. They're terrified. There is also some differing opinion on why he's doing this. There is one I saw that the reason Absimilian is trying to kill the Nosferatu is he's trying to kill them all as some form of apology to Caine when he returns. I personally don't believe that. I don't believe he's doing it for that reason. One, how does killing all of his like bloodline on like one side absolve him of anything? How is that an apology? Why does he think that would work? Maybe that's the point, that is like a dumb idea. But the other reason, I just flat out don't believe Absimilian has that form of empathy or care. This is a guy who led the revolt against the 2nd generation vampires because one scratched his face. So it's perfectly in character for him to be like, well, one of you did something bad to me, therefore all of you deserve death. That's just one of the handful of reasons why Nosferatu live the way they do. The other main reason, though, is their appearance. They are oftentimes shunned, exiled, a lot of times by the Toreador. The Toreador, when they're in power, they like beautiful things, and then the Nosferatu are over there, so they've been exiled from a lot of Toreador territories, so they have beef. It's this jumble of reasons that they live in the sewers. They've developed slums and just ghettos out by themselves in cities, in like hidden areas. Like, you know the whole vibe of the Thieves Guild in a city all run by the homeless population? That is the Nosferatu. That's their vibe. And through this feeling of paranoia, because they literally feel like there is someone coming for them to kill them, they took advantage of the Cold War and the Cold War ending in the United States, because they also hold up in a lot of bunkers and areas that are safe, quiet, and secure. They are also some of the only vampires who are like extra technically literate, because the Nosferatu actually embraced the internet when it came out. There's a development that Nosferatu made called ShrekNet. Not spelled like Shrek, but it's a little different. All this was like a backdoor network through the internet, like piggybacking off of the early internet. Just, they have their own secret area network that they can all communicate through. It's an information network where now they can all just talk and share information. This was like largely only for Nosferatu, not by like everyone else's band, but they just didn't send an invite. This changed over the years, because there were times when the Sabbat were coming into a big city with a big Nosferatu population, and begrudgingly they gave the Camarilla access to ShrekNet so they could deal with the Sabbat. And then also, the names of this. Just want to mention, ShrekNet was made by a dude named Uncle Stinky. What a name. But it was hacked eventually by one Bobby Weatherbottom, who is also known as Hurricane. He hacked into ShrekNet and was like, dope, this is cool. He's a kindred, he's a vampire. The Nosferatu noticed this breach and were like, I don't want to kick him out or anything, just let him chill if he's not going to break it. And from him specifically, other kindred started getting access to ShrekNet, specifically the ones who like knew how to use computers and embrace technology, because many kindred didn't want to learn, didn't want to adapt to the times, or like, I don't know, if you're going to teach a 500-year-old vampire how to use like a Macintosh, I don't think they want to deal with it. But eventually, this all came crashing down. ShrekNet was being developed for a long period of time, but around in like the 2000s, the US government found ShrekNet. They got into it and were like, oh shit, vampires? And really got to work. To where then the Camarilla ordered ShrekNet to be completely destroyed. However, the US government did get a lot of information, and funny enough, you know the Tremere Chantry in Vienna? On ShrekNet, there was a lot of mentions of the Vienna Chantry, I think because there were a lot of Tremere on the network. And the US government believed this Chantry was the headquarters of all the vampires. That was their home base. So they destroyed it completely, not knowing that it's literally just the main base of like one clan. Sucks to suck, Tremere, like sorry. But with that theme of information, that's what the Nosferatu are. It actually is built in with their compulsion. Their compulsion being cryptophilia. They are obsessed with secrets and they want to learn it. And because of this, they are information brokers. They sell information and dirty gossip to anyone who wants to come knocking. You need a guy to infiltrate a thing or get you something, they're your dudes. And they do this with like genuinely some interesting ways, like animalism, which they use to control animals, like mainly pests. They use pests to do form of like reconnaissance and defense of their sewers where they mainly live. They have literal vitae breeding pools where the rats are like born in, they drink and are immediately blood bond. And yeah, that's a defense. You get too close to their territory, you're gonna get a horde of rats screaming at you. And also obfuscate, which allows them to be invisible. And a lot of times, Nosferatu are known to be masters of stealth. But if push comes to shove, they also have potence, which allows them to kick ass with vampiric strength. If you just wanna see a Nosferatu in action, go watch Hunter the Parenting. Literally, one of the early big scary things in that series is a Nosferatu, like going full hog. It's scary. Picture an invisible, very buff monster coming to punch you in the face. It is through this business that the Nosferatu are also like the chillest sires. I gotta be real. When they embrace a person and make them a Nosferatu, they're actually fully trained on how to do this shit. They're trained in like cryptography, in solving puzzles. They are trained so well to do this job. The Nosferatu are honestly kind of chill, I'm not gonna lie. They really care for the downtrodden, because obviously, given their position, they have empathy, which does play into like two of the main pools that they take new kindred from. However, it's not uncommon for things like orphanages or homeless shelters to be funded by anonymous Nosferatu groups. They got empathy. They care. They care about the downtrodden. They'll also protect them if like push comes to shove, because they don't like how a bunch of other vampires are just such assholes to people that no one will notice if they're gone. Speaking of, another group that they pull from for embrace, very hot people, but specifically hot, arrogant people. They have a bit of a complex about that. And they will take people, embrace them, specifically for that dramatic irony of you always lorded over people with your looks. Now look at you. And some of this is aimed at the Toreador, because the Toreador also recruit from hot people, and the Toreador are also assholes to them. And funnily enough, if the Toreador come and knock in for some intel and some secrets, they charge them extra. But yeah, the Nosferatu are genuinely really interesting. I think there's a lot of fun stuff to dig into, and just in reading about them, their characters are really fun. Like, really cool, really scary, or just fun guys. They hit a great vibe. And quite honestly, from just the bit I've looked into, my favorite vampire character is Cuthbert Beckett. I love him. Baba Yaga might hurt his spot a little. I'll be honest. I need to dig into it. I'm going to make a video on her. She seems really cool. But yeah, that's it. Subscribe, like the video, share it, comment. Huge shout out to my channel members who, without them, wouldn't be possible. I'm super appreciative, and an even bigger shout out to my top tier channel members, that being Ultra Mega Jesus, Robbie Beckmeyer, and Czar Shadow. I'm super appreciative. Thank you guys. But yeah, see ya. Clan Ventrue, the clan of kings, the most dignified vampires out there, and if you're maybe of the Anarch persuasion, really convenient target practice for whatever brick you're holding. In a game where every vampiric stereotype and archetype is present, Ventrue are honestly the most straightforward. They fulfill that role of vampiric nobility. All of those stories of dukes, princes, whoever, those being vampires, that's very Ventrue. And they fulfill a really simple slot in the world of Vampire the Masquerade. And I say that not as like a bad thing. Unlike some of the other clans, the vibe is super clear and everything is just very cut and dry for what the Ventrue are. They're really what you see on the tin, with just different layers of interesting flavor there. But the Ventrue pride themselves on being the best. They are the finest, the most dignified. They deserve to rule over vampiric society. Their antediluvian, he was actually the first antediluvian ever made. But don't look into that too deeply, because the antediluvians are not real, and if we ever admit they are, our vampiric Camarilla government will collapse. So, you know, it's a fine line. Which, speaking of, the antediluvian Ventrue is his name. Probably. The story of Ventrue is genuinely super straightforward. Now, there should be a lot of you immediately raising an eyebrow to that, because the word straightforward and antediluvian do not go together at all, like ever. But they do. Ventrue was a really cool guy, just all around perfect for a position to be turned into a third generation kindred. Apparently, Caine himself hand chose Ventrue to be bit by Enoch and turned into a kindred. And from there, Caine liked him so much that he was turned into his right-hand man. Oftentimes, Ventrue is called the right hand of Caine. As well, Caine, when he kind of fucked off before the flood happened, just absent father kind of things, Ventrue was the last person to speak with Caine, and then one of the first to see him come back after the flood and after the second city, because all the third generation kindred rose up and killed the second generation. It is disputed based on who you ask and basically which type of Ventrue you ask, where his own position was in that rebellion, because Ventrue claim that he actually did this out of pure loyalty to Caine. He did the unthinkable in accordance to Caine's law. But some of the anti-tribu Ventrue, they actually say that he was the one kindred that did not commit patricide that day, so he didn't kill any of them. However, he did get his curse, which might as well just bang this out now. The Ventrue clan bane is very specific taste. Every single Ventrue has a type. This type can be like, I don't know, people who are blonde, people who are accountants, maybe you're in the military, maybe you use drugs, a specific drug though. Maybe you only like, I don't know, Geminis. But those are the only type of blood that hit right. You have to drink that specific type of person. Any other, you have to really, really will yourself to even drink. And their compulsion, just to hit this as well, they are arrogant.
When their beast takes hold, they are extremely arrogant because the Ventrue believe that they are the finest, they are the best, and they deserve to be on the top. But after the second city, the Ventrue left. They went off to Greece. However, Ventrue himself was lost. We don't exactly know where he went, what happened. However, some Ventrue claim that he's alive in torpor in Persia. This is most likely untrue because one of the Gehenna books, this book directly says that he died. Of course, these books are like sometimes a little dubious canon as they are currently in 5th edition, but unless it's directly said against, Ventrue's dead. The book directly says that Ventrue died. But here's the thing about all that, my shortest antediluvian wrap up. I don't believe a fucking word of this. There is a single story, a story that all throughout paints him as the absolute best. And there's another big thing about Ventrue. They are very much in that idea of the story is what matters. You gotta properly tell the story and justify the present. The Ventrue are super open that they are down for propaganda and lying. If anything, I believe that the old Ventrue was probably a slimy, conniving fuck who probably was on Caine's good side. To the extent you can be, the guy was never there. He probably was a very extremely charismatic figure. I do not believe he was this altruistic, perfect beacon of vampiric society. I don't believe that. That sounds like something the Ventrue would make up. It's not even me hating on the Ventrue. Just, I think even if you're a huge Ventrue fan, you have to admit, like, they lie constantly. This can't be trusted. But the Ventrue went off to Greece alongside another clan, that being Clan Brujah, to where, you know the Peloponnesian War, the war between Athens and Sparta? That was a vampiric proxy war. Because the city of Athens was set up by the Brujah, and the city of Sparta was set up by the Ventrue. That's interesting, kind of swapped what you would, I guess, anticipate. But Athena was a Ventrue and set up Sparta, and they fought. The Brujah utilized the Peloponnesian War to kind of point to all the other kindreds, like, damn, these Ventrue are just brutal savages, just attacking us. Look at our enlightened city. Though eventually, the actual Brujah were pushed out, and they went to create their perfect city, their utopia in their minds. That being Carthage. Go watch my Brujah video, I touch on it a bit there. But in that meantime, the Ventrue got to the place where they could properly seat themselves in power, Rome. The Ventrue were the big power behind Rome. In fact, like Romulus and Remus, Ventrue. They became a very big power there. And this is from this point in Rome that they came up with the large aspect of their clan culture, that being dignitas, or just dignity. The Ventrue have to do things dignified. You need to compose yourself properly. There is an extreme code of etiquette that the Ventrue stick to and utilize this for inter-clan disputes. There is an entire second world of politicking inside of the Ventrue on top of normal kindred society, because it is unbecoming of a Ventrue to act like a beast, like a monster. Of course, like every other vampire in Vampire the Masquerade, it's not to say they're good. They just believe in putting a good face upon it. It's like the Tzimisce thing. They frown at the idea of openly showing how evil you are. If you want to be evil, you could just go out and, I don't know, kill a bunch of people. Ugh, how ghastly, how disgusting. If you want to be properly evil, why don't you instead take over a giant, like, Fortune 500 company, then immediately go out, export all of your labor to a third world foreign nation, where you can exploit the population there and work them to death with low wages. There you go, a proper amount of evil, but you put a good face on it. And you're also gaining something. So, you know, it's this concept of dignitas that Ventrue take incredibly seriously. If you even slightly slight them, you paint some rumors about them, you expose some of their dark secrets, they're gonna hit you back hard, because that is the most important thing to them. But the Ventrue in Rome eventually would make their way to wage war with the Brujah in Carthage. You understand history, you know how well that went for Carthage. They gathered up a lot of other kindred and waged war. Granted, for vampiric war, they're not like boots on the ground vampires fighting each other. It was only the final raid of Carthage where that even occurred. But against the Brujah, the Punic War had the Ventrue, the Toreador, the Malkavians, and the Gangrel, all of which gained a lot from allying with Rome that early and with the Ventrue, because they rewarded the people that helped them generously, really, really quickly, utilizing this to put themselves on top. already kind of justifying their rule and their position at the top. Because it was the Ventrue who gained a lot of the Convection of Thorns, the actual meaning that created the Camarilla. At some point, I'm probably just going to make a Camarilla video, because it's just a deep thing. There's a lot of interesting power plays there. The Ventrue not the ones to directly make the Camarilla be a thing. However, if you notice, a lot of princes happen to be Ventrue. There's of course a handful of reasons for this, one of which being their actual powers. Their disciplines being Dominate, which is vampiric control over the mind, Presence, vampiric control over your emotions, and Fortitude. They're just surprisingly tanky. They have the charisma abilities. They can both tell you what to do, order you around, or just impart that immense feeling of fear or awe at their presence. And then on top of this, it's their actual recruitment strategy, which is really interesting. I do like it a lot because they are so choosy of who they allow into their group. The first step is finding a person even deserving to become a Ventrue, which the big kicker that they like is somebody who gained a lot of power and status without it just being given to them. You can't just be a Nepo baby. You are someone who worked from the bottom all the way to the top, to where they will extensively interview you to figure out if you're a good candidate. Then they will embrace you. However, you're not immediately a clan member, because now you get rigorous training, extensive training, learning the ins and out of their etiquette, the ins and out of vampire politics, wider politics. You are remembering every name possible. You are learning every single thing. Your instructor is literally randomly berating you for trivia about your lessons, and you have to immediately spit it out. You are learning how to be dignified, charismatic, persuasive, and to actually be able to lead a vampiric society. Then, once all of your training is done, they send you out in what is known as your agoge, which they send you out to a location, and your job is to set up something of note. That is being a prince. That is gaining a large amount of status in an area. You're taking over a part of a domain. Once you are in this part of leadership, you have to really, really work to make yourself stand out and be impressive, be a proper Ventrue, because you will go to the board. The inner Ventrue clan political structure is called the board, and it's quite literally set up like a company, where you then have to extol all of your successes and your virtues and every cool, impressive thing you did in that agoge. Essentially, you are in a pitch meeting telling your bosses why they should hire you. I like this version of Shark Tank. That sounds like a fun watch. But if they accept you, boom, you're now a full Ventrue. And if you fail, it doesn't exactly say, but I assume they kill you. It's from this training and this initial setup is the reason Ventrue are so on top of things. And you can find Ventrue all over in positions of power. As a stand in modern knights, the aristocracy isn't really a thing anymore. You can't just walk around being a duke, a noble. That's not a thing. So instead, a lot of them are on top of companies. They're CEOs. They're very wealthy people. So the Ventrue have powerful people in a lot of aspects of human government, to where now they get to play in 3 forms of politicking. So if you as a player really like politics and your GM wants your group to play really hard into vampire politics, one of you gotta be a Ventrue. But yeah, it's honestly, this is a short video. There's just not that crazy amount of stuff I can go into. The Ventrue, like I said, are super straightforward. You get a quick understanding who they are, and there's a lot of just tiny minutia and fleshing out of kind of associated groups and characters, which I'm not gonna do here. It's not the point of this. But yeah, the Ventrue are fun. Not my favorite clan, but they're fun. But yeah, if you like this, like, comment, subscribe. A huge shout out to my channel members. Without this, none of this is possible, so really appreciate it. And a huge shout out to my top tier channel patrons, that being Drew Stampai, Robbie Beckmeyer, Uldra Mega Jesus, and Czar Shadow. Thank you all so much. But yeah, that's it. See ya. There's been a couple examples of necromancy that I've touched on in World of Darkness. Some pretty basic ones, that being the Chakravanti for Mage the Ascension, or Lasombra. And Lasombra is the closest so far, because today we are going to talk about the true necromancers, instead of playing around with spirits and ghosts, touching on the other flavors of undeath and necromancy. The clan we're talking about today is Hecata, kinda, technically. Clan Hecata has a very, very detailed history. So much that I'm going to split this up into 3 parts, because otherwise I would be doing a absolute fast forward of 3 separate clans throughout the game's history. Personally, that sounds like a disservice because reading through all of it, they're all individually cool and interesting, so I want to talk about each of them. So part 1, we're going to be talking about Clan Cappadocian, a clan that appears in Vampire the Dark Ages, a game that takes place around like the 12th century. And the next 2 videos I cover are going to be on Clan Giovanni and then Clan Hecata. Clan Hecata being what we have currently in 5th edition Vampire. The story of Clan Cappadocian, quite honestly, is like the story of their antediluvian. It's one of these clans. As the antediluvian, Cappadocius was insane. This guy is nuts in a really cool way, because stories go about how his embrace actually happened. He was a priest before anything, he was a mortal religious man, and then he was embraced. However, it's told the embrace went poorly. Cappadocius was always really into dead things, which made him creepy and weird and like no one liked him, but he was always really fascinated with the dead. So when he died in the embrace, that moment of death before you're brought back as a vampire, he found himself in the underworld, where spirits were grabbing him and holding him down because they didn't want him to go back up and receive that curse of Caine. Stories say that part of his soul remained in the underworld, and so the embrace was botched because he wasn't complete, he wasn't whole when he became a vampire, which is a big reason why he looks so awful. Cappadocius has the appearance of a corpse. He is pale, he is gaunt, he is sickly looking. It's really clear he's dead because it seems like the incomplete soul opened his body up for actual decay. And now with Unlife, he got way more into dead things, way more into necromancy. So much that he was really separate from vampiric politics, especially around like the Second City and all that. He seems super separate, even to the point where I don't believe he took place in the killing of the second generation, because the actual bane for Clan Cappadocian is that undead appearance. They look dead, taking after the appearance and the botched embrace of their like antediluvian, which that trait passed itself down. It is really not said at all that this was a curse by Caine, much like the other Banes. I think it's pretty notable when we have a vampire that's said to hate politics and think it's cringe, and that's notable, next to like Saulot and Haqim, who both, by the way, are noted of being really anti-vampire politics. He's like double that, because he kept focusing on dead things and his own just weird sense of like not belonging anywhere. He felt like an outsider and was kind of just not in a good headspace at all. Leading to this, he was also just a bad antediluvian. He was not a good parent at all. He embraced people willy-nilly. He just was like, sure man, I guess you're a vampire, boom. He had so many children because he just didn't care. He also didn't lead his clan at all. He would just periodically go into torpor, wake up, see how things were going, give a thumbs up, delegate, and leave. In fact, he would wander aimlessly after the Second City. After Enoch, he had nothing. He was full of despair, full of just self-loathing. He had no idea what to do. He felt aimless and lost, a monster in a world with no purpose, until eventually he found God. There are 2 stories of his actual turning to religiousness. He was always religious because, like I said, he was a priest. But the very important part of Clan Cappadocian is that they became Christian. There are 2 stories of this. The first one is a bit more extravagant. As it goes, he was full of despair, lost, just depressed as shit. And so using Protean, he sunk into the ground for an undetermined amount of time. But a date the actual clan book gives is 33 years underground just moping. This is a tidbit for me personally, not to get all weird numerology kind of shit, but the number 3 is actually super important in the Bible because the Trinity. So like the 3 pops up a lot, but while he was depressed and inside the ground, he said he was met by an angel. The angel came down and said, "You are destined to quest for the answer." He said, "I am not strong enough, I'm too weak, I can't do this." But then the angel said, "I will make you strong," and filled him with like radiant energy, like the burning power of faith. And he burst out of the ground and then promptly murdered a bunch of merchants that were nearby. That might raise some eyebrows, the idea of the answer. What is that? Well, it's very Hitchhiker's Guide, because the answer is the answer to the riddle, the great riddle of life. It has something to do with life and death, especially the short like cycle of life and death, what comes after death. The problem is Cappadocian doesn't know what the question is, so it makes solving the riddle hard. But after this angel revelation, he went out again, and he actually stumbled across a lone Jewish man in a tent. Still searching for the answer between life and death, he came in and promptly threatened this Jewish man to where he said, "I'm not scared. Well, I am scared, but I put my faith in God. I know God will protect me if I need protecting." This was like the right answer for Cappadocian. He heard this and he's like, "All right, bet. Cool. I'm not going to kill you then." And he left. And it was shortly after this that Cappadocian embraced Christianity whole hog. He heard about it and was super down into it. In fact, it is the Cappadocian vampires that are responsible in the world of darkness for spreading Christianity so far westward. They did a lot of work, pushing out building temples, monasteries, churches, just converting people, spreading the good word vampirically. In fact, like the city Cappadocia, where clearly they get their name from in Turkey, this was like one of the early cities that was like a safe haven for Christians. That was a promise of Clan Cappadocian. You were Christian, you would get a form of protection. You were safe, you had a place to go. Even more, in Turkey, they actually set up a monastery known as Ereses, a name that should be familiar if you've heard about the Ereses fragment or have watched my Caine video. You should watch that. I love this video. I'm very proud of it. That is the same Ereses, because the book, the Ereses fragment, the source book, is written like in the narrative device that was given to a Cappadocian. Ereses was a huge monastery. They stole it. They took it because there was a Malkavian set up. He was using it as a place to feed, so they didn't like this. They found this pretty sacrilegious, so they killed him, all in a way that's very respectful to the church. It's hallowed ground, they're not going to spill blood there, but they did murder the Malkavian, and then build a much deeper, bigger temple inside of it, as in like a giant mountain complex with huge chambers, hallways, big-ass tombs and libraries. It was able to fit a fuck ton of people. This level of like Christian expansion is justified in an interesting way, because like I said, Clan Cappadocian, they look awful. They look like corpses. They are inherently not going to be very social. That is the in-rule penalty they get. They have worse social attributes because you're talking to a corpse. So a lot of them actually set up in like isolated religious communities, places that weren't going to majorly question their appearance. They had big stakes in the church, but they could never like move up in the Vatican or whatever, because obviously if the Pope was a corpse man, people would be pretty iffy about it. People wouldn't like it. But if you have some vampires up in a monastery in the mountains, less people are going to question it. Even though Cappadocius at this point was not a good leader, things seemed pretty good. Like on the up and up for this clan, they were going to prosper. However, things went out of hand and Cappadocius snapped just a little bit because they had this setup of protecting Christians. They were a vampire clan that was not inherently brutal to their citizenry. That was like the stated point of it. However, Cappadocius learned that a bunch of people were being terrorized by the clan, by Clan Cappadocian. People were being drank too much, not to death, but people were developing anemia. They were being really just against these new corpse leaders they had. Just incredibly uncomfortable for the things they're doing. They're wielding their power wrong. And in Cappadocia's eyes, they're not serving God well enough. They're not following his rules. So he called a big meeting. In Ereses, every winter solstice, there was a big clan meeting. Everyone would attend. So he called this very important one, a event that would be known as the Feast of Folly. Came in there with everyone. It is noted 12,000 vampires were in attendance. Like I said, he embraced a lot of people. And back then, embracing rules were a bit more lax. When everyone was gathered, he asked a couple of questions, like, are you serving God? Are you searching for the answer? He asked them these basic questions, and those that couldn't answer properly were sealed in Ereses, a giant millstone locking them in, just letting them slowly reach final death as they starved. An event that horrified a lot of the other clan members, especially the ones that didn't make it. There were a good number that didn't make their way back to Ereses in time, and they heard, oh, like our antediluvian killed a lot of people, oh no. Cappadocius believed this was proper. This was a big sacrifice. He likened this to the Last Supper. And shortly thereafter, he snapped again because he had a big revelation. Because Cappadocius, like I said, is crazy. He is a crazy man with an incomplete soul. But he had a vision one day
of the crucifixion. He saw Jesus on the cross dying. And then his vision slowly turned to him on a cross dying with more nails in him. And he quickly realized, oh, I'm like Jesus. You know what I need to do? I need to reach godhood. That's a great pull from a vision of you being crucified, bro. Of course, there's that tricky problem. How do you become a god? How do you do it? Well, he figured it's simple. Diablerize God. Simple option. Just so easy. Just eat God, I guess. He went out on this journey to figure out how to reach godhood. He obviously told like nobody about this. He kept this pretty on the down low, his plan, because it admittedly is a little blasphemous, I guess. And meanwhile, during this point, the clan was thriving. At this time, they set up really, really strongly in many different religious circles, again, just not in positions of power. And they also made a really lucrative deal with the Ventrue, because at the time, if you've seen my Ventrue video, Ventrue were the ones behind Rome. So they had a lot of political power to throw around. They made an allegiance. Many members of Clan Cappadocian were forms like mystics, advisors, scholars. They were a very intelligent bunch. A lot of times it was dedicated to necromancy subjects. That's because they're disciplines. As they have aspects, which is vampiric sight, seeing the unseen, even spirits. You can use that to see beyond the veil. There's also fortitude, just, you know, vampiric fortitude. You're tough to kill. And then lastly, necromancy or mortis, where they literally have full-on necromantic powers. The part I enjoy and that separates them from Lasombra. Lasombra has shadow magic. Granted, that shadow magic is based around the underworld. It's the same location with like Wraith the Ascension. That's a big crossover thing right there. But they're not necromancers. Then after that, we have a lot of other forms of necromancy we see, especially in vampire, that's more like spirit community or talking to spirits and the dead. However, mortis as a discipline has a lot more like full-on corpse shit. You spread rotten decay. You just destroy corpses, you can raise the dead. It's less ghost summonery and more like actual undead master. But again, they were looking really good. They were on like a really good spot. And then Cappadocius had his next big revelation. He got a vision of himself engulfed in flames, dying horribly. And he looked out as he was burning and saw his entire clan engulfed in the same flames, slowly growing out and catching them all. He panicked because he hadn't become a god yet. And if he doesn't do that, then he's wasted all this time. He was wrong. Things are going to get worse. He needed to become god stat. So he contacted his boys in the Vatican that he had, went to the Pope's bedroom because he got contacts. He can get in there. He went down to a secret chamber full of occultic material and satanic literature. He was really into that. There is another theory, and that's kind of supported, it's hinted at. We don't know who the antediluvian for Clan Bali is, a bunch of the Satanist vampires. There's some pretty hefty evidence that Cappadocian was that. He was the guy who set them up. Because again, he willy-nilly embraced a lot of people. So that's what, like 3 that possibly created the Bali. But he was reading all these cool magic tomes, reading, and at the same time, he put out a missive with one of his most trusted boys, saying, I need you to tell my revelation to the entire clan. Tell them I've seen these visions, that I think I'm gonna become God, and that everyone's gonna die. A terrifying revelation. Clan Cappadocian, when they got this message, were horrified because, oh my god, that is horrific blasphemy. But they kind of had to make do because part of the revelation that said, you're all gonna die. So, when you actually get to play Clan Cappadocian in the Dark Ages of the setting, they are really morose, kind of fatalist, because they're just waiting for Judgment Day. They know it's going to come, they just don't know when. But we do, we know when it came, 1444, because Cappadocian made one big mistake on his journey to become God. He embraced Augustus Giovanni, and that is a man we will talk about next time. So yeah, that's gonna be it until I talk about Clan Giovanni. I want to thank my channel members who make all these videos possible. I'm super appreciative. Thank you so much. Big shout out to my top tier channel members, that being Robbie Beckmeyer and Czar Shadow. Absolute legends, both of you. Thank you so much. But yeah, like, comment, subscribe, share the video around. I don't know, mention whatever you want in the comments. See ya. It's been a little bit, but we got Hecata Part 2, this time focusing on Clan Giovanni, those who would usurp Clan Cappadocian, which, by the way, Because this is a part 2, I'm not going to re-explain anything. You kind of need to go watch the Cappadocian video. Also, a little later than I wanted, made a community post about it a little bit ago, but things have been weird, real life. Nothing crazy, nothing traumatic, nothing bad, but it's been annoying, and I've had to deal with it. So, I don't know, more reason to like, comment, subscribe, share, do the YouTube things. Better this channel does, the more time I get to put towards it, which is kind of what I want. But anyways, to the actually interesting part, vampires. So Clan Cappadocian, where we last left off, was in a pretty rough place because they were waiting for their antediluvian to die, and all of them too. They were waiting for Judgment Day. The one who would be responsible is one known as Augustus Giovanni. Him and his family, back in the day, they were known as Jovians. They would eventually change it to better fit in with their locale, but for simplicity, I'm gonna keep calling them Giovanni. The Giovanni family was a family of merchants, like a really successful long line of merchants, hailing back to like the Roman Empire. They did fantastic work. They were really, really smart businessmen, as well as necromancers. They were full-on necromancers. Now, merchant necromancers might not seem like a pretty normal combination of skill sets. However, if you think about it, it's really useful to be able to summon the dead to make financial decisions, which is what they would do. They would summon ghosts, figure out where trade routes and all that were going, figure out what was booming in the economy, and they used this to make a fuck ton of money. Augustus Giovanni was just incredibly notable in that fact. So much, he was approached by a bunch of different vampires. A lot of different kindred wanted to inundate him into their own clans. So this man got to shop around, figure out what he wanted, eventually getting an offer from Clan Cappadocian. Clan Cappadocian was excited because, oh hey, you're also necromancers, and it filled in a skill set they didn't have, because Clan Giovanni, their specialty when it comes to like the disciplines of necromancy, they deal a lot more with wraiths and spirits. Meanwhile, Cappadocian did dead bodies. They did corpse animation, all that. So they legitimately lacked the ability to handle ghosts. Giovanni accepted the offer, which actual Cappadocius, he was a bit willy-nilly on who he embraced, but two of his very loyal servants, that being Japheth and Constancia, they were iffy. They didn't like his vibes, but he was eventually embraced and brought into the fold. Though it was an interesting embrace. Cappadocius didn't like embrace him personally. Instead, Giovanni was drained of all of his blood and given vials of Cappadocius's blood. Though Japheth, kind of a smart move here, didn't want to do the whole thing, so Giovanni got like a partial embrace, not all of the vitae given in all these vials. I say that's a good move because making Giovanni more powerful would be a bad idea. The first thing Giovanni did is he went and he embraced his entire family, making them all vampires. This is the other aspect of Augustus Giovanni I like, because why in the world did he accept the Cappadocian offer? Why did he agree to become one? Because he was obviously getting hit up by everybody, probably Lasombra, probably Ventrue, like those are better deals. Well, he immediately clocked Cappadocian as a bunch of rubes. He clocked that this clan would be super easy to manipulate because they had a mentally unstable antediluvian who left them alone, and all of the individual members of the clan were horrifically untrained in everything. The perfect targets. And a plan would eventually go into motion in 1444. Where on a giant strike betrayal, multiple childer of Cappadocius would be killed and diablerized until eventually Augustus Giovanni himself went and diablerized Cappadocius. Clan Giovanni wiped out most of the clan because they were not fighters. They were like religious people. There were a handful of actual like warriors inside of the clan. It didn't hold up. There's another interesting note about the diablerization of Cappadocius because it was weird and not complete. Because like I said in part 1, Cappadocius had a weird soul. It seemed like him becoming a vampire was incomplete because part of his soul was still down in the underworld. But Giovanni was the weakest who actually diablerized his antediluvian. Though, there's also kind of a good thing, because it was noted in the wiki when I was first checking through all this. Augustus Giovanni is the only guy to do this diablerization ploy and not get fucked over. Because like, we got Tremere who did it to Saulot, that didn't go great. Literally, Giovanni persists until like the 1990s. But yeah, the clan was completely usurped. The Giovanni killing every single Cappadocian who would pop up, and finding those in torpor and killing them. That's not to say that there's absolutely no Cappadocians left. The bloodline still kind of exists, but it's really, really limited. It's also funny to note that there really weren't any major consequences for Giovanni doing this. as you would think. Like, a clan just got wiped out and usurped. Like, that happened to the Tremere. The Tremere got really fucked over too by wider vampiric society. Would that happen here? Not really. One of the key reasons, and I love you, Tremere, I love you, but it's fun to talk about Clan Giovanni, and especially Augustus Giovanni, because it's really nice to follow a clan and character who every time they make a decision, it's just right. They're just smart in playing the game properly. And on top of that, they didn't wipe out, you know, the Salubri and Saulot. They wiped out a bunch of weird corpse lovers, something that I think the other kindred were just kind of okay with, because now they're replaced with a bunch of really nice, charismatic vampires who they really played up that humble servant, like, oh, we're just good guys, we don't want to get involved in anything. Especially because, like, this diablerization was right around the end of, like, the first Anarch revolt, with the appearance of the Anarchs and the Sabbat. So the Camarilla really didn't want another threat, which is actually what leads us to a peace treaty that they made. Literally, like, right in the early 1500s, fresh after the revolt, they met with the Camarilla in Venice. Venice being, at the time, the current seat of Camarilla power. They negotiated. We don't actually know the exact concessions and agreements made, but the Camarilla didn't want an extra threat. And, like, Giovanni didn't want that either. They didn't want to deal with the Camarilla, so they made a deal. They would get Venice. They would get to control Venice. However, there was always a safe spot for the Camarilla to come and do their meeting. And on top of that, the Giovanni would stay fully out of any of the Anarch, Sabbat, Camarilla politics. They would not interact. They would just leave everyone alone. They were a neutral third party. I imagine that there's some other concessions that Giovanni made, but it's not noted. Which, fun fact, this agreement is still in, like, account. It's still a thing, but this agreement actually expires in 2028. So pretty soon, this is something the Camarilla and the current clan, Hecata, are kind of worried about. They have no clue what's going to happen when this treaty ends. The treaty had an expiration date of 500 years, and I personally have a little bit of a theory of why it had this, which I'll get to in a minute. So from this, Clan Giovanni was just left alone. They had a lot of independence because they just weren't checked in on. And as well, you didn't really want to check in on them because they were really nice. They played that role of just humble, new kindreds on the scene. They just were agreeable. It was really nice. It was great. Like, again, I love you, Tremere, but the fact that you showed up in the scene as a bunch of arrogant upstarts, not a great move. In the background, though, they were anything but. Like I've mentioned, they're necromancers. They were doing a lot of necromantic research. And as well, Clan Giovanni is a family, a very insular family that has really specific criteria to be brought in. One of the ways that they actually embrace people is they have a really intensive ghoul system, where you have to be in the family. Not as easy to just marry into the family. I'm quite obviously dancing around the subject of incest. So that was totally fine with them. And necrophilia, and a lot of different other depraved acts, because Clan Giovanni was disgusting. Any horrific thing you can think of, they partook in, they enjoyed, which is that ghoul system. They're big fans of the idea of making your first ghouling inherently memorable, which is their excuse for making it horrible and just pretty rough. Like, say, you get a nice gift of wine. It's just spiked with a bit of vampiric vitae, and they're probably just not going to tell you that for months, because they want to see you struggle with the withdrawal symptoms. This is all known as the proxy kiss, something they really like to mess around with. They also do, like, parodies of Catholic Mass. What these appear like dark religious rituals to bring you into the fold. They're not religious anymore, by the way. They're just straight up not. Or doing it in, like, simulated acts of sex. Vampires can't fuck, but they can certainly pretend and bite you in the process. What makes this extra fun for them, awful for anyone else, is their curse, because they have the curse of a painful kiss. Reason for this is one of Cappadocian's childer, one known as Lamia. When Giovanni was being embraced, he had a curse put on him. This curse would go into effect when Augustus betrayed the clan, because again, everyone but Cappadocius had him locked. This made their bite painful. Normally, the embrace is pretty nice. It's kind of sick to get bitten by a vampire, unless it's Clan Giovanni, because it's like ripping out your jugular, and it's really hard for the Giovanni vampire to keep somebody alive. So for that reason, they kind of stick to blood banks and they stick to corpses. Now, this is an interesting question. What's the deal with Giovanni? Like, what are they doing? Clan Giovanni has an evil plan, a plan that's being really hidden to erase the Shroud. Shroud being the thing that separates life from death.
They want to eliminate that because it would put them on top. Being master necromancers, they can control the new world. This requires a lot of souls, like a lot of souls of wraiths. There's a thing you can do in the underworld, like as wraiths, you can turn a person, a wraith, into like an object. So deep in the lower Umbra, they have a secret area, secret place where they will eventually perform this ritual, where it had a massive collection of souls. There's not an exact number for how many souls they needed, but it was a lot. So much, it took them like almost 500 years to accumulate. They had a whole system in the underworld of like wraiths who were on their side, who they promised many different blessings towards. They had a whole agency under there. If you want to stick a villain for your like Wraith the Oblivion campaign, make it some Giovanni stuff. But I did say had, because in the Week of Nightmares, 1999, when everything bad happened, where the Great Maelstrom, the whole void in the underworld of Oblivion grew, because during the Week of Nightmares, there was some funny Soul Nuke shenanigans. The Laughing Man, like Smiling Man, I forget his name in Wraith the Oblivion, he was setting off a funny Soul Nuke at the first vampiric city of Enoch, like the memory of it. Meanwhile, a technocrat was doing a similar thing. Their nukes blew it up. It grew the actual like void of Oblivion much bigger, and this void ate all of the souls that they had prepared, completely erasing like so much progress, which leaves Clan Giovanni in a really interesting state where they were like, well, what do we do now? Do we restart? Which is where we get into my theory. There's nothing supporting this, it's purely my theory. I believe their plan was to implement this in 2028. In the background, they probably gave themselves a nice timer of 500 years, a thing they looked like they were rapidly approaching. Like they were getting ready until 1999, because I just don't view them as the people who would break a contract. Try to betray everyone like that, they'll just wait right when the contract ends and then do the ritual. But everyone's kind of lost now, especially because after that, Augustus Giovanni went down to the lower Umbra. He went down to the underworld. It's like, I'll be back, I guess. I'll figure something out. No one's heard from him. It's undetermined if he's still alive or if he met his final death somewhere. The timing also sucked because right after, the Second Inquisition started really cracking down on everything, and another like vampiric group came out of nowhere and started killing Clan Giovanni members. A group known as the Harbingers of Skulls. It's really unknown who they are, but it kind of reads like they're the like remaining remnants of Clan Cappadocian finally getting revenge. They're in a bad spot. They're in a really rough spot, so they need to do something drastic, like have a family reunion, which is where we'll pick up next time. But yeah, that is going to be it. I'll make part 3 soon, hopefully sooner than later. But yeah, I want to thank my channel members who make these videos possible. Super appreciative. And my top tier channel members, just a huge shout out to them, that being Hazard650, Pork Chomp, and Czar Shadow. Thank you all so much, super appreciative. And then yeah, just like, comment, subscribe, do that stuff. See, all right, we're finally here. We're actually talking about Clan Hecata in my part 3 series on this clan. So I'm not going to re-explain everything. This is part 3. You need the context of the previous 2. Sorry. So go back and watch those. But before we get started, I just want to say I am affiliated with NordVPN. My channel, I guess now, is brought to you by NordVPN. This isn't even me playing it up. I actually use NordVPN, so like this is a legitimate recommendation. I think it's good. So yeah, if you want better internet security, NordPass for helping with your passwords, because having a strong password, very important, or the one I primarily use it for, jumping around to other countries to get access to their version of Netflix or Hulu or whatever. I will track it down, but there is a website. I will track it down, but there's a very cool website that tells you, like for each show and movie, what country's like streaming service has it. So yeah, click my links in the description of this video. For both of them, if you use it and sign up, it does help the channel, and I at least like the fact I am shilling a product I enjoy. Where last we left off, Augustus Giovanni gone. Their entire long process of collecting souls for their big ritual, gone. The Second Inquisition hunting them down, even forcing them out of the United States itself. They were forced to flee back to Venice. And the Harbingers of the Skulls already coming at their door, beating their ass. So what do? They have to readjust, do something drastic. Diplomacy. All those reasons, very valid reasons to have to readjust your clan structure. A real big kicker is the agreement between the Giovanni and the Camarilla, the one that's set to expire in 2028. Kind of a blink of an eye for a vampire and a mortal being. No one knew what was going to happen when this agreement ended. The big fear for the Giovanni was that the Camarilla would then move in and try to take them over. Especially because at this point, they're like the last remaining independent sect, clan, group in Vampire. The Banu Haqim, they're now part of the Camarilla. The Ministry's hanging out with the Anarchs. So they did the family reunion, which is not like a sit down family reunion, nice dinner meeting. It's a very long process. A lot of underhanded deals, secret deals, and dealing with elders. Because at this point, the beckoning had started to occur, pulling a lot of the elders to the Middle East to go fight in the Gehenna Wars. This is something that the clan Hecata, which I'm just gonna call them this, were immune to because their antediluvian was gone. That's the theory. The theory is that because Cappadocius is dead, the beckoning is actually the call of each clan's antediluvian sending psychic signals to the bloodline, and Cappadocius ain't there to do that. So a lot of the elders had to stay there. And this is all relayed in the book Cult of the Blood, which there's some issues with some V5 books. I think they're not laid out the best. Cult of the Blood is actually very good. I recommend that. It lays out in pretty big detail, in narrative detail too, exactly with the family reunion, and a big kicker is that everyone was really mad. The younger Giovanni were pissed that Augustus just left, and they were pissed that the elders were just kind of holding on to this old way of living. In fact, like a lot of the younger Giovanni were rebelling, saving Cappadocian clan members, hiding them from being murdered, or just working against their older elders. It was kind of shaping to be a tiny version of the Anarch Revolt, just less violent and just insular to the clan. So with this reunion, they called every single type of kindred that likes death, either traces of Giovanni or the Cappadocian bloodline, or just, are you a weird necromancer? Come on. Just a quick rundown of those 10. We have Giovanni, obviously. We have the remnants of Cappadocian, that being the Harbingers of Ashur or the Harbingers of Skulls. We have the Naisons Sanan, which are Caribbean voodoo practicing vampires. We have the Gorgons, which are the last bastion of Lamia bloodline, the Lamia being one of Cappadocian's key followers and also one of the few warrior groups of the old clan Cappadocian. The Flesh Eaters, Nagaraja, who to get their blood they have to literally eat flesh. There's one in the game, Bloodlines. The Bankers of Duncern, who are Scottish cannibal bankers who were allied with Giovanni way back in the day. The Children of Tenochtitlan, who are Aztec death cult members who also were allies with the Giovanni. We have the Puttanesca, who, if you thought the Giovanni were just mafia vampires, the Puttanesca are literally bad. And the Milliners, who are, again, Giovanni allies, very mob boss style. With all those groups together, they created a pact with each other, not just like, hey, we're now gonna be one group, the Hecata. They also did some rituals that kind of bound their blood together with interesting effects I will get to. Alongside this, they culled many of the elders or just clan members who were going to hold them back, largely Giovanni. You have an old-ass Giovanni still wanting to do their weird, creepy incest necrophilia thing, dead. And that's not to say the Hecata just did this to clean up their image or they had a moral issue with all of this. No, this is a necessity. They needed to bind together to become something stronger. If you were going to stand in that way, you were gone, which would also shape a key philosophy for Hecata. Because now they were more than just a sect or a clan, they were a family. Like the Giovanni, it's also kind of set up to be like a big corporation. They have many different levels, all working for their goal of maintaining independence. The reunion allowed Clan Hecata to enter the playing field with a much stronger political arm. They have actual weight to throw around. They still treat it like a family, and willy-nilly embraces are still frowned upon. They don't want that. They do have very specific things that they're looking for a new kindred. It's just, less incesty. That all has been kind of axed from Hecata. So a key thing they do are people who are very strong-willed, people who are self-made, and those they believe will do whatever needs to be done for their goal. Their goal of, it's us against everyone else. We are actively participating in kindred politics, but we need to have the upper hand. So these are things like mob bosses, big CEOs who started their company from nothing, or necromancers, if you are a necromancer mortal, because you can learn magic. As like a mortal, it's just hard, but you can do it. Honestly, a pretty sick deal for those mortal necromancers, because now they get access to a stronger form of it. So let's get into that part, the disciplines. There's one key little issue I have. However, Hecata kind of gets around one of my issues with V5's whole discipline thing, because there's a lot of freedom of what you can do as a member of Clan Hecata. You get access to Auspex, Vampiric Sight, extra helpful because it lets you see the unseen like spirits. You have Fortitude for corpse-like resistance, and it's not necromancy here because V5, you have Oblivion. This is the part I actually have an issue with. Now, I understand the reason for this, and logically speaking, the V5 discipline system actually gives you as a player access to more powers, which allows for more build variety. I emotionally don't like the fact that unique disciplines aren't a thing anymore. I have a key tenet that player choice is like the most important thing for a tabletop game. A player should be able to really flex their muscles and build what they want to build. And the one thing that shakes that is specifically having Oblivion be shared by Lasombra and Hecata, because it feels really wrong to me to have a Lasombra doing necromancy, even though both powers, why it's called Oblivion, is because it comes from the Shadowlands. Purely emotional argument. This isn't game design going into this. It's just a me thing. The part that is cool though, is all those bloodlines I mentioned. You can make your character fit more into those roles. An element I do like a lot with V5 is I really like their lore sheets. Other games have done this, but I like the V5 lore sheets a lot because you can play any of them. Do you want to play the Nagaraja? Well, the book does lay out the types of disciplines all of those bloodlines have access to. So the GM can allow some switching. If you want to play a Nagaraja specifically, just switch out Fortitude with Dominance. Boom. Again, the Cult of the Blood is a very good book. I do recommend this book. And then let's get into their Banes and Compulsions. So, Clan Hecata, because they did this ritual of almost fusing their blood together, melding it into one, the Clan Banes have changed. Because like, there's Clan Banes for these vampires where they look like walking corpses, or eating flesh. That whole thing, kind of gone. Instead, the bloodline has inherited Clan Giovanni's curse, the painful kiss. It hurts a lot when you bite someone, drain their blood, and it's a little hard to keep them alive, like I said in Giovanni video. This is something I've seen complaints about, and I honestly totally understand, because you want to play like a Nagaraja, you want that Clan Bane, super fair. It feels a little weird that like they can undo some of these Banes, especially the Cappadocian one, which was arguably left by Caine, even though there are sources that say that the reason he looks like a corpse is because part of his soul was left in the Shadowlands. My interpretation of this is that with the merging of the blood, it took the more potent curse that was available because there were a lot more Clan Giovanni members, so it just kind of pooled it all into there. That is my belief. Although an element I think you could very easily do is I think you could just have like a different Clan Bane. I want to be these guys. I want to look like a corpse. Well, just take the one from like 20th anniversary edition. And then their Compulsion. Whenever the beast is roused, a member of Clan Hecata is morbid. They're really fascinated with death. It's a little creepy. And yeah, like that's kind of where we end with Hecata. Hecata being a brand new clan in the scene, there's not like as much meat to tear into, because their current point right now is that fight for independence. It's them against the world. So that's where you are as a kindred if you decide to play a member of Clan Hecata. The last thing I want to do here, I want to analyze this more on a meta level, like what is actually happening here, because I have seen people already in my comments and just out and about in the internet, people who don't like the idea of the family reunion and they don't like this melding of the clans. I think it's totally fair. Right now, looking at it mechanically, I like it. I am still in the fence if I like it full narratively. I think it makes sense for what you're trying to do with the game, where you're trying to get all these tiny little groups all sharing the same vibe and push them into one. A thing I just don't agree with though is that the clan identities are somehow erased in this melding, because they're straight up not. It certainly looks that way when you hear the idea of the family reunion and you just see it on the surface. When you actually like read the Cult of the Blood, it gives your GM every single tool to help differentiate you. You want to play a Banker of Dunsim? Easy as hell. It's going to be on like the player if you were going to play one of these bloodlines to try to define it and make it something that isn't just Hecata, but like all the tools are there to do this, which is my exact jam as a tabletop player. I really like this form of style. You have one official thing as the game has gone on, but you give every single tool to work around it. All these tools, by the way, you can use to just keep Hecata Giovanni. You can just have that in your world and never change, because World of Darkness is what you believe World of Darkness is. The lore is apocryphal. So if in your game you like the idea of the Giovanni more, keep the Giovanni. My World of Darkness runs in line more with what the straightforward canon is with a lot of different offshoots. I'm a big fan of the supernatural kitchen sink where everything is active at the same time. And the one, you have to stretch your imagination to understand why this is still a secret world, which the answer for that is mages. Mages are the reason. But that's just because I find that vibe fun. I like the world. I think World of Darkness becomes a little sadder when werewolves and wraiths and mages and mummies and all them aren't in it too. But that's just me. And that's the version I say on my videos. So you can have your own. It's totally fine. But yeah, that's Clan Hecata. And we got one more of the mainline clans until down the line I'm going to cover more Bloodlines and different things. I am going to cover the Nagaraja because they're very interesting, and I do want to delve in more to the Tal Mel Ra, because I've heard it's both kind of cool and kind of dumb. I'm excited. I know like a decent bit about it already. I want the in-depth stuff. Yeah, that is just going to wrap this up. I want to thank my channel members who make all these videos possible. It's greatly appreciated, especially right now. It is really appreciated. And a huge shout out to my top tier channel members. That being Hazard650, Lucky Finds 23, Pork Chomp, and Czar Shadow. Thank you all so much. This means the world. But yeah, with that, like, comment, subscribe, use my link, sign up for NordVPN today, and any other YouTube stuff you can think of. See ya. So we're here. We finally did it. After this video, I have officially done every single base clan in Vampire the Masquerade. I haven't done Salubri, because that was added in V5. I'll get to them later. That's not going to be the end of clan overviews. I have a lot of interesting Bloodlines to go through, but I also here can't say I saved the best for last. Now, hello new viewers, or returning viewers. I like to make it a point to make it very clear where my opinions lie, because I think it is a little disingenuous as someone who covers lore if I pretended to like something more than I did, or secretly didn't like something and then tried to stealth diss it. Toreador are like my least favorite clan in Vampire the Masquerade because I'm just not a fan of the surface level archetype they have. I think the Toreador have some very sick things. I've just never been a fan of like the pretty boy seductive vampire archetype. It's never been my thing. This is gonna be a slight who cares, didn't ask yap fest real quick, so skip to this timestamp if you just want to get to the vampires. So I guess like fun fact about me, I've never been a fan of vampires, like at all. I have my exceptions, largely World of Darkness. I think World of Darkness just handles vampires as a concept way better, alongside a lot of very spooky old Eastern European renditions. I've just never been a big vampire guy. I've just never really cared. Same with like werewolves and such. Like it's a big whatever moment for me. However, I also think vampires historically, like as a thing, is very interesting. And I think it's a really interesting artistic expression. I'm an artsy guy. I like to overanalyze art and I think it's a good thing, but vampires as a concept are very sexual, which gives rise to the archetype that I'm not a fan of, which I understand. I think it as a metaphor is really interesting. I think then the forms we see it in, the romanticized, basically that is a human being who occasionally needs to drink blood and is hot. I think it's boring as hell. This isn't even like me stupidly overanalyzing it. Like I'm talking Dracula, Bram Stoker's Dracula. Like there's some undertones there that are very sexual. And like Count Orlok, be it the very recent movie we got, the original version of Count Orlok. I guess for the younger viewers, I say like I'm not in this camp. The dude from SpongeBob. That story is super sexual. Count Orlok is a horny motherfucker. It's just like the act of biting and drinking blood is treated in a lot of fiction as a very sexual, sensual act, which I think is interesting. Again, I like vampires as a monster. I like how World of Darkness does it because they are monsters. You're firmly not human, and I'm just never a fan of when you're not a vampire, you're not really like cursed or burdened with this thing. You're just someone who has all the upsides and you just can't go outside sometimes and you drink blood. That's boring. Anyway, art yap over. I feel like that's fitting for Toreador, but whatever. Before we get into all that though, I do have to shout out my channel is affiliated with NordVPN. So if you want NordVPN as a VPN or NordPass for some password protection, use my link in the description. Get yourself some good like cybersecurity. Clan Toreador is one of the original clans, as in their antediluvian. Many different names. We mostly know her as Arakel or Ishtar, depending on the story. Was one of like the OGs. She was there in the first city. Her stories vary a lot because Toreador is a clan that had a big historian stint. I'll get into that a little later, but a lot of like the actual history we have on many of the different antediluvians come from Toreador scholars. You might have heard little tidbits of that in my other videos. However, when it comes to like them specifically, Toreador kind of takes a little bit of the Ravnos and Ventrue approach, that the original story isn't as important, the story is what matters. And they openly admit to embellish. I will give very broad strokes and jump around the names Arakel and Ishtar, but as we know it, Arakel or Ishtar was an artist. Specifically, Arakel is noted to be a sculptor so great they actually touched Caine himself with her skill. Meanwhile, Ishtar was a bull dancer who also touched Caine with her skill. I don't mean that sexually. I mean that artistically, which she was later embraced, some stories saying by Enoch himself, like the first child of Caine. She was renowned to be beautiful. Apparently, she was so beautiful and pure, she was one of the only antediluvians to not receive a bane by Caine, because she didn't take part in the murder of the second generation. I don't really believe that, because, you know, we have other clans saying the exact same thing. I'll be honest, the only one I don't think got a bane was Cappadocian, because I don't think he was in his right mind when all the murdering was happening. I don't believe Toreador. It is also noted in her story, the first city of Enoch wasn't called Enoch, it was called Ubar, which is like a real kind of place. It's a place that's treated kind of like Desert Atlantis because it is a lost city of the sands. And much like every single story of a lost city, there is no historical precedent for its existence. So this shit's a myth, which actually fits really well for Vampire because the first city was wiped out by a flood sent by God. So it would make sense if First City's remnants were a lost city. A lot of the story is later told by Catherine of Montpellier, a very prominent Toreador historian who really forwarded the Ishtar part of the story, and it turns very Greek. A lot of other Toreador historians don't agree with her telling at all, but it's kind of the best thing we have. Essentially, she went to Crete, she's got into a relationship with King Minos. Minos was like, make me a vampire. She was like, I don't want to do that, I'll make your son one though. And he fell to the beast like immediately and became the Minotaur. Later on, she also hung out with Gilgamesh, and it's noted Enkidu was there. Enkidu, their name for the Gangrel antediluvian, who's known as a Noia and a woman. Enkidu is a man. But I'm brushing past a lot of this. It doesn't totally matter her story after this. The big thing though with Arakel is that reportedly she is not dead. She has not met her final death. And apparently later on, she actually hung out with the antediluvian for Nosferatu, which apparently she was kind of cool with before he got cursed, because he used to be hot as hell, and then he became ugly. The big events that happened later, though, were tied with the Ventrue, the Brujah, and the origins of the Camarilla, because they kind of jumped from place to place, eventually ending up in Rome, but they also played around with the Brujah who were over in Carthage. If you go watch my Ventrue video, I talk about this history. The Brujah had a really sick vampire society over in Carthage. The Ventrue were creating Rome. Toreador tried to play both sides, but they quickly realized, oh shit, the Brujah are gonna get destroyed. We should hang out with the Ventrue, which immediately put them in pretty big prominence with the Ventrue, who would later establish the Camarilla. They're like one of the top 3 clans in the Camarilla, like at the top. It is from here that they, again, just jumped empire to empire. Constantinople, Byzantium, London, Paris, New York. They experienced lots of great art over the time because they established anywhere where there was large cultural impact. That's going from like the plays of Shakespeare to the plays of Broadway. Talking about like Michelangelo and his cool statues and paintings, or Michelangelo the Ninja Turtle, probably. The key thing, the thing you will hear constantly about the Toreador is that they love art. They love making art, they love appreciating art. It's an obsession for them. They love it so much, they can kind of be added into some camps of some do create, others are like patrons. The entire image of the patron completely bankrolling a young artist is a very Toreador thing to do. The reasons for this are actually really interesting, as Toreador have talked about it here and there. Some give it a lot more of the Ravnos perspective. We're immortal, let's enjoy mortal life and appreciate what we have here. Another one I find really interesting is the idea that Toreador take a special care to specifically appreciate the world other kindred don't. They are predators, dancing through this world of mortals, but they don't like stop and smell the roses. Toreador do. This extends to politics as well, because Toreador really love politics and some become obsessed with it like it is an art form. This establishes guilds. Literally, it's like the traditional concept of guilds, but it's also social clubs, gatherings of Toreador, as they will establish these groups that all have their own new hierarchies, or separate hierarchies. Say like you establish a poetry club in Toreador society, and there's like 2 others. Now it's gonna be backstabbing, jumping groups, inner politics to become the best poetry club. Though this also goes on grander and grander scales, as like record labels can be Toreador guilds, where now they get money and status from signing new artists onto their record label, and blood. They get blood as well. Toreador are a big fan of vampire politics and mortal politics because they just like being front and center in the limelight. It's very fun. They get to have a bunch of fancy galas and balls and a lot of tricky dealings. The reason for this is their clan bane. Their clan bane is edition dependent. However, it wasn't like fully changed in V5, it was just split in half, but I'll get to that. The Toreador clan bane is obsession. They are obsessed with beauty. In the older editions, a Toreador would struggle to pry their eyes away from something that caught their eye, be this a person, a thing, some piece of art, until that thing was literally covered, put away, or they could will themselves to turn. They were just obsessed with it. This obsession also made it so like a Toreador couldn't become a master of their own art form of choice, which again laid into the idea of them being a patron for someone else. They get obsessed many times with people. A lot of those people they're being patrons of are those obsessions. They like fall in love with them and they dote on them. They just treat them like amazing little works of art. Oh, look at my new ghoul. He's such a great guy. Oh, look at my new child. They're great. And then like a couple weeks later, they get bored and drop it because the obsession ends, which sucks for the person involved with that. Like, oh shit, I got like a rich suitor. Hell yeah, this rules. They're like super great to me. Oh, and now they've ghosted me completely. This extends to their childer, who will be doted on for weeks and then dropped completely, left alone adrift in the vampire society. In V5, the split basically means that that obsession aspect is now part of their bestial compulsion. And their bane is it physically sucks as a Toreador to be somewhere ugly. If you're not surrounded by things that are just beautiful in some way, it is harder to do your disciplines. It just sucks to be there. I really like the whole Toreador bane because for the 40k fans that are in my audience, it's just Fulgrim. Like I'm talking book Fulgrim from Fulgrim. This is where the Toreador though get that archetype of being the seductive vampires. They are attractive, they use that level of attractiveness, and they get obsessed over people, genuinely seduce them just to drop them later. Really, the benefit is that they don't have dominate as a discipline. They instead have aspects for extra cool supernatural sight. It doesn't help though, because this increased perception is something the Toreador actually blame, in part for their obsession with art, as they can just perceive it better. Again, I don't believe the Toreador when they say we didn't get a bane from Caine, because I don't just think it is a base level vampire thing that's passed down by bloodline. It is too much like a real curse. They have celerity for quick reflexes and super speed, and presence, which allows them to bend people to look at them, appreciate them, or look at them in fear. It really helps for the Toreador socialite in a gathering of mortals to just presence make everyone adore them as they coast on this wave of bliss. It's very Emperor's Children. Literally, if you're a 40k fan, you really love Emperor's Children, you're gonna love the Toreador and vice versa. Even more for the connections. I don't normally talk about the Antitribu clans, I want to at some point, but the Toreador are still in like kind of good standing with the members of their clan that went Sabbat way back in the day. Because they're still Toreador, they're still given an invite to the party. The thing is though, the Antitribu Toreador are a lot darker because they really inhabit the concepts of Slaanesh. They take the pleasure and bliss of hedonism and they slowly get more and more and more depraved, really taking that artistic appreciation to sadism, causing and feeling pain. They just fully embrace that. And the other Toreador are like, hey, they're chill though. It's good for us to keep this perspective. It's good to have different opinions as like someone's torturing another person, I guess. That is, to a smaller scale, also a story with current Toreador and modern knights, as a lot of them haven't gone full, you know, Slaanesh sadomasochists. However, that whole like historical preservation and artistic preservation that they used to have, that's a very Dark Age way of viewing things, as in the setting, the Dark Ages. Because over time, Toreador have become more and more hedonistic to where they want that short-term bliss. They're just surfing on the waves of pleasure, having a great time, enjoying their own life, and doing what makes them happy and fully leaning into their obsessions. There are still like true artists inside the Toreador. In fact, one aspect of the Toreador is a fight between their elders and the newer bloods who are like, dubstep is music, mom. That's not even me paraphrasing, that is like from the V20 like book of clan lore. The Toreador appreciate art that they seem as high status, high class, and makes you an important person. But that's changing in modern times. It's actually becoming even better with the internet, because now like Toreador can post things anonymously online. It's the great equalizer of how they used to act as like rich patrons. Now they can just become an artist with a screen name, no one knows who's doing it, and then just post it. So, you know, all those like faceless streamers, YouTubers, artists, secret Toreador maybe. I imagine with modern knights there are still Toreador who play the art patron role, The difference is that we've had a big upsurge in like crowdsourcing and crowdfunding. So there's probably a Toreador paying someone a goofy amount of money on Patreon and then just dips at some point. Which with all that, I say, hey Toreador out there, if you need someone to be a patron for, I apologize for me saying Toreador is my least favorite clan. The benefit though of me saying this, I am super susceptible to bribes. So you give me some super chats and boom, boom, immediate S tier. I am joking, obviously, but that is the end of this video. So I wanna first shout out all my channel members who make all these videos possible. Super appreciative, thank you all so much. And I wanna give a extra special shout out to my top tier channel members, that being Lucky Find 23, Pork Chomp, and Czar Shadow. Thank you all so much, it's really appreciated. But with that, you know, like, comment, subscribe, join NordVPN, my link in the description, join my membership, do YouTube things. So yeah, a good while back in my Clan Tremere video, I briefly mentioned Saulot, a video you should go watch, by the way. It briefly touches on Saulot. I mentioned the fact that Saulot would eventually get his own video because of how complicated this man is. And so I did. I went to go talk about Clan Salubri first, his clan, and then I realized normally when I make a clan video, I talk about the antediluvian at least a bit as quickly as I can get it, and then I talk about the clan. Saulot needs an entire video. I cannot condense this man and everything going into it. There are two reasons for this that I can narrow down. The first reason, he's just complex because of everyone's favorite reason. Is it because he's written well? No, it's because of retcons, baby. It's because he's an old character that's existed for a long time, and as editions change, so is he. The other reason, Saulot is a character that encompasses some pretty hefty concepts in Vampire. I will get into what those concepts actually are, but these concepts have actually shifted as the game itself has changed over the long lifespan of Vampire the Masquerade. So as it's changed, he's had to change a bit with it, so he's altered, which has led to a perspective of Saulot being a guy that everyone perceives as the nice guy, like the coolest man ever, genuinely like, oh, just the perfect man. He isn't. I think it's very important to preface, I've said this in some videos, that Saulot is just world's nicest boy. He's good compared to some of the other guys. You put him in a lineup with the other antediluvians, he's a fucking saint, I'll be honest. But other than that, I'll stop rambling. I'll get into his actual backstory. But I will preface for you vampire lore heads, I will apologize if I mess anything up. I'm gonna be covering some esoteric stuff and stuff that are sourced from some old vampire books, some of which I couldn't get my hands on for cheap, or just get my hands on in general. I don't have every single vampire book, sadly. They're hard to track down. So, if I get anything a little off in my interpretation or just a little incorrect, apologies, please bear with me.
Thank you to all my channel members for making these videos possible, and a special shout out to Christian Voorhees for subscribing at the highest level. This level of support truly helps the channel, so it is greatly appreciated.
But Saulot was one of the original antediluvians, as in he was created in the first city of Enoch, either sired by Enoch himself, like the guy who created the city, who was the second vampire in history from Caine, or Caine's like wife. One of those two. By all accounts, he was a pretty chill dude. He's pretty kind, pretty smart, a wise healer, who then went on to also embrace those who were kind healers. As well, he was a bit mystical. He really went into the supernatural elements, mainly because he was a little iffy on the whole concept of being a vampire. He was not a fan of it because there was a weird, dark element of becoming one of the kindred. This thing is known as the Beast. Now, the Beast is this dark predator element that now lives in your head. It's described in a couple ways. Mainly the most common way it's described as there's a now like demonic predator instinct that's living in your head. I don't believe it's a full actual demon in your head as a demon the fallen, but there's a predator instinct in your head that helps you survive. It is also pushing you to drink a little deeper, just go crazy, go frenzy. murder some people. It's the thing that makes vampires not human and makes you fall into inhumanity. It is the thing you manage in the actual game of Vampire the Masquerade. Through his mystical practices, using things like meditation and all of that. And as well, he also apparently had the gift of foresight and like, he could just tell the future. He got along really well with Malkavian's Set, which you'll see a lot in older tellings. Those three, they're just best buds. Which throughout all of this, he would then go on after the flood and moving on to the second city. He found himself a little upset again with this entire situation, and he decided to dip. He didn't want to deal with all this bullshit, especially after Caine left, and he went on to go reach enlightenment. His first stop, India, because to be honest, this point in history, right after the flood and you're in the Middle East, you're just like, where do you go for enlightenment? India, around the time they're developing Buddhism. And you know what? He did it. He actually did reach enlightenment. He came back with a third eye, like literal, on his forehead, a third eye, and reached a state he termed Golconda, named after the city he founded it in. Now, this is an important question and a very important concept when it comes to Saulot. What actually is Golconda? This is complicated and fuzzy because Vampire the Masquerade is a role-playing game. So the answer is kind of on the storyteller and the guy running it. It's intentionally vague. Mainly, what we can actually suss out that's not on the ownership of you making the game for your table is that Golconda is a state of vampire enlightenment where you reach a form of unity with you, the vampire, and your beast, where you live in harmony instead of trying to fight it constantly. Where instead now, you can basically achieve some form of humanity. There are some mechanical elements where this is shown, and Vampire 5th edition, this is kind of like Reaching Humanity 10, and older editions is done in different ways. There are a lot of different ways of achieving this, and this plays out. Primarily as well, this is not designed to be like an actual thing you can play, because this is meant to be like a campaign or character end goal. Your character will end when you get to this state, because vampires are not humans. You gave up or lost your humanity. You will stop feeling things. You can't feel warm anymore. Emotionally, you are turning numb. People are cattle now. The idea that you can now reach this state might seem lofty, and once you can do it, you can start feeling things like guilt. And in fact, other vampires will just straight up tell you, if you are feeling like any sort of remorse for, drinking humans, you need to actually stop thinking like that. For your own mental health, start thinking of humans like cattle.
What about it? What do I think of humans? I don't, really. When you were alive, did you think about cows? If one got killed, I bet you didn't cry, but, you're not out there slaughtering them for sport either. Man, we got our own problems. Let the kids sink or swim.
This has also changed over the editions. In the early editions of Vampire the Masquerade, this is actually really common. Like, this was a thing, there were actually schools set up of Vampire Enlightenment where you can just do this in a good few years, or maybe 100 years. Then as it's gone on, it's become way more difficult, which is what I was talking about when I said Saulot kind of changed over time, where currently as it stands, we have 5 vampire characters named that we know that have reached Golconda. But after achieving this, he would go and try to spread this idea further to his clan, who would really achieve it. They would strive for enlightenment, but never really work towards it to the method he enjoyed. And he would also spread it further, but over time would kind of start slipping into torpor, as many of the ancient vampires did, until eventually, as he wandered further and further, he would fall into complete disappearance around the time of the crucifixion of Christ. Which I gotta state here and now, I wanna mention, because I think it is a really good point, bring it up. There are a lot of similarities between Saulot and Jesus that I wanna talk about. So there are some very easy comparisons you can make just taking Saulot in as a whole. He is an empathetic Middle Eastern man who wanders around healing the sick and needy, guiding a large group of people to also teach about healing the sick and needy and teaching about a broader state of being and helping people. Also, as well, I'll get into it later, Saulot is very connected with the idea of Gehenna, the vampire end of the world, where he literally shows up as a messiah figure in almost every scenario of Gehenna, where he shows up as the savior in all of them, or limiting their effects. I think I could give some looser reasons of why there's some connections. There's literally a passage in the Book of Nod. There's an entry where he says, like, you are the white lamb, which is, you know, the exact imagery and phrasing that is constantly used to refer to as Jesus. And there's also an entire element of praying for the forgiveness that is a direct scene that is very parallel to the Garden of Gethsemane, the agony in the garden scene from the Bible, and Jesus. It's a direct parallel and it's very similar. I was raised religious. I know this stuff very intently. So I'm analyzing this and I see the similarities. Now, obviously though, when I hear the fact that there's a character with very strong Jesus vibes, and then, oh man, he disappeared right at the time of the crucifixion, my brain immediately goes, wait a tick, is Saulot Jesus? No, he is not Jesus. Don't make the conspiracy theory. I almost did. I went on a small tangent in my notes where I spent an hour trying to construct, like, is this possible? No, there's so many reasons. Mainly the fact that Jesus actually does appear in World of Darkness. The Silent Striders werewolf tribe actually met Jesus, kinda. They found Jesus in the Middle East, like in Jerusalem, where they found out that he has he had a big AoE field where he directly affected the Umbra and would fuck up the spirit world, and he would fuck up the forces of the worm. He didn't know this, but the worm would directly be like fully repelled in Jesus' presence. So the werewolves would follow right at the edges of his presence and kill the forces of the worm in Jesus' AoE field, which is very smart hunting, gotta be real. But there's other little elements. If he was affecting the Umbra, Clan Cappadocian, who have the Oblivion and the other term for it, could immediately sense, wait a second, that guy's fucking with the astral plane, the underworld. Also, they're hyper religious and psychotic. They would tell. They got super Christian, like super into Jesus around like this period in history, and they were in the same region. They would have known. Also, I feel like it'd be super obvious if Jesus was walking around with a third eye on his forehead. I think it's the key kicker at the end of all this. So no, Jesus is not Saulot, but they're very similar. Also, don't even get at me if like, oh, wait a second, he's a vampire. He would burn up in the sun. Dumbass, he's an antediluvian. He has Fortitude 10. If you're at Fortitude 10, you can just do whatever. You literally have a Fortitude power that is a plot device. You can just do whatever the fuck you want. Fortitude 10, you can resist the sun. So he could have done it. That wasn't even part of the theory. This is a stupid theory anyway. So another pretty large part of Saulot's history is that moment in Tremere's history as well. The part where Tremere, like the man, diablerized Saulot for power. So there is a part of this where Saulot came back, because here's a fun fact about diablerie. If you're a really powerful vampire, sometimes diablerie doesn't work, because you're taking in a vampire's soul and it's staying in you, because sometimes they don't die. They're just sitting in there. And so there's two versions of this. I'll stay into the first one. For centuries, Saulot, after being drank like a man Capri Sun, he fought for dominance over Tremere until in 1998, he took over Tremere's body and came back. Or alternatively, if you're listening to Goratrix, a man with the most evil name possible, I don't know how you can fucking trust this guy. Goratrix says that you can't trust him because he believes that Saulot immediately took over the second Saulot was finished being drank, and that every single thing that Tremere did to the Salubri, like fucking them over, declaring them as like Diablerous in the state where now Salubri are at, of like being hunted down and murdered to like single digit clan member possibly, was done by Saulot pretending to be Tremere. What the fuck? Main point in all of this, in 1998, he was way more overt, and Saulot is currently back in Tremere's body, and Tremere, the antediluvian of Tremere, is gone. He was overwritten. So all of this to get into a main central point. Is Saulot a good guy? Like, is he a good fella? Well, I feel like it should already be a little stated. No, not really. But in comparison, if you're like judging all the other antediluvians in a lineup, on like the list of the antediluvians, like the original, Caine Nosferatu's guy, Saulot is done a lot, I'll be real. Just a little list of dickings that I found. He actually has a history with Quajin, because of course he does. In his history of reaching enlightenment, he also went with Quajin. He has a name that he went under, Saulot, which, what an alias. Couldn't tell it's you, man. He actually is known as Saulot the Traitor, because he went under one of their schools of enlightenment. He then learned everything they had, killed the master, stole all the information, and left. He formed, most likely, a vampire clan known as the Bali. They're more like a bloodline, to be honest. The Bali are a clan of demon-worshipping vampires who caused a lot of shit, like a lot of bad shit to happen. And he tried to clean up this mess, like he tried to. Their origin is also a little fucked up. He was fucking around, I'll be real. I don't know what he was on. He tried to clean this up. He was a little gung-ho about it. Haqim noted, like, damn, Saulot's really into the idea of killing all the Bali. He seemed a little into this. He never explained why though. And then it's the fact of the Gehenna stuff. He is part of like most Gehenna possibilities. He is involved in most of them, at least limiting how bad they get or coming out to really just try and help. But I will state his form of helping is do what I say, good overall. I will kill a lot of people, but it's the good, grand scale good. I rule because no one else can rule better than me. That kind of thing. The key thing about Saulot is he is good in comparison, because this is Vampire the Masquerade. Everyone's still vampires. They're all pieces of shit. Though, I will also say, on the other hand, Saulot is willing to do anything. He's going to sacrifice anything to make sure that the most possible people are saved and set up for the new world that he wishes to rule under his exact wishes. Like his own enlightenment, he will give up everything he's achieved, including his clan. Which, you know, that's other human beings. Man, it's kind of fucked up. But all of his hard work, he will give up immediately to save the world, which I think is noble at the end of the day. So that's Saulot. A weird, complex man with a lot of shit going on and a lot of retcons going on, and a lot of concepts to juggle. I think I hit everything, but if there's any other bits with Saulot that are sprinkled around in other books, let me know. I might have just missed it, because like I said, I don't have every vampire book, sadly. I'm trying to get my hands on them. So yeah, if you like this, like, comment, subscribe, do that stuff, join my membership, and see ya.
I have now completed a video on every single main clan, but there's one more, a bonus clan. Clan Salubri. Something that's always been around, don't get me wrong, it's always been like around as a bloodline and been very present in the game lore, especially also super important to the game lore. However, it's only with Vampire 5th edition that it's like a full-blown clan, now on the same footing as like everyone else. Actually, I wanted to make a Salubri video beforehand, but that video turned into the Saulot video, which by the way, a little bit of homework, sorry. Saulot is like super integral to the vampire lore. He's also a victim to a lot of retcons, and there's a lot of concepts that float around with him. And like a lot of antediluvians, he's super tied to the clan.
So I'm not gonna go as in depth as this entire video. I recommend watching it. Now, Clan Salubri was one of the original groups that were around in the first city of Enoch, because Saulot was an antediluvian. It is claimed that Saulot was Caine's favorite, so that's the third, alongside Toreador and Ventrue. So I don't know who you want to believe. A lot of the stories paint Saulot as a really cool guy. Everyone loved him, he was the nicest boy around. Some of that's true, some of that. But there was one element of Saulot that does carry through. His idea of enlightenment. Saulot didn't like vampirism, or just all of the baggage that came with it. Especially all of his brothers and sisters around being whole-on monsters. So he decided to go to Asia to reach enlightenment. Much like many big tech CEOs, he returned from this vision trip, saying he actually achieved enlightenment. But unlike those CEOs, he returned, actually succeeding probably at reaching enlightenment, proven by a third eye instead of getting his brain melted by ayahuasca. He certainly claims that he reached enlightenment, and there's some evidence, but a lot of the other parts of this vampiric enlightenment, Golconda if you will, claim that you don't need blood anymore, you can walk around in the sun, you can do a whole lot of things. No one has seen Saulot do that, but he certainly says it. And after this point, as Saulot did more embraces, he made more childer, all the other Salubri started getting third eyes on their forehead. So they're taking something. But it is from here that the main groundwork of the clan was set. There are 3 splits that Saulot did to the clan. Originally 2, but a third one was added. Okay, so this is gonna be... I said that Salubri were victim to a lot of retcons and changes. Strap in. So this all depends on which edition you're going with, because there are 3 groups. There's the healers, there are the warriors, and the watchers. Healers and warriors are honestly really simple. Exactly what it sounds like on the tin. The healers can heal, they have powers to do so. Warriors, they're kitted out to murder, it's pretty great. They're led by a dude named Samael, not his real name. He picked a cool angel name, which is something all the other warriors do. When you get cool enough, you pick an angelic name. And then there's the watchers. The watchers were added in 20th anniversary version of the Dark Ages game. So the watchers sound really sick, but really all they are a secret bloodline that's just illegitimate children over in Asia. Because while he was out there hanging out with the Quasian, Saulot made more vampires and made them the Watchers, and then kind of never talked about them. And the Watchers are a secret bloodline that watch from the shadows and make sure no one is able to strike out against kindred society, wipe them out whole cloth, giving them no chance at redemption. But the way they do this, so normally the Salubri have aspects, vampiric extra senses and sight, or fortitude, they have that. Then they get a third special discipline. It's known as Valeran. In the Dark Ages game, Valeran is a discipline tree that has 2 paths. You can pick the healer path or the warrior path. All right, pretty sick. It lets you do some special abilities. But wait, if you're in mainline Vampire the Masquerade game, you actually have 2 separate disciplines. Valeran and Obe. I wanted to say Opeth. It's not Opeth. Like Obe? I don't know. That is your split. But if you're playing V20th Anniversary Edition, now you get to add the Watcher's power back in, all under the single banner of Valen. And if you're playing Vampire 5, it's now an amalgam power between Auspex and Fortitude. Jesus Christ, it's a lot. Largely, this is the way that the Salubri are able to do that healing. They're actually able to heal people with their discipline powers. They just have a special way of doing it. And as well, this special discipline for a long time, until V5, you had to get 2 dots in it, 2 ranks in the discipline, and that's when your third eye would open. As it currently stands in V5, the moment you pick playing a Salubri, you got that fucking eye on your forehead. Something they hide, because quite obviously, that's a huge Masquerade breach. A fucking eyeball on your forehead. Even worse, whenever you use a discipline, again, V5, it bleeds, it starts crying blood. So cover that shit. Like, not even just because it's unsightly, because that's horrifying and gonna alert everybody. A big reason for this split, the original one, is because they needed to be warriors, specifically to fight the Bali, a bunch of demon-worshipping vampires, with some evidence stating that Saulot himself created this bloodline. And while, yeah, there's some evidence there, there's also evidence that a bunch of other people did this, like just one of the 2nd generation, Cappadocian, fucking Tzimisce, There's a lot of other entities that could have made this group. I saw one that's a theory that Anoia did it. That's an in-game theory, not just out of game. Peak World of Darkness. It's meant to kind of be up in the air, up to you, apocryphal lore. Whatever is canon in your game is canon in that game. Good job. But yeah, they fought the Bali a lot. That's a big kicker for them. Though, as it went on, the Salubri, pretty cool. They were super well organized. They also were just decent folk, all under that idea of let's get enlightened. Our boy Saulot did it, so we should. As well as just notably being pretty selfless. They believed in maintaining their humanity really well and just exalted that part of them. So much that people didn't really trust them. Because like, they're nice. Too nice. I don't know if I fuck with this. As well, there was a fun theory that the Salubri, when they drank you, they took part of your soul, which is, okay. For a vampire, when you drink blood, you drink vitae, you actually are draining a part of a person's soul. It's okay though, the soul grows back. This is why drinking someone fully dry, like even a vampire fully dry, is a bad fucking deal, because you are literally imbibing their soul. So like even diablerie is a tough sell, because sometimes the original vampire you drank can, you know, take your body over. It was rumored that the Salubri did keep that part of their soul, kept it inside of them, and that fusion of many different real souls inside of their own is what gave them that like extra humanity. So people didn't really like them. I'll say this seems made the fuck up. There's like nothing pointing to this being real, but it was a theory. Despite that though, they went pretty well until in 1133 Tremere, the man, not the clan, he decided to diablerize Saulot, drank him dry to ascend himself, become a true antediluvian, and be the perfect usurper he wanted to be. Obviously, at first, this was met with a lot of issues. People were pissed because they just committed a horrible crime, but the Tremere had a plan. Their plan consisted of neeners, I know you are, but what am I? And maybe some good old nuh-uh, he started it. After some intense PR campaigning, the Tremere turned the rest of Vampiric Society on the Salubri, as everyone else was like, oh yeah, I guess, fuck them. Like, whatever. Yeah, Tremere, you can go commit genocide if you want. So they worked to kill out all the Salubri. Some survived though. This forced the Salubri into hiding. Big reason this was just easily undertaken was because inside the Salubri, in that healer and warrior split, there was a debate of whether or not they should even retaliate. What would Saulot do? What would he want? Would he want us to strike back against the Tremere? And then a lot of them got killed, though some went into hiding. For example, a lot of the warriors, they're now known as the Furies, and they're part of the Sabbat. I don't blame them for that choice, but there are like a sizable amount of Salubri inside the Sabbat. By sizable, I don't mean, oh wow, like the entire Sabbat, it's just half Salubri, but more like, wow, there are more than 10 of them, that's crazy. But then the healer Salubris went on and established the Rule of Seven. The Rule of Seven is some Star Wars shit. It states that there only 7 Salubri can exist. So whenever a Salubri vampire would embrace someone, they'd train them in their ways and then tell this new child to diablerize them, which built a culture in the Salubri of diablerizing people. That's pretty fun. Speaking of diablerie, it's Bane time. So originally the older Bane for Clan Salubri was that it was really hard for them to drink somebody who wasn't willing. In fact, they would take damage if they did this. However, the new Bane and Compulsion, like many changes to the Bane and Compulsions in V5, I think is really good. The new Salubri Bane is that they are damn tasty. So, like I said, that Salubri eye, it bleeds, and vampires can smell that blood. Damn, it's good. And if for whatever reason, another kindred decided to drink a Salubri, it'd be really hard to stop. It's so damn good. If you want a fun combo, as a Salubri, commit a crime in front of a Banu Haqim if you want absolute penalties to stop that diablerie from happening. And then their compulsion. Their compulsion is complete empathy. They see something, they're like, I gotta help. I gotta drop everything. I gotta help out and solve this problem. This does leave the Salubri in a really interesting state because there's really 2 paths that the vampire lore has extended in. As of currently in V5, the Salubri are just in really low number. They're very rare. They're still in hiding because people just want to drink them. A lot of that beef with the Tremere isn't as active. The Tremere are not like actively trying to kill every single Salubri in existence. But you know, they might get a taste. There's just some generational beef there. In like the final Knights timeline, the one that went up to Gehenna, most of them were killed out. And this is where we get into something I want to touch on right at the end of this. The Salubri and Saulot and all this, the reason it's very complicated to actually go through and parse sometimes is retcons and the internet's game of telephone it likes to play. The same one that has painted Saulot as a perfect boy, the best of the best, everyone loves him. Originally, Saulot was that, but as like humanity and Golconda, I have a whole video on this, by the way, as like those concepts changed throughout editions, so did Saulot. And Saulot, as he currently stands, is a character that's really important in the Gehenna timeline, and as a character that is incredibly manipulative, like insanely conniving. He has a lot of plans for the future and like the end of the world. And all of those moves inside of the Salubri, if you follow that specific timeline, were orchestrated by Saulot. His own drinking was something that he probably planned. He wanted Tremere to drink him because right at the right time in like the 1900s, 2000s, he took over Tremere's body. The whole thing with the healers and warriors. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I kind of do think the Saulot made the Bali lore is interesting, because in this framing, I think you could easily twist it that, yeah, Saulot made the warriors and healers, manipulated the situation, especially with Haqim back in the like first city, to just have groups of people take out the thing he did. He created a problem and he manipulated us, and he manipulated groups of people to take care of it for him. Even more, the whole thing with like the Salubri being slandered as like Diablerists and like wiped out by the Tremere, if it's this case, he fucking did that. He was in Tremere. There's even more lore pointing at the idea that he was literally, the moment after he was fully drained, he took over Tremere and pretended he was still Tremere. It's all grand games and grand scales that are really hard to play with because retcons. Normally, World of Darkness, when it handles retcons, I think they do it really fucking well, actually. They tie it into the game lore super well. As like the world is progressing, the game does too. My favorite is just the mage lore. I think the mage changes for like all of the traditions are really, really cool. This is just one that is victim of circumstance, much like the Salubri themselves. They're very fun, very cool, but I feel like lore-wise they've been treated poorly. And I think a much better idea, if you want to really like the Salubri and get into them, whatever game line you're playing, stick to the lore from that specific edition. Just stick with that as hard as you can, because otherwise it's a bit more of a mess. But yeah, that is just gonna wrap this up. Honestly, I'll say, expect something fun in like a week, at most a week. Then I'm taking off for the holidays. I want to give a huge shout out to my channel members who make all these videos possible. I'm greatly appreciative. And a huge, huge, huge shout out to my top tier channel members, that being Lucky Finds 23, Port Chomp, and Czar Shadow. Thank you all so much, it means the world. But yeah, like, comment, subscribe, share video, join membership, YouTube things,